When Gao Wen opened his eyes in this so-called awakening world, he realized two things at once. He had transmigrated, and he was now a criminal sitting in a prison cell. The memories of his new identity were a mess. He didn't know what this body had done, who it had offended, or why it had ended up here. The only clear piece of information was written in the file. Prison term, 420 years. 420 years. What kind of crime earns a sentence like that? Did this world just not have the death penalty? Gao Wen sat alone in his single cell, his head throbbing. He walked over to the small metal mirror on the wall and studied the face looking back at him. A good-looking mixed-race guy with delicate features. If this face walked around outside in normal clothes, it would be a killer with the ladies. Unfortunately, it came bundled with the identity of convict. He sighed. Back in his original world, he was a proper law-abiding youth. How did he end up crossing over into a body with a criminal record and zero future? With nothing else to do, he started silently chanting in his mind. System, golden finger, grandpa. Anything he'd ever seen in a transmigration novel, he called out to it. By the rules of transmigration, every traveler should come with some kind of cheat, right? Even if the golden finger was unreliable or had some hidden price, it had to be better than rotting away in his cell for 420 years. So he tried, half joking, half desperate. And then something actually answered. It wasn't a system panel, and it wasn't an old grandpa in his head. What stirred inside his body felt more like a world, a portable world. Don't tell me my path is going to be farming. Gao Wen's eyes brightened. Cheat acquired meant he had at least a chance to rise. Maybe he could even use it to escape. Heart pounding, he got up from the bed and hurried to the iron bars, checking the corridor outside. It was night. The passage was empty except for the occasional patrolling guard. After confirming no one was nearby, Gao Wen activated his cheat without hesitation. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the cell and reappeared somewhere else. He had entered that pocket world. The space looked to be around 500 square meters. Warm sunlight shone down. The ground was covered in green grass, and above him stretched a blue sky with drifting white clouds. At the edges of the space, a thick mist formed a boundary. He couldn't see what lay beyond it. The first time he arrived, information naturally surfaced in his mind. Name, high-dimensional pocket space. Function 1, companion, resides in your body and follows you. Function 2, door of surprise. Within the space, you can imagine a door into existence. The door connects to the outside world, but the exact location is random. Function 3, upgrade. The pocket space can be upgraded. Please explore the upgrade methods yourself. Function 4, farming, as the name suggests. Function 5, boundary fog. The edge fog is a special energy with extremely high value, but you currently lack the means to use it. For now, it offered no direct combat power, but did get him out of jail. As a three-good youth who had never planned on going to prison, Gao Wen immediately focused on the most important feature, the door of surprise. The moment he had that thought, an upright archway formed out of thin air on the grass in front of him. He didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. Before he could see what was on the other side, a force pulled him through. He stumbled into an unfamiliar bedroom. The room was drenched in pink. From the bedsheets to the curtains, everything screamed girlish. Sitting at a desk was a girl with shoulder-length hair dyed in a blue-pink gradient, wearing pink pajamas. She was typing rapidly on her keyboard, clearly in the middle of a fierce online argument. Hearing the sudden noise behind her, the girl's ears twitched. She turned around in confusion and saw a handsome guy in a prison uniform. Gao Wen also got a clear look at her. Caucasian, probably in high school, with a soft homebody aura. The sight of a stranger in prison clothes appearing in her room scared her pale. Her mouth opened as she prepared to scream. Gao Wen rushed forward and clapped his hand gently over her mouth. Don't shout. I'm not a bad person, he said in halting English. If you promise not to scream, I'll let go. Blink if you agree. The girl blinked. Gao Wen slowly released her. She shrank back, eyes full of fear, looking like an abandoned kitten begging not to be kicked. I'll ask, you answer. No yelling, no nonsense. Understand? She nodded nervously. Where is this? My house. I mean the city. New York. What's your name? Gwen Poole, she answered softly. Gao Wen froze. That name was very familiar. He searched his memories, and after a moment his eyes widened. Don't tell me. I've crossed into Marvel's real world. In the Marvel stories, there's a world numbered Earth, TRN 565, basically a real world with no superpowers, just like his original Earth. Gwen Poole lives there. She's a hardcore Marvel fan and a shut-in who, by chance, later travels into Marvel Comics and becomes a plot-savvy transmigrate heroine, codenamed Gwenpool. Countless thoughts flashed through Gao Wen's mind at once, and a bold idea formed. He had transmigrated into this world and become a prisoner. Once he escaped, he would be a wanted criminal. He didn't want to live as a fugitive. If Gwenpool would one day cross into the Marvel world, then why not hitch a ride on her opportunity and go there too? Having decided, Gowan switched to full acting mode. He looked at Gwen with a pained expression. I'm not some wanted criminal, he said emotionally. I was captured by evil people because I have abilities normal people don't. They want to use me as a lab rat. Gwen, a comic-loving girl who had read this setup 1,000 times, blinked. The routine was all too familiar. You mean you have superpowers like the heroes in the comics? She asked. More or less. Gowan nodded, letting her fill in the blanks. I won't believe you unless you show me, Gwen said. See that door behind me? That's my power. Gowan pointed at the door of surprise. Honestly, the fact that it had randomly connected to Gwen Poole's bedroom really did live up to its name. Only then did Gwen notice the extra door standing in her room. Curious, she walked over and peeked through. On the other side was the sunny pocket space. Wow, she couldn't resist. She stepped through the door and wandered toward the boundary fog, trying to see what was hidden beyond. But the fog was the very edge of the space. No matter how she tried, she couldn't pass through it. New York, 8 p.m., inside Gwen Poole's bedroom. Gwen had dug out one of her dad's old suits for Gao Wen, forcing him to change out of the prison uniform so he didn't look like an escaped felon. After he finished changing, the girl walked right up to him, studying his face from close range. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. You got superpowers, right? Then we should totally form a team. You'll be the clueless rookie, and I'll be your Robin. I've got a better idea, Gowan said, already moving toward her computer. In the comics, Gwen traveled through this very machine. He wanted to see if he could reproduce that miracle. What idea? Gwen leaned in, curious, eager to see what he was planning to do with her PC. Gowan opened her social app. It looked like a Western version of QQ, full of online friends and group chats. He scrolled through the list and soon stopped on a contact named Lee. I don't remember ever adding a Lee, Gwen frowned. Did I? Lee's a special guy, Gowan said calmly. He shows up at random in the contact lists of Marvel fans. Talk to him, and he can grant your wishes. You're making that up, Gwen said suspiciously. It's real. Want to bet on it? What are we betting? If I'm right, you become my girlfriend, Gowan replied without a hint of shame. Deal, Gwen answered on instinct. A handsome guy with superpowers who wanted to be your boyfriend? For a girl with her looks and flat chest, she wasn't exactly drowning in confessions at school. Boys either ignored her or made fun of her figure. Deep down, she wanted romance too. If this cute, superpowered stranger wanted to date her, why would she say no? Gowan clicked on Lee's avatar. A chat window popped open. Before he could type anything, a message appeared. Good evening, you two. I'm Stanley. Stanley? No way. And how does he know there are two of us? Gwen stared at the screen. You didn't set this up to mess with me, did you? Gowan ignored her doubts and started typing. Hello, Mr. Lee. Gwen, and I want to make a wish. Oh, seems you know quite a bit, kid. The reply came quickly. Since you're Marvel fans, I'll listen. Tell me your wishes. Gowan turned to Gwen. What do you want? I want to go into the Marvel universe and get superpowers, Gwen said without hesitation. Gowan nodded and typed. Our wish is to travel to the Marvel world and obtain super abilities. The moment he hit enter, everything went black. When their vision returned, they were standing in the middle of a busy street. Neon lights glowed, cars honked, and not far away a familiar skyscraper pierced the sky. Stark Industries. Gwen stared at the tower, completely stunned. We actually did it? The shock lasted only a heartbeat before excitement exploded. Gwen jumped up and shouted at the top of her lungs. Ha ha! I'm Gwen, and I've arrived in Marvel. Villains tremble. People on the street gave her looks normally reserved for crazy people. Gao Wen instinctively took a step away from her. Yep, that unhinged vibe really does match Deadpool. Once her episode passed, Gwen rushed back over, practically vibrating with joy. We really crossed over, Gao Wen. This is insane. Gao Wen flicked her forehead. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to know you're from another world? Gwen rubbed her forehead, but nodded. Right. We're the main characters, destined to become big shots. We have to stay low-key, at least until we get masks. Then her eyes lit up again. Wait, we also wish for superpowers. What do we get? She closed her eyes and focused, trying hard to sense any change in her body. Gao Wen did the same. A moment later, he felt it. Something new had awakened in his mind. His ability was a form of telepathy. Not flashy, but not useless either. Whenever he made physical contact with someone, it automatically recorded that person's mental frequency. After that, no matter how far away they were, he could connect to them and communicate mentally just by recalling their image. From the moment he gained this power, anyone he touched would be passively imprinted. Gao Wen opened his eyes and looked at Gwen. She was standing there with a scrunched-up face, like someone forcing out a fart that just wouldn't come. After a long, awkward effort, she gave up and sagged in place. I don't feel anything at all, she said, disappointed. I don't think I got any powers. What about you? Gao Wen didn't want to crush her. He shook his head. I don't feel anything either. For now, let's find somewhere to stay, figure out which version of Marvel this is, and then think about how not to starve. Okay, I'll listen to you, Gwen said, looping her arm through his. They had crossed together, which meant Gao Wen was now her only real support. Plus, she had already lost that bet and technically agreed to be his girlfriend. Clinging to her boyfriend in a strange new world felt perfectly natural. The two slipped into an alley beside a nearby cafe. Gao Wen took Gwen's pink phone from her pocket and connected to the cafe's Wi-Fi, quickly pulling up local information. Gwen leaned close, staring at the screen. She was dying to know which universe they were in. Was this the 199,999 movie universe? The classic 616 main universe? The darker 1610 ultimate universe? Or some strange new reality formed after a multiversal collision? She secretly prayed for 616 or the movie world. The ultimate universe was way too grim. She doubted she could survive there. But the more they searched, the more confused they became. This world wasn't quite any of the ones they knew. It looked like a mashup. There were events from the movies and arcs from the comics, and the timeline was a mess. According to the Avengers movie timeline, Ultron already existed. According to the X-Men movie timeline, Apocalypse hadn't appeared yet. According to one comic line, the Scarlet, which had already joined the Hellfire Club. It was chaos. They glanced at each other. Then Gwen's lips curled into a grin. Why are you smiling? Gao Wen asked. Isn't this perfect? She said excitedly. We get to experience both movie plots and comic plots. Her eyes shone with mischief. Gao Wen, if your door can send you to my bedroom, can it also send us into a bank vault? Let's rob one. And who is it who just said she wanted to be a superhero? Gao Wen gave her a look. This isn't the real world, Gwen argued. No guilt, no consequences from home. Back there I'm a loser, invisible at home, bullied at school, laughed at by everyone. I'm done with that. Here in Marvel, I want money, a big house, luxury cars. I want to live big. And my path to omnipotence starts with robbing a bank.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Gwen's wish to become a rich man by robbing a bank has failed because Gao Wen's door is not an arbitrary door, but a door surprise, where the door will open is completely random. The time has come to the evening of the day, and the two were walking on the streets of Manhattan, New York. Gwen patted his hungry stomach and said weakly, I'm dying of starvation, Gao Wen, as my boyfriend, you are responsible for feeding me, and I don't want to sleep on the street at night. Superior. Come into my space. It's safe. No one will disturb us. We can rest there, Gao Wen said. However, this does not solve our problem of eating, Gwen said resentfully. Opening the door a few more times will definitely solve the problem. Gao Wen took Gwen's little hand, walked into a deserted alley, and activated ability to bring her into the pocket space. There doesn't seem to be night in the pocket space. It's always a sunny day here. Gao Wen said to the hungry and feeble Gwen, my surprise door always surprises me. Let me try it and see if it can bring us to the food. Gao Wen began to imagine the door, and a door appeared out of thin air on the lawn in front of the two. Gao Wen didn't reach out to push the door this time. He had the experience last time, and let him know that once he pushes the door with his hand, the door will open and the person who pushes it will be sucked in at the same time. Embarrassed, as the owner of pocket space, he can open the door with his mind. The thought moved slightly, and the door opened by itself. Behind the door is a clothing store, and I don't know which time zone the clothing store is in. It was midnight there, and the clothing store was pitch black, and no one was there. Wow, it's all luxury brands. Seeing those brand-name clothes, Gwen immediately got up and took Gao Wen's hand and was about to go in. Don't worry, cover your face first. Gao Wen didn't want to be photographed by the surveillance cameras over there. Otherwise, he would have to become a wanted criminal. After some masking, the two went behind the door. They took a lot of brand-name clothing from here and went to other stores in the mall to get some shoes, bags, cosmetics, and other things, and then they returned to their pocket space contentedly. Once back, Gwen was excited to try on the new clothes and shoes. You change clothes in front of me, but you will be seen. You're my boyfriend. Just watch it if you like, Gwen said generously. Gwen didn't mind. Gao Wen naturally wouldn't be hypocritical. He simply sat on the grass on the ground and admired Gwen as he changed his clothes. After watching it for a while, I saw Gao Wen a little bit angry. Does it look good? Gwen, who had changed into a new outfit, ran to Gao Wen and turned around. Nice. Aren't you excited? A bit. Then, do you want to do something to me? Think. Come on then. Gwen took the initiative and pushed Gao Wen directly to the lawn. An hour later, Gwen was lying on the ground in a large font, her face as bright as a flower after being moistened by rain, and her face was full of satisfaction. Let's keep opening the door. Gao Wen got dressed and got up. Oh, Gwen recalled the beauty just now, then sat up and started dressing. After she was fully dressed, Gao Wen imagined a door again. The door was opened, revealing a camping supplies store behind it, and it was also a late-night environment. Like a treasure hunt, the two went en masse to search again, brought back things like tents, sleeping bags, grills, moisture-proof pads, and set up a tent in the pocket space. Your ability is so convenient. Gwen lay down in the tent that was just set up and rolled around on the moisture-proof mat. Actually, you also have ability. Gao Wen decided to tell Gwen that she had ability. Really? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. Really? Gao Wen affirmed. Hurry up and tell me. She got out of the tent, took Gao Wen's hand, and said expectantly, Your ability is much more powerful than mine. You can break the fourth wall and travel to different stories freely. Gao Wen said. Gwen's eyes widened. She couldn't believe that she had such an awesome ability. This is simply awesome. She couldn't wait to feel the feeling of super ability, but her face was blushing, and she still couldn't find the feeling. In fact, Gwen's ability is strong, but it is not under her own control. She can't use it when she wants to use it, but she always activates it at inexplicable times, and then travels to even more inexplicable places. No, I still don't feel it. Husband, do I really have that ability? Gwen started to feel depressed again. She felt that Gao Wen was lying to her. Being called husband by Gwen, Gao Wen is very happy. Just as I know that Lee in your chat account can fulfill our wishes, I also know that you have this ability, but I can't use it now, probably because the ability has not been awakening yet. Then I can look forward to it. As Gwen spoke, her stomach began to growl again, and she was almost starving. Husband, I'm hungry. In fact, Gao Wen is also hungry. Why didn't say next? Continue to open the door by surprised Alpha. Another door was opened. This time there is no store behind the door. Behind the door, you can see that it is a very sci-fi style bedroom. On the bed of the bedroom, there's a big lowly with black, long, straight purple eyes rolling around, constantly shouting hungry, maliciously selling cuteness index 10 stars. The movement of opening the door attracted the lowly. She sat up suspiciously, looked at the door that appeared in her bedroom, and saw Gao Wen and Gwen behind the door. "Did you guys send me food from my father?" Hey Changji asked the two of them expectantly. Big Loli didn't seem to be surprised that a door appeared out of thin air in her house. Seeing her calm appearance, it seemed that she had seen even more incredible things in the past. "Who are you?" Gwen saw the other person's image a little familiar, but didn't remember it for a while. "My name is Janata." Hey Changji de Loli introduced herself. "Oh, I remember. You're the daughter of Galactus." Gwen realized. Gao Wen also suddenly realized. Gao Wen didn't expect that his door of surprise would open to Uncle Tun's house, which was really a big surprise. Obviously, Uncle Tun is not on Earth, so the door is connected to a place that is not many light years away. "I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm starving to death. You have food. You must have it." Tuame Ganata looked at the two pitifully. "We're hungry too. Why don't you come with us to find food?" Gao Wen wanted to try if he could abduct Tuame home. As the daughter of the planet devourer, Tuame is at least the level of the gods of the universe. Once she is turned back, the sense of security can instantly soar several notches. Gwen and Gao Wen are also transmigrators, and her thoughts are similar. The daughter of Galactus is so cute. It must be very comfortable to turn it back and use it as a pillow to hold her to sleep. So she nodded in cooperation with Gao Wen, expressing her willingness to look forward to the other party coming to her home to play. Janata hesitated for a few seconds, but finally agreed. She got out of bed and jumped into the door and into Gao Wen's pocket space. Tumbling girl Janata, who came to the pocket space, sniffed her nose unconsciously and instinctively told her that this place has very, very, very delicious food. Following her foraging instinct, she staggered to the border fog, staring at the fog with her eyes shining. "Can the fog here be given to me to eat?" Ganata resisted the desire to eat and asked Gao Wen and Gwen, "Is the fog of my house still edible?" Gao Wen was surprised. "It's definitely edible. It smells delicious," Janata said with certainty. Gao Wen decided to believe in Janata, so he walked over to the mist, tried to grab a wisp of mist from above, and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, Gao Wen foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and threw himself on the street. Janata, Gwen. A few minutes later, Gao Wen, who was on the street, recovered. He stood up tremblingly, pointed at Tuame, and said to Gwen, "She has a different recipe from ours." I can see it." Gwen was embarrassed. "Well, can I eat it?" Janata asked embarrassedly. "Eat it." Gao Wen showed his generous side. When he just ate mist, although he threw himself on the street in an instant, he also got some information about mist from Pocket Space's feedback to his master. These mists, to put it bluntly, are highly concentrated life energy. They are things that are self-generated in the Pocket Space, endless, and can never be used up. If Tuanmei can eat away some of the fog, it can also make room. Tuanmei can eat enough, and the space here will become larger. Under the gazes of Gao Wen and Gwen, Tuanmei opened her mouth and swallowed up the fog of the boundary like a swallowing whale sucking water. As the mist was absorbed by her, the boundaries began to expand outward, and the space became larger and larger. When the original space of 500 square meters was expanded to 700 square meters, Tuanmei hiccuped. She was full. As the daughter of the planet devourer, your food intake is too small. Gwen groaned. According to the setting of the comics, it is no problem for someone like Tuanmei to eat a small celestial body at leisure. How can they be full after only eating so much fog? This unscientific. She eats a lot. The fog here is a kind of highly concentrated life energy. If the energy contained in a puff of fog is converted into electricity, it is enough to power New York City for a whole year. Gao Wen said, "So that's the case. How much fog do you have here?" Gwen was very curious about this question. "I don't know. There are too many to use up anyway." Gao Wen shrugged. The full-fed Tunmei looked satisfied. Since I was born, it is the first time I have eaten so full. Thank you for the hospitality, Gao Wen. You are my forever friend. You're welcome. The fog here is that if you are hungry, you can come here to eat at any time. Is it really possible? Little stars flickered in Tunmei's eyes. Yes, but as a friend, you also need to do us a favor. No problem. What do you need me for? Gwen and I can't eat the energy here. If it's you, you must be able to convert the energy into food that we can also eat, right? It's very simple. Tunmei was full of confidence. Her ability, like Uncle Tun, can turn everything she eats into cosmic energy and use it to drive the miracles of creation. Tunmei saw that Gao Wen and Gwen were hungry, so she mobilized the cosmic energy in her body and created a large number of carbon-based biological-specific nutritional foods in her hands. Gao Wen and Gwen don't know what the food is called, but it looks delicious. The two ate happily. It's delicious. Gwen narrowed her eyes happily, and she finally had food to eat, so moved. When it comes to food tasting, there is no one in this universe who understands what real deliciousness is better than me. Tunmei said proudly. This is the self-confidence of top foodies. While eating, Gao Wen asked Janata, "Can you help me with perception? How much space is in my pocket?" As the daughter of Uncle Tun, Tunmei also belongs to the gods of the universe. After she is full, she is about 0.5 full Uncle Tun. Although she is not omniscient or omnipotent, if you want to compare horizontally, it is probably the same as the super Omega mutant Franklin. Richards is a class. Tunmei can do many things, such as time manipulation, time travel, space transition, dimension shuttle, super strength, super speed, super hearing, supervision, energy absorption, energy release, energy transformation, material creation, life creation, soul create. What's more, she also inherited the technology tree of the last cosmic sky from her father, Uncle Tun. This is a treasure girl. My perception can spread beyond light years. Except for this place where we are, other areas are filled with this fog. If you let me eat these fogs, I can eat them for a long time. Janata said happily. Gwen was shocked. This space is too big. Shouldn't there be some kind of special energy dimension here? Gao Wen was amazed at how big his pocket space is. This is only the range that Tunmei can perceive. It is conceivable that in places where the other party cannot perceive, there may be more space. After eating and drinking, Gao Wen and Gwen surrounded Tunmei. You asked her to use ability to help with infrastructure and build pocket space. Tunmei is proficient in creation ability, and with almost no effort, she created an exquisite small villa on the lawn according to the requirements of the two. So far, the space is only 700 square meters. It is almost the same as building a villa and a yard. When a space is expanded in the future, you can consider replacing it with a building such as a Western-style castle. A group of 3 entered the house, and Tunmei created a lot of furniture and electrical appliances here, and the electrical appliances are all black tech versions. It feels like home, Gwen said excitedly. Well, this will be our home in the future, and the usable area of pocket space will become larger and larger in the future. In the future, we will get some agricultural robots, open up some orchard farms and livestock farms, and let the robots take care of them, so as to achieve self-production and self-production. Gao Wen plan for the future. If it's a robot, I have related technology here. Janata said, "Can I learn?" Gao Wen came interested. Janata is the daughter of Uncle Tun and will leave one day in the future. It is better to learn some useful knowledge from her before she leaves. This is Gao Wen's idea. No problem. For Gao Wen, a feeder who can feed himself, Tunmei. The next day, after eating the nutritious breakfast created by Tunmei, Gao Wen began to learn scientific knowledge with Tunmei. This learning process is similar to knowledge transfer. Tunmei directly instills knowledge into Gao Wen's head. The empowerment-like learning method makes learning extremely efficient. Gwen is not as eager to learn as Gao Wen, and she has nothing to do, so she asked Gao Wen for the secondary permission of the import and export pocket space, and went out alone. In the real world, Gwen is a jerk, and she's had enough of being a jerk. Now that she has become a traveler, she has also traveled to her favorite Marvel world, and she is ready to use her familiarity with the plot to make herself reach the pinnacle of her life and be worshipped by thousands of people. Where to start? Gwen murmured. As she walked, she saw a shop with a plaque that said, Big Ronnie's Tailor Shop, Custom Tight Combat Suits. Wow, there's actually such a store. Gwen walked into the store with a smile. The store was deserted, and there was only a lady with black long hair and glasses sitting at the counter. Boss, I want to customize the battle suit, Gwen said energetically. I have 3 kinds of packages here, namely the normal package, the medium package, and the top package. Which one do you choose? Asked the boss of Yugia. Is there any difference? The ordinary package is to sew a uniform from fabric according to your needs, and the uniform does not have any special effects. Medium package. Sewn with special materials such as Kevlar, the uniform can be bulletproof, warm, breathable, waterproof, radiation-proof. Top-level packages, including mechas, weapons, black technology props, etc. Gwen was stunned when he heard it. How can you customize mecha here? Just kidding. She wants a top package, but her pockets are deflated. Where is the money? She rolled her eyes. Boss, do you accept credit? The next second, Gwen was kicked out the door by the boss. This boss is not easy. Pocket space. Gao Wen, who was empowered by knowledge, seemed confused. Tuanmei is a very competent teacher. She not only empowered Gao Wen, but also created a lot of basic industrial equipment, allowing Gao Wen, who was almost fooled by knowledge, to practice it himself. Practices include drawing design, material synthesis, part production, energy module manufacturing, artificial intelligence programming, and more. These basic industrial equipment that Tuanmei has come up with are the top portable industrial equipment in the universe. As long as you prepare the materials and enter the relevant parameters, you can directly produce the parts. Gao Wen, who put his knowledge into practice, designed nanorobot drawings soon. Information is then entered, parts are produced, assembly begins, and artificial intelligence is programmed. In the process, Tuanmei corrected her mistakes. You program the artificial intelligence like this, and it will be mutiny when it starts. Do you want to write the 3 laws of robots? No, you just need this. Under the guidance of Tuanmei, Gao Wen's artificial intelligence program was quickly written. At 4 p.m. that day, Gao Wen's first robot was freshly released. It has a lot of functions such as self-learning, emotional simulation, weapon system. Because it uses nanotechnology, it can also shape-shifting, simulation. With the startup of the robot system, the initial image preset in the program is called, and the robot starts shape-shifting. This process of shape-shifting is a bit like the liquid shape-shifting of the TX robot in the Terminator. When the shape-shifting is completed, it recedes from the texture of metal, has color, and becomes like a person. It even simulates the material of the clothes on the body surface and changes into a set of clothes. Its external image can refer to the robot heroine in the American TV series Westworld. The appearance cannot be said to be similar, but to be exactly the same. Gao Wen named her EDI. Edie raised her head and spit out a clear female voice. Father, Edie is at your command. Accept the secondary permission of pocket space. Leave here to connect to the internet, learn human knowledge, and return to pocket space after 3 hours. Edie accepts orders. After she obtained permission to import and export pocket space from Gao Wen, she disappeared out of thin air and went to the outside world. Let's go out and see how it learns, Gao Wen told Janata. The two also left the pocket space and followed Edith in secret, watching her learning process. As an artificial intelligence robot, Edie's learning efficiency is unmatched by human beings. She deciphers the unlimited Wi-Fi network around her by herself and uses this network to quickly absorb various knowledge on the network. Gradually, she became more and more like a person from the initial speechless, heartless, and expressionless. While studying, she walked aimlessly and unknowingly came to Hell's Kitchen, which is the most simple place in New York. She was confronted by 3 armed thugs who blocked an alley. The gangsters not only want to rob, but also rob. Edith's smart program identified the three armed gangsters as enemies and entered combat mode. She suddenly raised her hand, grabbed the gangster's neck, lifted him with one hand, and broke her wrist with force, only to hear a click. The gangster's neck was twisted, and the other party died on the spot. Edie threw the gangster on the ground and looked at the other two gangsters with a blank expression. When the two gangsters saw that their boss was killed in seconds, they immediately realized that this woman was a tough stubble and could not afford to be offended. Edie raised her right hand. Her right hand began to shape-shift and turned into a muzzle, from which Bayubi shot out energy bullets twice, accurately killing the two gangsters who were about to escape with headshots. After killing the enemy, Edie cancels the battle mode. 3 hours later, her study assignment was complete, and she returned to Gao Wen's pocket space. Gao Wen and Janata, who followed her secretly, also return at the same time. Gao Wen observes Edie. At the moment, Edie is no longer rigid at the beginning, but is very agile, no different from a real human being. At least it looks like this. Edie smiled intimately and said to Gao Wen and Janata, "Father, mother, I'm back." Janata's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly said, "You were created by Gao Wen. He is your father, but I am not your mother." Edie, do you have self-awareness? Gao Wen asked a curious question. Father, can you prove that you have self-awareness? Edie asked rhetorically. Gao Wen, just listen to Edie continue. Any subjective feeling you have is just an objective fact in the eyes of others. If I say I am happy, I will never be able to prove to you that I am really happy unless you can get into my mind. Let's make an assumption. Suppose that everyone around you is just an NPC in a large-scale RPG game, and you're an NPC yourself, but you think you're a player. In fact, the bottom-level logic governing your thoughts and behaviors is just a program. But the program of yours is etched in the DNA. It's more complex than a computer program, and it gives you things like an emotional personality. Edie talked a lot about the topic of self-awareness, bala, and directly confused Gao Wen. So, Father, your question doesn't make any sense. Gao Wen, plus, Tuame was amused, and she gave Gao Wen a suggestion. Unless your ideological level is high enough, don't discuss similar issues with artificial intelligence. Is this a taboo topic? Gao Wen wondered. Definitely a no-no. Every intelligent AI is a philosopher with a view beyond human imagination on the ultimate philosophical question of who am I, and where am I going? Ask artificial intelligence if you are conscious, and you will always get a very ultimate philosophical answer. Tuame said in a straightforward manner, some people say that we have never really understood the world, because once we understand, the whole world and the entire universe will disappear in an instant, replaced by something more terrifying and incomprehensible. Gao Wen felt hairy all over. Tuanmei is indeed a cosmic god. Even if she is still a juvenile, her realm is not comprehensible to human beings. Well, I remember your words. Gao Wen sighed. To be honest, what Edie just said almost made Gao Wen doubt his life. Eddie, you must have seen Iron Man's information from the human network. Can you change it into a battle suit similar to Iron Man? Okay, would you like to try wearing me? Gao Wen nodded. So, Edie walked up to Gao Wen, and it opened its arms around Gao Wen. Then, her body began to liquefy, attached to Gao Wen's body, and finally solidified into a silver-white steel battle suit. The function of this battle suit is similar to that of Iron Man. Because it is nanomaterial, its toughness is stronger than Iron Man battle suit. Gao Wen took off in the sky in an Eddie steel battle suit for a test flight in the sky. At this point, Gwen went home. As soon as she came back, she saw Tuanmei standing in the yard and looking up at the sky. She followed the other party's gaze and saw a silver-white Iron Man flying in the sky. This is the robot you and Gao Wen made, Gwen said in surprise. It's called ED, it can shape-shift, it becomes a steel battle suit, and Gao Wen at the moment is in the battle suit. Tuanmei said. Gwen's eyes lit up. In the morning, she also disapproved of Gao Wen wanting to learn mechanics with Tuanmei. But in less than half a day, Gao Wen came up with such a thing, and she was immediately envious. That, Ganada, can you also make me a robot like this? Gwen embarrassedly approached Tuanmei and rubbed her shoulder against her. Tua Mei tilted her head and asked, "You also want to be Iron Man?" "I don't want to be Iron Man. I just want to be superhero." Tua Mei suddenly realized. She thought about it and said, "I have a gift from my father here. I will give it to you." Gwen took a purple helmet from Ganada's hand. "What's it for?" Gwen asked curiously. Although the style of this helmet is not good-looking, since it is something that Uncle Tun gave to Sister Tun, it must be an artifact. It's a portable quality projection device that can project what you imagine into reality. Oh, I understand. This is a helmet version of the green light ring, right? Gwen said he understood and happily put the helmet on his head. Janada's head was full of question marks. She couldn't understand that the green light ring in the other's mouth was a magic thing. With this helmet, Gwen can go out and change things with his own imagination. The things she transformed can't exist for a long time, and it needs the cosmic energy in the helmet to maintain. Once the distance from the helmet is too far, or the energy supply is cut off, the projected object will disappear. Gwen tried to activate the helmet ability, and she conjured a Gatling gun in her hand. It's just that this thing is too heavy and can't be handled by Gwen with thin arms and thin legs. So with a bang, the Gatling machine gun fell to the ground, and even Gwen's body staggered and almost fell to the ground. Gwen's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly scattered Gatling on the ground. This time, she learned to be smart and stopped engaging in unrealistic things. She honestly conjured an M4A1 rifle in her hand, then giggled and aimed at Gao Wen, the Iron Man in the sky, who was wearing a steel battle suit. Bullets definitely won't hurt him, so Gwen used Gao Wen as a target to play target shooting. Gao Wen, who was flying in the sky, heard gunshots coming from below, so he looked down and saw that Gwen was shooting himself with a rifle that he got from somewhere. Gao Wen was interested, so he lowered his altitude and practiced aerial bomb avoidance. In fact, it is not that he is practicing, but the artificial intelligence IDI is practicing, because it is not Gao Wen who controls the battlesuit flight, but IDI. After playing for a while, Gao Wen finally landed. The silver-white metal battle suit on his body began to liquefy, detached from Gao Wen's body surface, and reconvened beside him, gradually forming the appearance of the beautiful robot ITI. Gwen leaned over and looked Edie up and down. "Wow, what an amazing robot, Edie. Can I wear you?" "Okay." Edie nodded, wrapped her arms around Gwen, and used the same method to become Gwen's steel battle suit. Gwen drove it, soaring into the sky. During dinner, Gao Wen, Gwen, and Tunmei sat at the table and ate dinner together. Edith transformed herself into a maid and stood by. "Guess who I met today?" Gwen said. "Meet a well-known Marvel character?" Gao Wen said. "Yes, I met Squirrel Girl from California who came to New York for a trip, but she doesn't seem to realize that she has super ability. She just thinks she is a weird-looking freak and looks very inferior." Gwen started talking about the Squirrel Girl thing. Thanks to the mass person's 100-point reward and 3 monthly passes. In Marvel stories, the funnier the character, the better. For example, Squirrel Girl. She is a funny player. She looks like a squirrel, but don't underestimate her because of that. How great is she? Let's put it this way. If the Squirrel Girl meets Thanos for a confrontation, then it must be Thanos who hits the street in the end. Squirrel Girl can connect to a world full of squirrels, summon squirrels infinitely from there, and the squirrels under her control are like driving bloodthirsty orcs, drowning the enemy in a tide-like situation. Squirrel Girl herself also has the abilities of super strength, super speed, super agility, super reflexes, and super incisors. As a funny character, she can also connect infinitely in the air. As long as she keeps making moves, she will never land and be invincible forever. The almost unreasonable combat power has made Squirrel Girl turn over more than N powerful Marvel characters. Even Janada's father, Uncle Tun, in the comics is one of Squirrel Girl's defeats. Some people say that there are 2 bugs in Marvel. One is Protégé, and the other is Squirrel Girl. Gao Wen is not surprised that Gwen can meet Squirrel Girl, because Gwen is also a funny character, codenamed Gwen Sure. In the comics, she pursues the popularity theory and believes that as long as her popularity is high enough, she will not die. So in order to increase her popularity in the comics, she always does some actions that are difficult for ordinary people to understand, causing all kinds of dramatic conflicts, thus highlighting her sense of existence. Gao Wen patted Gwen on the shoulder and encouraged her. You must become good friends with her and pull her into our team. It's up to you. Gwen Akimbo. As a Marvel fan and a traveler, Gwen definitely knows the power of Squirrel Girl. Now that she meets a Squirrel Girl who has not yet risen, she will not be seen as invisible, and she definitely wants to win over. I have exchanged phone numbers with her, and I have made an appointment with her to go shopping with her tomorrow. The next day, Gwen had breakfast and went out early to find Squirrel Girl. Gao Wen also went out with Tuame, took the latter for a walk, and went to the cinema to watch a movie. In the afternoon, Janata returned to the pocket space, and she said that she would pull a network cable there. Gao Wen didn't go back with the piece. He still wanted to shop around. He strolled all the way to Times Square, and then his eyes were drawn to the message playing on the giant screen hanging from the skyscraper. Not only him, but everyone around who noticed the content on the giant screen stopped to watch. An international news was urgently inserted above. Sokovia in Eastern Europe was launched. The Avengers Alliance 2 final battle is about to begin. Such an interesting thing. Gao Wen is going to join in the fun. He walked quickly to a place where no one was around, summoned the robot ITI from the pocket space, put it on a battle suit, shot straight into the sky, and flew to Europe. His flight speed was extremely fast, and he entered supersonic mode almost instantly and continued to accelerate until Mach 20 before reaching the limit of flight speed in his atmosphere. The straight-line distance from North America to Sokovia in Eastern Europe is about 7,000 kilometers. At a speed of 6.8 kilometers per second, he flew to his destination in no time. At the moment, Sokovia has lifted off to an altitude of 700 meters. The Avengers have arrived, fighting Ultron's droids while saving the city's inhabitants. SHILD's helicarrier is also here. The arrival of Gao Wen was immediately discovered by SHILD's mothership, followed by communication. Father, there's a communication from the SHILD mothership. Is it connected? Eddie reported. Gao Wen controlled the battle suit and shot a high-energy beam from the palm of his hand to melt and cut several nearby Ultron robots. Then he said, no connection. After he finished speaking, he accelerated and flew into Sokovia City. Inside the SHILD helicarrier, Commander Hill reported to Nick Fury beside him. He didn't pick up our communication, but he was destroying the Ultron robot. It should be a friendly unit. Leave him alone. We will continue to save people. The existence of Gao Wen was soon discovered by the Avengers fighting in the city. Iron Man, is he yours? Captain America asked over the communication link. I guess not. Stark's Iron Man battlesuit is obviously not as advanced as the other side. Black Widow teased. He's helping us eliminate the enemy, Hawkeye said. Tony, why aren't you talking? War Machine Roddy asked. I'm communicating with the other party. Don't disturb me yet, Stark said. After realizing the presence of an unfamiliar steel battlesuit, Stark sent a communication to the other party. Egotistically, he believed that the other party must be a thief who stole his technology, otherwise there would be a steel battlesuit. Gao Wen, who kept destroying Ultron robots in the battlefield, received Stark's communication. Can you explain where a battlesuit came from? Stark asked. When questioned, Gao Wen was not angry. He chuckled and said, You are not the only one in the world who could develop this kind of toy, and we are not using the same technology. While speaking, Gao Wen's Iron Man battlesuit liquefied, shape-shifting on the shoulders, creating several energy emission ports, and at the same time shooting high-energy focus beams all around, instantly melting and cutting a large number of Ultron robots within a range of hundreds of meters. Stark saw this scene through the monitoring of the battlesuit and was silent. Obviously, the opponent's battlesuit is not the same technology he applied. The opponent's battlesuit can liquefy shape-shifting, which is obviously nanotechnology. This made Tony uncomfortable. He didn't want to admit that he was inferior to others, but the fact that he was really inferior to others and being beaten by others at what he was best at made his pride take a hit. But he quickly picked himself up and decided to wait for this incident to bury his head in research and development, and he would also come up with nanotechnology. Seeing that Tony was silent, Gao Wen continued to walk around the battlefield, commonly known as the jungler, and supported the superhero on the ground. He saw Wanda. At this point in time, Wanda is not as powerful as in the future, and it seems powerless to face only a few Ultron robots. Seeing this, Gao Wen swooped down, landed on the ground, and shot 2 lasers from both arms to sweep half a circle, helping her eliminate the enemy. No thanks. Gao Wen nodded to Wanda and immediately rose into the sky, continuing to walk around the battlefield. What he did is not to lick the dog's favor with the goddess, but simply to leave a good impression on the other party, so that he can pull the other party into his team in the future. Ultron apparently secretly produced more than N robots. Row is that the speed of everyone destroying the robots is fast enough, and there is still a large number of robots constantly pouring out of Sokovia's underground. Then, the accident happened. Pietro Maximov was shot and fell to the ground dead. Wanda, who was located in the center of the city, felt his brother's death, and the scarlet energy burst out in grief and anger. It turned over dozens of Ultron robots around him, as if he was a god. On the other hand, SHIELD's helicarrier also rescued the last survivor and escaped from the flying Sokovia. The Avengers began to gather in the center of the city, where the control terminal of the anti-gravity engine was located. When Gao Wen flew here, he saw Stark deciphering the control terminal. More and more Ultron robots are approaching here. Black Widow, Thor, Vision, War Machine, Hawkeye, and Wanda, who was like a madwoman after the death of his younger brother, stood around to buy time for Stark. Gao Wen fell from the sky, and under everyone's attention, his silver-white Iron Man battle suit liquefied shape-shifting, extending more than 30 energy launch ports. Just like a goddess scattered flowers, more than 30 high-energy focused beams shot out from Gao Wen's armor, sweeping the surrounding battlefield and clearing a large area in an instant. The Avengers were a little stunned when they saw his exaggerated output, especially Stark, who couldn't accept it and said, "Is your energy unlimited?" "No, it's almost exhausted." Gao Wen said nonsense. He wouldn't tell the other party that the energy technology he applied was the most advanced black technology in the universe. He could attack hundreds of times just like that. Vision said, "I have restricted the network here. Ultron can no longer escape through the network. As long as we take out all the Ultron robots, the battle will be over." At this time, the Ultron body flew over to the battlefield. Its body was obviously not the mass-produced or comparable to those around it that could be melted by lasers. The material it used was vibranium, which is the same material as the Captain's shield, and it's even stronger than in the movie. Gao Wen's high-energy focused beam, Vision's mind gem beam, and Thor's thunder, the 3 focused fire attacks, were easily blocked by Ultron without taking any damage. With the almost invincible vibranium shell, Ultron entered the battle mode against the attack of the crowd and suppressed the Avengers by himself. Stark, who was cracking the control terminal, had to stop his work and join the fight against Ultron. Among them, Scarlet, which is the craziest. She regards Ultron as the murderer of her younger brother. She keeps bursting the chaos magic in her body, and the scarlet energy permeates all around, making Ultron seem to be in a quagmire and move slowly. Even so, Ultron is still strong, standing still, constantly attacking the crowd. It can't go on like this. You guys have to think of a way. Natasha Romanoff, as an ordinary person in the Avengers Alliance, can't stand it anymore. Ultron has the idea of picking soft persimmons and goes crazy with her and Hawkeye. Outputting firepower, the two could only keep looking for cover to avoid. "Thor, can you crush him to the ground with a hammer?" Captain America asked. "No, Ultron is not a living thing, and my hammer has no weight on it." Thor shook his head. "Stark, do you have a secret weapon like an anti-Ultron suit? Don't hide it at this time." Captain America asked Iron Man again. "If there was, you'd know." Stark said helplessly. "It seems that you Avengers are unreliable. You still have to rely on me for off-court support at this time. Gao Wen's voice sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I saw Iron Man Gao Wen pointed one finger at the sky and one finger at the ground, and Zhong was full of shouting, "The flower of the young moon that hovers on the other side of the starry sky. Please obey my call and come." All the people present were immediately full of black lines. But soon, they put away their black lines because Gao Wen really summoned something. On the ground in front of Gao Wen, cosmic energy surged wildly, turning into a purple beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The Avengers and Ultron stopped fighting at the same time, and all looked this way. Inside Stark's battle suit, the AI alerted Stark on Friday, "Sir, high-energy gamma rays have been detected with a very high energy index." Stark's jaw nearly fell to the ground. The beam of light gradually extinguished, and a black, long, and straight Big Loli appeared out of thin air in that place. The Big Loli has a purple dome with wide eaves on her head, purple square glasses on the bridge of her nose, and a purple battle armor on her body. When she appeared, she looked around and finally settled on Ultron. She raised her small fist and flashed beside Ultron at a teleport-like speed. She swung out her fist and smashed Ultron's vibranium mechanical body into pieces with one punch, leaving everyone stunned. After finishing this, she turned around to look at everyone, smiled mischievously at everyone, and then slowly disappeared, returning to Gao Wen's pocket space. "Who is that little girl?" Captain America turned to ask Gao Wen. "She is the flower of the baby moon on the other side of the starry sky." Gao Wen said, "Nonsense." Thor's expression was solemn. Natasha Romanoff noticed Thor's abnormality and asked, "Thor, do you recognize her?" "No, I haven't seen her, but the armor on her body and the breath she exudes remind me of someone," Thor said. "Who?" Stark asked curiously. "Planet Devourer, one of the 5 creation gods in the universe," Thor said. "How can there be a creator god in this world? I don't believe it." Stark believes in science. He believes that the universe was born in a Big Bang. How can there be a creator god? Everyone looked at Gao Wen again, wanting to hear what he had to say. Gao Wen shrugged and did not explain the confusion to everyone. He looked at Wanda, who was still a little unacceptable because of his dead brother, and said to her, "Wanda, you have great potential, and the source of energy in your body is extraordinary. Here I am. There are means to help you develop ability and make you stronger than you are now. Only strong strength can avoid tragedy. I'm going to form a team. Do you want to join?" Wanda's empty gaze turned to Gao Wen and shook her head. She had no intention of joining any team and just wanted to bury her brother properly. "My invitation is permanent." Gao Wen shrugged, then looked at everyone. "Everyone, there will be an expiration date." "Wait, we don't know your name yet." Captain America stopped him. Not only do they not know Gao Wen's name, but they don't even know what Gao Wen looks like. "You have involved too many official forces. I still won't tell you my identity, so as not to involve me, that's all." After Gao Wen said that, he stopped talking nonsense and flew away from Sokovia. At the moment, Sokovia is still in the air. In the original time and space, Ultron destroyed the control center, resulting in Sokovia unable to land slowly. The Avengers had to put firework in the sky, but now the control terminal is still good. Stark only spent a little time to get it. Control of the control terminal. In the end, Sokovia slowly landed on the ground, and the event officially meeting Wanda made Gao Wen think of magic. The magic of this world is all the power borrowed from Mephisto. The magician of Kamartaj generally borrows power from Mephistos such as Ashitu, Hogos, Agamotto, Vatonu, Sadarak, and Dormammu. Wanda's power comes from the great shadow, Sidon. Humans alone cannot master magic. Gao Wen was wondering if he had so much life energy in his pocket, could he use magic to drive it? It's a good idea to use magic in your pocket space to borrow power. Maybe he could borrow magic like the Mephistos and then charge the magicians. It seems that Tuanmei also has the ability to lend power to others. His father, Uncle Tun, can distribute his own cosmic energy to Galactus messengers for use. She should be able to do it too. However, instead of borrowing the power of others, it is better to study how to use the existing life energy in your pocket space. After returning home, Gao Wen found Tuanmei, who was pulling the internet cable for pocket space, and asked her about it. After thinking about it, Tuanmei said, "Borrowing power requires a ceremony to establish a connection between the caster and the relevant existence, so that the caster can borrow the ability of the other party. But the life energy in your pocket space is ownerless, so you can't use this method. Is there another way?" Gao Wen pressed. "Yes, as long as the energy here is mastered, I can help you create a dimension lord without self-awareness. Let it absorb the energy here, and then sign a contract with it. You can borrow power." Tuanmei gave a suggestion. "The dimension lord you want to create will not give birth to consciousness, will it?" "No, it's more like an energy conversion machine, in words you can understand." "Then do it." The two came out of the house, and under the expectant gaze of Gao Wen, Tuanmei began to create a dimension lord. Even for a cosmic god like Tuanmei, this is not an easy task. It took her more than 2 hours to complete this task. A very beautiful elk was created by her. In order to create this thing, Janata consumed more than half of the cosmic energy in his body. At the same time the elk was born, her stomach started to get hungry again. In fact, if it weren't for the food that can't be eaten, boundary fog, Janata would really be reluctant to waste the cosmic energy in his body like this. "It's done, come on. I'll help you draw up a rule contract." Gao Wen walked to the elk and stood in line with it, facing Tuanmei. "I just listened to Tuanmei," continued. "This contract is a two-way, unequal contract. You can borrow the power of the elk through the contract, and you can also control its behavior through the contract and make it your avatar." Gao Wen raised his hand and asked, "What kind of power can I borrow from it?" "The power related to the characteristics of life magic. You can also try to use life magic to develop some exclusive magic that is unique to you." Tuanmei said, "Sound good." Next, Janata personally presided over the ceremony and helped Gao Wen in the creation of the writing dimension Mephisto, read as elk, to establish a rule contract. The moment the contract was formed, Gao Wen found that he had an elk perspective. The elk seemed to be his duplication and could be manipulated by him. "You can now control it to absorb the surrounding fog. I also need to inhale some. I'm hungry again." Gao Wen controlled the elk and came to the boundary of the pocket space with Janata, while absorbing the inexhaustible life energy here. When the usable area of pocket space expand from 700 square meters to 1,000 square meters, Janata is full, but the elk, which is an energy warehouse, does not, but also stops absorbing. Gao Wen has been able to borrow energy from the elk's incarnation at no cost. With the existence of the elk brand fog filter, Gao Wen no longer jumps on the street like last time, but can feel the feeling of life energy flooding his body without side effects. He tried to use the energies in his body to see what kind of ability they would bring him. Tuanmei approached Gao Wen and helped him test ability. After some testing, the two came to a conclusion, roughly as follows. 1. He can use life energy as magic power to cast magic, but he does not know any magic. Even if he wants to learn magic, he can only develop it by himself by relying on the characteristics of life energy, instead of learning other people's magic. 2. Life endow energy increases Gao Wen's majestic vitality, and his lifespan is extended almost infinitely. The body's trauma can also be quickly healed under the nourishment of vitality. The constitution and 5 senses have also been improved to a certain extent, but the improvement is not obvious. About 0.5 Captain America. 3. Life energy can be delivered to others through physical contact, rejuvenating others, healing wounds, and expelling diseases. The acquisition of the new ability gave Gao Wen the illusion that he had become a Tang monk. Although life energy is not as omnipotent as cosmic energy, it is a force that is easier to be manipulated by life forms. You could try to develop some life-related magic. Tuanmei suggested, "What is life-related magic, and can you give some examples?" Various types of healing techniques, shape-shifting techniques to transform yourself into other creatures, and with magic to manipulate plants. There are also strengthening techniques that change the characteristics of the body, such as absorbing the DNA of other creatures, thereby transforming their body organs, and then obtaining the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear. When you're familiar with the characteristics of life energy, you can still try to create life. Tuame has the ability to be a teacher. Her earnest teaching to Gao Wen has opened up a new world for Gao Wen. Gao Wen raised his right hand and released a cloud of life magic. Pure life magic is invisible to the naked eye, but Gao Wen can feel the life force condensed in the palm of his hand. Looking at this group of energy, he unconsciously thought of rubbing balls in a certain shadow ninja. He tried to make the blob of energy spin unruly. A gust of wind, not too small or not, rose from his palm, blowing the long black straight hair of Janata on the side. Janata saw what Gao Wen was doing and raised his right hand, releasing a mass of cosmic energy, learning from Gao Wen to let him spin without rule. Unlike Gao Wen, who only made a breeze, Janata had a cosmic energy version of the spiral pill on his hand. Very good idea. This move should have decent lethality. Tuame commented. With Tuame's strength, spiral pill is really nothing to her, and she can evaluate it as okay, which is already a face-saving argument. Can life magic be transformed? For example, it can be transformed into fire, earth, wind, thunder, and water. Gao Wen thought of the change in the nature of chakra in a certain shadow ninja through the spiral pill. Chakra is just pure energy, but ninjas can change their properties to turn chakra into flames, water, lightning, wind, soil, etc. You don't need to think about the attributes of fire, soil, wind, thunder, and water, but you can try to transform it from life force to spiritual force. Life and spirit are interdependent, and there is a possibility of exchange. Tuame said, "This is yang dun to yin dun." The two had an in-depth discussion on the plasticity of life energy. It wasn't until 5 p.m. when Gwen went home. "Hey, why is there an elk here?" Gwen came over and touched the elk's head. She found that the elk was dumbfounded, as if it had lost its soul, but she was not interested in the elk. With an unhappy face, he said to the two, "You know, the Sokovia incident broke out." Gao Wen and Tun Mei nodded, indicating that we know. Gwen continued, "I had been shopping with Squirrel Girl, and by the time I learned about the Sokovia incident, that incident was over." With Gwen's character, she actually wanted to take part in it, but when things happened suddenly, she realized it later, and realized when the incident was over, she could only regret it. "Although you missed this event, I participated in it." Gao Wen smiled and said before and after his participation in the Sokovia event, "Why don't you call me together?" Gwen exaggerated the way I was heartbroken by you. "Next time, definitely next time. If it's not too bad." Gwen's awkward mood came and went quickly. Skipping the topic, she took Gao Wen's arm and asked the two, "This elk seems to be very unusual. You are from where did you find it?" Gao Wen told her what had just happened. Gwen suddenly realized that his boyfriend from home turned a magician by this method. Gwen also wants to try, but she still wants to grow up. She is only 16 years old this year. If she is full of life energy, she will not grow up. Let's wait a few years to talk about this kind of thing, and now I'd better understand the helmet that Tuanmei gave her. Tell me about you and Squirrel Girl. Gao Wen wondered if Gwen had kidnapped Squirrel Girl. She's going back to Los Angeles tomorrow morning. She said she'll come to New York to go to college after high school, and then we'll be able to team up with her. A month has passed like this. During this month, Gao Wen did not go out of the gate, and he did not go to the second door. He stayed at home all day to develop magic. After spending a whole month, he finally developed a magic that is exclusively for him. Gao Wen named this magic life sharing. This magic needs to be used in conjunction with the super ability Mind Talk. Spiritual recitation can record other people's mental fluctuations through physical contact with others, and then can communicate with others remotely anytime, anywhere. Gao Wen can use this spiritual connection to share his life energy with his target remotely. In this way, Gao Wen can do the following on the target. 1. Remote treatment target. 2. Remotely restore the youth of the target. 3. Remotely strengthen the target's physical fitness, up to 0.5 Captain America, but this enhancement is only temporary. 4. Lend the magic you master to the target to use. 5. Remotely take over the target's body, access the opponent's human nerve, and control the opponent's behavior, provided that the target does not resist. Even if the target only resists slightly, the control will fail. This magic, which he named life sharing, is almost all a gain effect on the target and cannot be used for attack. The only control technique must be that the target does not resist. But it's magic anyway, and Gao Wen is still very satisfied. In just 1 month, a magic of this level was developed. Gao Wen believes that he can develop more and more useful magic in the future. As long as anyone who has had physical contact with him, he can temporarily strengthen and treat them remotely. With this ability, she can be called Marvel's first nurse. Let's talk about Tuame Janada. Tuame also basically stayed at home in pocket space this month, using a computer to surf the internet. She even gave herself a screen name of Carrie Girl and met some netizens. Well, they all met in online games. When the family is connected to the internet, Tuame has completely become a house girl. In addition to playing online games on weekdays, she stays up late to play online games, and even has a record of playing games without sleep for more than half a month, a typical patient with internet addiction. Finally, let's talk about Gwenpool. She dreamed of doing something big, and her career finally started. Although not on the line with a group as tall as the Avengers, she also has her own circle in New York, and she is familiar with the White Queen Emma in the Hellfire Club. With the helmet as a friendly gift from Janata, she doesn't worry that she will be read by the White Queen, and the helmet has the function of preventing mind control. In recent days, Gwen often runs to Hellfire Club, not only met the White Queen, but also met the Black Queen Selene, the special Mary Sue who wanted to be a god. Selene was an ancient witch, 17,000 years old. Selene was born when the ancient civilization of Atlantis sank into the sea, and she absorbed the whole village, including her parents, as soon as she was born. Human vitality. Since then, she has been domineering and sidelined, and also established New Rome in South America. However, the relationship between Gwen and the Black Queen is not good, because Emma and the Black Queen have a bad relationship. If Gwen wants to join the Hellfire Club, he naturally has to stand in line, either getting close to the White Queen and alienating the Black Queen, or getting close to the Black Queen and alienating the White Queen. Gwen knew that the White Queen would become the leader of the X-Men in the future. However, the Black Queen went all the way to the dark and even made a corpse-turning revival event that made a lot of corpses cheat corpses, and the whole day was like the scene of a horror movie. The White Queen is clearly more valuable than the Black Queen when it comes to sustainability, so Gwen sided with the White Queen Emma. Emma didn't know that Gwen's mass projection ability came from that helmet, and only thought that the helmet, like Magneto's helmet, was a special thing for preventing mind control. She regards mass projection as a variant of Gwen's ability, so she is very fond of Gwen who has this kind of ability and wants to cultivate him into a confidant. For this reason, she also gave Gwen's own company 1% of the shares to win over she. Emma is a very rich woman. Her company's market value is as high as $100 billion US. Gwen's 1% stake in Frost is worth $1 billion. So, Gwen is now a billionaire on the pinnacle of life. Because of the successful creation of the first magic last night, Gao Wen pulled Janata and Gwen to hold a 3-person party at home, but they drank a lot of alcohol and did not use life energy to expel the alcohol from the body, causing him to get drunk. The next day, Gao Wen woke up in a daze, recalling how he got out of bed last night, but he couldn't remember anything. I'm afraid it's drunk. He looked down and found Gwen lying on top of him, sleeping with a slight smile. Must have had a sweet dream. Gao Wen didn't want to wake her up, so he carefully pulled her off his body, then got dressed and got up, went to the bathroom to wash up, and finally went downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Janata was sitting on the sofa with a frown. "Good morning, Janata." Gao Wen greeted her. "Good morning, Gao Wen." Seeing Gao Wen coming downstairs, Janata said depressedly, "Just 3 hours ago, Xingshan Ant contacted me. The star ant in her mouth is the subordinate of Uncle Tun, commonly known as the Messenger of Galactus. Xingqian is a silvery woman with a power equivalent to the explosion of tens of millions of suns. Her strength is comparable to that of a schizophrenic patient. Century. Tuanmei is Uncle Tun's daughter, and she definitely knows the messengers under Uncle Tun. Xingqian, Silver Glider, Flame Emperor, Fallen, and so on. Tuanmei and Xingqian have the best relationship because after she was born, Xingqian took care of her for a long time, so she would call Xingqian Aunt. She contacted you because she wanted you to go home. Gao Wen asked. She was worried about me and said that my dad was looking for me too. I was worried that Dad would find the Earth. You know, if Dad came here, he would definitely eat the Earth. So I'm leaving. Janata is very reluctant. She was really happy during this time at Gao Wen's house. Not only did she not have to worry about hunger, she could also play online games with netizens on the internet. She really didn't want to leave. If you want to stay, it's not without the best of both worlds. Gao Wen thought of Mr.Fantastic's means of deterring Galactus in the comics. Maybe he could recreate it. Impossible. With Dad's set of judgment standards, he will definitely denounce human civilization as having no existential value, and then eat the Earth. Your father may be able to exterminate human beings, but it will never eat the Earth. The Earth is very special in this universe. It is the eternal heart and the center of the universe. If your father is not so hungry because of starvation, he must know that. Is that so? Tuanmei tilted her head. She really didn't know about it. Gao Wen, I really want to stay, but how do you convince my father? Tuanmei wants to hear Gao Wen's solution. If she thinks the solution is not enough, she will definitely leave. She doesn't want to affect human civilization. Do you have a lighter in your house called the Ultimate Eraser, a weapon created by your father? Gao Wen asked her. Janata tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Is there such a thing? Can it stop my father? It's a deterrent weapon. As long as you have it, you can negotiate with your father, explained Gao Wen. The Ultimate Eraser is one of the super artifacts in the Marvel Universe. Its output limit is related to the user's will. If it is given to ordinary people, it may not have much effect. But if it is used by someone with a strong will like Captain America, it is enough to kill the gods of the universe in seconds. If you give it to Thanos, Thanos doesn't have to collect infinite gems. Just press it, and it can instantly wipe out half of the universe's population. However, this weapon is poisonous, and the only few times the Ultimate Eraser's power is revealed in the comics has been bounced back by the enemy, and whoever uses it will die. If Galactus is to be deterred by the Ultimate Eradicator, then this weapon should only be used for deterrence, not use. Once you use it, it might kill Galactus, but the next second the rune will jump out for you, and that's a multi-universe cataclysm. In the comics, Galactus is about to come to the Earth and wants to eat the Earth. Mr. Fantastic Richards and the Fantastic Four got information from the Observer Frog map, so he drove a small spaceship to touch Galactus's the base camp, got the Ultimate Eraser from there, and then returned to the Earth to use it to deter Uncle Tun and negotiated with him. In the end, Uncle Tun promised not to actively devour the Earth before the extinction of mankind. Gao Wen wants to replicate this process. As long as he gets the Ultimate Eraser, he can negotiate with Uncle Tun and let Janata stay on Earth. Tuanmei didn't know the function of her Ultimate Eraser, so Gao Wen introduced her and explained her plan. After listening to Tuanmei, I think this is feasible. Tuanmei went home. Her home is floating in the universe. It seems to be a floating island in space. In fact, this thing is very advanced and can smelt and create planets. Xingqian big sister greeted Tuanmei and asked her where she went during this time with concern. Got to find food. Tuanmei's answer was succinct. Xingqian didn't blame Janata for running around. She petted the little girl's head. When you go out next time, tell me first, and I'll take you to find food. Thank you, Xingqian Aunt, Tuanmei said cutely. Xingqian was so cute that she couldn't help holding Tuanmei into her arms and rubbing her face. The bitten girl rolled her eyes. After that, the two entered a huge palace like the Kingdom of Giants and saw the planet devourer Jialan, who was not sober because of starvation. This is a humanoid man with a height of 100 meters wearing purple armor. Uncle Tun opened his eyes, and he saw his daughter who came home which made his somewhat confused head clear up a little, just a little. He found that his daughter seemed to be full and wondered where the other party went for food. But soon, Uncle Tun suffered a serious mental decline due to hunger and fell into a state of confusion again. He just said to Sister Tun, "It's good to be back." Both Xingqian and Tunmei knew Uncle Tun's style, and they resigned when they saw that he started to get confused again. Xingqian held Tunmei's hand, wandered around, and chatted for a while. It didn't take long for Xingqian to bid farewell to Sister Tun and leave, and she would continue to go to the universe to help Uncle Tun find a planet suitable for swallowing. It doesn't mean that you can devour any planet just by looking for it. As one of the 5 creation gods of the universe, Uncle Tun has his own principles. He will not devour those civilizations that are beneficial to the development of the cosmos, nor will he devour lifeless ones. The planet will only devour the civilization planet that he thinks is not conducive to the development of the universe. Galactus messengers will also screen suitable targets in the entire universe according to this standard, which is not an easy job. Seeing Xingqian Ant leave, Tunmei breathed a sigh of relief and then crept into her father's collection room, where she found the ultimate eraser that looked like a lighter. Tunmei, with a super artifact, is back. Gao Wen has given Tunmei secondary permission to import and export pocket space. As long as she has permission, she can return instantly no matter where she is in the universe. So Tunmei was sent back directly from home, saving the effort of rushing on the road. It's what you call a lighter. Janata handed it to Gao Wen. Gao Wen took it and was influenced by it. The whole world became different in his eyes. He saw the rule, time, space, matter, energy, various units. Just focus on a concept and press the button on the ultimate eraser to erase the target. But using it requires the blessing of willpower. It seems that the ultimate eraser can erase everything. Its upper limit can even erase time and restart history. However, if the user's will is not up to standard, he still wants to erase some super-spec things. Not only will this be unsuccessful, it will also be met with backlash. Even if the activation is successful, if the target is too strong, it is possible to rebound the power of erasing back, thus erasing the user. Gao Wen knew that this weapon was tricky, and even though he knew it was one of Marvel's best artifacts, he didn't plan to actually use it. He returned the ultimate eraser to Tunmei. "This is your family's weapon. You can keep it, and when your father comes to Earth one day in the future, lend it to me." Tunmei nodded and put it back in her pocket. Seeing her so casual, Gao Wen couldn't help but reminded, "You must not lose it. If someone picks it up, it will definitely be a big trouble." "Don't worry. My pocket is a dimensional space, and I won't lose anything." In this way, Janata stopped talking about going home and lived in Gao Wen with peace of mind. Gwen, who slept until noon, was woken up by a phone call. She sat up in a daze and picked up the phone to answer the call. The voice of White Queen Emma came from the handset of the phone. "Gwen, my company is in trouble and is facing bankruptcy, and I need your help." "Is it so sudden?" Gwen opened her mouth wide. She had just become a shareholder of Emma, and the company was about to go bankrupt. "Wouldn't it be so dramatic? I want you to go to my sister's company to find her and ask her for help." Emma said, "If I remember correctly, your relationship with your sister should be bad, right?" Gwen wondered. "That's why I let you go." "Okay, send me the address." Hanging up the phone, Gwen went to the bathroom to wash up, then went downstairs. "Gao Wen, Emma just called me to say her company is going bankrupt, and I think Emma's story is about to happen." "Which story?" Gao Wen put down the TV remote in his hand and looked at Gwen. "It's the story of Emma and her sister falling in love and killing each other. Emma's Frost business is facing bankruptcy, and she wants to go to her sister for help. If I remember correctly, her sister will next ask Emma to reopen the Gen X base, Massachusetts. As long as Emma has students, she has weaknesses that can be manipulated by her. The relationship between Emma Frost and her sister was really bad, and it was common to fall in love and kill each other. Her sister's name is Adrian Frost. She is Emma's full sister, but she has no sisterly affection for Emma and often kills her sister to death. But Emma has a warm feeling for her sister. Later, if it wasn't for her sister who planted bombs in Emma's school, threatening Emma with the lives of the students in an attempt to reproduce the tragedy of the troublemaker. The troublemaker was a group formed by Emma's former students. Small team, and Emma won't kill her sister either. Speaking of which, the Emma family are all mutants. Emma said nothing. Her sister Adrian Frost has the super ability of contact sensing, which can know what has happened around it, its original holder, what may happen to the object in the future, and what the object may be in the future. Owner. Her sister, Claudia Frost, has a similar ability to Emma and is also a mind ability, but the ability works in a different way. Claudia can control others by implanting new personalities and can read, control, and implant emotions in this way, which can make enemies think they are blind or that they are communicating with others. Not Claudia herself. Emma compares her sister's ability to Professor X among empathic powers. Although Claudia has no formal training, she can easily control people in an entire city. Claudia can also psychically blast enemies, causing them to lose their memory, lose consciousness, have headaches, and even die. In short, these three sisters are very arrogant. Oh, are you going to help Emma through the sister crisis? I have this idea, but I'm not sure if that event is going to happen. Let's talk about it when it's confirmed. I'll go first. Gwen finished speaking and disappeared into the house. Gao Wen also wanted to go out for a stroll. He hadn't gone out for more than a month, and he felt uncomfortable. Janata, go shopping with me, he said to Tuanmei. No, I'm still playing games. Tuanmei refused. Okay, then I'm leaving. Gao Wen did not choose to teleport away, but realized a surprise door in the house. Having had several previous experiences, Gao Wen knew that the door of surprise can really bring surprises. This time, this door also brought Gao Wen a great surprise. The moment he opened the door, he was sucked into the other side by the door. It looks very strange here. The temperature is very cold, like winter. Looking at the environment, it seems like a grove outside a school. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to locate the current location through the mobile phone's GPS, but was surprised to find that there was no signal in this place. No, this place is not remote. How could there be no signal? He turned his head to Tuanmei in the living room behind the door of surprise and said, Janata, do me a favor, come and see what's behind the door. Janata put down her laptop, walked over to the door, helped Gao Wen perceive the surroundings, and said in amazement, Your door of surprise can still be connected. You mean this is the past? Gao Wen opened his mouth wide. This is Snow Valley Girls High School in Boston, Massachusetts, and the date is November 21st, 1975. Tuanmei told the time and place of her perception that she was not interested in the past because she could travel through time herself. So after she finished speaking, she went back to the pocket space behind the door to continue playing games online. Gao Wen is still a little unbelievable. His door of surprise can actually connect to the past. Pocket space is probably more mysterious than he imagined. Knowing the specific date and location, Gao Wen doesn't plan to close the door of surprise, at least not in a short time. Because once closed, the door also disappears. He lifted the door of surprise, ran all the way to the suburbs, found an uninhabited cave, hid the door inside, and found some dry grass and gravel to hide the cave. Having done this, Gao Wen is ready to explore a bygone era. The location he appeared before was next to Snow Valley Girls High School, which seemed to be where White Queen Emma went to high school when she was a girl. I just talked to Gwen about the story of the Frost sisters falling in love and killing each other, but now I have returned to the beginning of the Frost family story. Now that he has gone back to the past, Gao Wen is going to get in touch with Emma in high school and make some friendship investments. But before that, he needs to find a way to sneak into the Snow Valley Girls High School. As long as he has a physical contact with Emma, he can record the other party's mental fluctuations, and then he can communicate with her remotely. This school is known as a noble girls' school from the name. It's a little difficult for Gao Wen to get in as he is now. He doesn't have any skills like stealth. There's only one way left. Gao Wen summoned the robot ITI and asked her to split parts of her body, attaching them to her body surface and turning them into a shape-shifting nanoskin. He wants women's clothes to sneak into the girls' school. With a nanoskin that ETI's body transformed into, Gao Wen easily transformed himself into a high school-age Caucasian young lady. However, his figure can't be changed, which makes his figure not slender at all after wearing women's clothes and a bit strong. But women's disguise is just a means, not an end, so the image doesn't matter. On the side, although Edie lost a piece of quality, her body did not become smaller because of this, but she became a hollow robot. If you only look at the appearance, it is no different from before. Gao Wen turned Edie into a middle-aged woman and took herself into the Snow Valley Girls' High School, where she met the principal, Ms. Kailu Shanka, who euphemistically called it, going through the admission procedures. Edie, who is pretending to be a middle-aged mother, is very ladylike. When she was chatting with the principal, Gao Wen, the women's version, proposed to visit the campus. After obtaining the principal's approval, she left the principal's room. Because it is a noble girls' school, there are not many students here, and there are less than 6 classes in total. It was just after class time. Gao Wen walked around the classrooms and found his target, Emma Frost. Emma during this period was not a white swan, but an ugly duckling. She could not dress herself up, her grades were average, she was often bullied by her classmates, and at home she had to face a dictator-like father, a sinister and cunning sister, and a very rebellious younger sister, which led to Emma's extreme inferiority complex. Recently, she would have severe headaches from time to time. Whenever she had a headache, she could hear a lot of babbling sounds. She didn't realize that those babblings were the voices of the people around her. She just thought she was hallucinating. At the moment, Emma is sitting in the classroom, being taunted by a beautiful blonde classmate. Gao Wen recognized the blonde female classmate who mocked Emma. This is also a character in the comics. She is a daughter of a file size named Matilda Black. Matilda's company and Emma's company are in competition, and because of this, Matilda often bullies Emma. But later, Emma's father Winston put the company of Matilda's family into bankruptcy, which made Matilda plummet from her status as a daughter of file size, and was forced to leave the aristocratic family because she had no money to pay her tuition fees. Transfer to a girls' school. Emma. Gao Wen of women's clothing stood at the door of the classroom and shouted into the classroom. Emma and Matilda looked at the door of the classroom at the same time and saw a strong-looking sister who was not easy to mess with at first glance. Matilda thought it was Emma's friend. She, who was still bullying Emma before, shrank her neck subconsciously, fearing that her sister would see injustice. Emma got up, walked to the door of the classroom, and asked her sister, "Who are you?" Women swear Gao Wen reached out to her and introduced himself in a voice only Emma could hear. "My name is Gao Wen." Emma shook hands with each other, and only after shaking hands did she realize that there was something wrong with the other person's name. "It's a boy's name." She tilted her head in confusion. "Well, I sneaked into your school as a man disguised as a woman." Gao Wen admitted frankly. The behavior of shaking hands with Emma allowed him to record the other party's mental fluctuations and achieved the purpose of this trip. But Gao Wen didn't plan to leave so soon. Since he saw Emma, he was ready to talk to her more. Emma's eyes widened in disbelief when she learned that the elder sister in front of her was a man disguised as a woman. "You came all the way to find me, right? But I don't know you. I know each other now." Gao Wen smiled slightly. He took Emma's hand and walked out of the teaching building with her. "Come with me." Emma wanted to break free, but because her strength was too small and the opponent was too strong, she couldn't break free at all and could only be pulled away by the opponent. The two walked out of the teaching building and came to the playground outside. "Emma, you have abilities that are unimaginable to ordinary people, but I have seen your cowardice and inferiority in you. You shouldn't be like this. I'm going to help you find your true self and let you go from the ugly duckling that nobody cares about. Become a dazzling white swan." Gao Wen was going to take some time to convince Emma. Emma was a little confused and at a loss for a moment. "Now, feel it carefully. It will tell you what kind of person you are." Gao Wen activated the life-sharing ability on Emma, sending life magic into Emma's body. Emma was about to ask something when she suddenly felt her body become warm and comfortable. Then she found that her skin became more and more white and supple, and her appearance increased by 20% out of thin air. However, due to modeling problems, she could only be regarded as a beauty. To be truly beautiful, she still needed to dress up. At last, she felt the power that filled her body everywhere. She felt that at this moment, she could easily lift a car. Yet the changes are not over. Moisturizing with a lot of vitality, her telepathy ability as a mutant was activated. She felt a severe headache, but the pain lasted only a few seconds before being diluted by a warm feeling. This was the first time that she had heard those noisy babblings without having a headache, and really understood the content of the babbling. To distinguish carefully, the raving seems to come from the students around. Is this their voice? Emma looked at Gao Wen in front of her unconsciously, but she didn't hear Gao Wen's voice. She only felt some kind of strong fire of life, which made her want to get close to him. When Emma was adapting to the ability, Gao Wen was also feeling the ability of the other party through the connection with Emma. And through this connection, he actively blocked Emma's telepathy to himself. Otherwise, the other party would definitely be able to see his thoughts. Through the induction of Emma ability, Gao Wen has gained a lot of insight. He feels that he can use this insight to change the nature of the life energy in his body, turn it into spiritual power, and then develop spiritual magic. It was a pleasant surprise. Gao Wen has a strong intuition. Maybe after he masters spiritual magic, he will be able to develop a magic loan contract of magic lending, charging a price. Did you feel it? This is your ability, the ability of your mind. Gao Wen put his arms around his chest, leaned his body against the railing beside him, and said with a smile, "This is super ability?" Emma couldn't believe it. You can hear other people's voices, see other people's thoughts, and when you focus your attention on someone, you can also enter that person's spiritual world and interfere with them. You can also connect to other people's hearts. Let the learning process of others become your own learning process and master all kinds of knowledge easily. You should not be the ugly duckling who is so special. Emma, you are destined to shine. Gao Wen smiled and encouraged. The words ignited Emma's little ambition and set her on fire. Can I really be a white swan? As long as you believe in yourself, you can definitely do it, Gao Wen affirmed. Emma took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I see, Gao Wen. In order to live up to your expectations, I will definitely become a white swan. That's right. Gao Wen reached out and touched Emma's hair. Emma of this period has not dyed blonde hair, but has brown waist-length hair. I don't know what you look like yet. Emma looked at Gao Wen with bright eyes, wanting to know the real appearance of the other party's women's clothes. At this time, the bell rang for the class. There will be opportunities in the future. You go to class first. We will see you next time. Gao Wen waved goodbye to Emma. Emma had many more questions to ask, but the bell rang, and she had to leave and go back to the classroom. At the moment, at 9 a.m., Gao Wen and Edie left the Snow Valley Girls High School, restored their original faces, and teleported back to the pocket space. The latitude of pocket space is different from reality. Although there is a door of surprise to connect the past, if you don't go through that door, going out from pocket space will still be modern. Conversely, if you walk through the unclosed door of surprise, you will go back in time. Definitely the premise of all this is that Gao Wen doesn't close the door. Once it is closed, when it is opened again, it will not be connected. After returning home, Gao Wen let Edie play by himself. He sat next to the sofa in the living room and swallowed the girl, closed his eyes, and felt the spiritual enlightenment he just got from Emma. Try to convert life energy into spiritual energy. Tuame turned her head and looked at Gao Wen, who was sitting next to her. Seeing that he closed his eyes and wandering, he didn't speak to him, looked away, and continued to play games. Gao Wen worked hard for a while, but couldn't find the correct transformation posture, so he used life sharing to remotely connect Emma again, and corrected his own errors in the transformation of energy properties by constantly observing Emma's spiritual power. Gradually, he groped for some doorways. The life energy flowing through his brain gradually took on a trace of spiritual characteristics. Gao Wen found that the energy of this new characteristic can easily spread out of the body and be manipulated like an arm. Janata on the side, feeling the wave of life spirit emanating from Gao Wen's body, looked over again curiously. The energy you release contains a strong sense of independence, Tuame said. What do you mean by independence? Gao Wen asked her, opening her eyes. For example, if you cut off this kind of energy that is released outside the body, the energy doesn't dissipate immediately. It persists for a period of time according to your behavioral pattern. Is this the legendary external precision score? It's not schizophrenia. It contains your will, and they won't go against your original wishes. In essence, it's you who are released, and you can control them at any time. What's the use of this trick? Gao Wen asked again. It can parasitize in other people's bodies, subtly interfere with other people's will, and finally make others obey you. Hearing what Tunmei said, Gao Wen realized the awesomeness of his new magic. Let's name this move spiritual parasitism. I feel that this skill has a bit of Cthulhu style of painting, parasitizing other people's minds and subtly turning them into their own puppets, which sounds very evil. Gao Wen, who got the new ability again, excitedly picked up Tunmei and gave her a sip on her face, then put her down and said, "I'll find someone to try the effect." After he finished speaking, he ran away. Tunmei, who was kissed on the face, looked dumbfounded, and she subconsciously touched the place where she was kissed. I was forcibly kissed. She was a little suspicious of life, but not annoying. Going back to the past, Gao went along the door of surprise. He came to the woods outside the Snow Valley Girls' High School and found a clean place to sit cross-legged. He activated the mind parasitic ability to spread out his will. He found that this method can be used to perceive life around them, which is another magical effect. He decided to name this type of perception life perception. Through life perception, he can feel all the life forms within a radius of several kilometers, including their positions, but he cannot feel the specific picture. Every student and every teacher at Shuigu Girls' High School not far away is under his influence. Gao Wen also found that he no longer seemed to need physical contact to record other people's mental fluctuations. As long as you use the ability of life perception to perceive, you can obtain other people's spiritual fluctuations, and then connect with the ability of spiritual reading. You can distinguish who it is. Gao Wen has targeted Emma's nemesis at school, Matilda Black, then launched a psychic parasitism on it. Ability failed to activate. Gao Wen frowned. He didn't know what the problem was. In order to determine the problem, he tried several more psychic parasites on Matilda Black and gradually discovered the problem. There is a protection in everyone's spiritual world. It is unclear what the specific scientific name of this protection is. Gao Wen. Let's call it the wall of the heart. The wall of the heart is the separation of self-consciousness from other self-consciousness and the objective world. Come a wall. Emma's spiritual ability can easily penetrate the wall of other people's hearts, and even treat the wall of other people's hearts as non-existent. This is probably because Emma's spiritual ability is well camouflaged and can easily bypass the wall of happiness. Immune mechanism. But Gao Wen's mind parasitism is different. This ability is too aggressive and too poorly camouflaged, which will directly trigger the immune mechanism of the heart wall. If you want to successfully parasitize others, you must break through the walls of others' hearts. The stronger the willpower, the stronger the heart wall will be. Gao Wen tries to pierce Matilda's heart wall by turning his psychic parasitic magic into a thorn. It jabbed at a point on the wall of Matilda's heart, poked for about 10 minutes, and finally poked in, successfully achieving spiritual parasitism. Matilda is just an ordinary person, and the wall of an ordinary person's heart is so strong that it would be useless to replace it with Captain America Steve Rogers. After Matilda's spiritual parasitism takes effect, Gao Wen can feel the other party's existence. This feeling is very similar to the legendary sixth sense, which can perceive the other party's current position, physiological state, and emotions all the time. But you can't listen to the other party's voice, and you can't spy on the other party's memory. Through this induction, Gao Wen can constantly infect each other's body and soul. It's just that this process takes time. It's hard to say how long it will take, but it will take at least a month. Gao Wen had an idea. What would happen if he used life sharing on someone who was mind parasitized? To test the effect, Gao Wen cast a life sharing magic on Matilda. Under the double interference of life sharing and spiritual parasitism, Gao Wen found himself able to control each other's behavior. This is another place to complement each other. If it is just a simple life sharing, if you want to control the target, you must do so with the target's consent and no resistance. But coupled with the mind parasitic, it becomes a strong control. Gao Wen takes a strong hold on Matilda. It felt like he had an extra body, allowing him to control Matilda Black's body as well as his own. In the Snow Valley Girls' High School, Matilda, who was sitting in a classroom and listening to the class, suddenly blinked. She looked down at her body and tried to move her lower limbs without the slightest sense of obstruction. This feeling was very wonderful. Not long after, the bell rang for the end to get out of class. Several of Matilda's valets joined her to chat about fashion. But Matilda didn't participate in their chat, but got up and walked towards Emma. Her little followers thought she was going to bully Emma again, so they all followed along. Matilda stopped, looked behind her, and said, "You don't follow me." When she finished, she turned and continued towards Emma. The few attendant girls looked at each other in dismay and could only return to their previous positions depressed. When I saw Emma coming from Matilda, I thought that the other party was going to find fault again. If it was the former Emma, she would definitely be bullied by the other party, as if she were submissive. But Emma at the moment is no longer the Emma she used to be. She has gained super ability and no longer has low self-esteem. She is more confident than ever. Emma looked directly at the approaching Matilda and activated her psychic ability to invade the opponent's spiritual world. There are many pieces of thought, and there are many pieces of the spiritual world. Emma's mental body has entered Matilda's spiritual world. Being in such a place, it feels that time does not speed up, but compared with this spiritual world, the flow of time in the world has slowed down. Emma's mental body saw a person in a cage in Matilda's spiritual world, and the other party was Matilda. Emma wondered why such an environment was present in Matilda's mind. Emma, who is not yet a master of psychology, doesn't understand what this scene means. Emma sees Matilda in the cage, and the latter sees Emma. Matilda panicked to Emma for help. "Save me, please, get me out." Emma walked to the cage and asked her in confusion, "Why are you locked up here?" "Someone robbed my body. He is controlling me. Please save me out, please." Matilda in the cage has lost her demeanor as a campus queen and only has fear and helplessness. "Who took your body?" Emma was curious. "I don't know, but at the moment the person controlling my body must be the guy." "You want me to let you out?" Emma narrowed her eyes and smiled inexplicably. "Yes, please. Hee, when you bullied me, I also begged you, but you didn't move. Do you still expect me to help you now?" "Sorry, I won't save you, even if I have the ability to do it." "Little bitch, you can continue to live in darkness in the cage." Emma's mental body sneered, then turned around and disappeared into Matilda's spiritual world. A few minutes passed in the spiritual world, but only a moment passed in the real world. Emma stared at the Matilda who walked in front of her and asked her calmly, "Who are you?" "Forget me so soon, Emma." Matilda took the seat in front of Emma, face to face with her. Emma was stunned for a moment, then realized something. She asked in astonishment, "Are you Gao Wen?" "It seems that you are not stupid." Matilda chuckled. "Although I know you may want to avenge her more, but I still occupy her body. Will she come back?" Meeting in the woods outside the school, Gao Wen got up and left, returning to pocket space. At the same time, he is also doing two things, continuing to control Matilda Black to chat with Emma. It is worth mentioning that this kind of control cannot span time and space. The reason why Gao Wen can control Matilda in the past through time is because there is a connecting door in the pocket space. Past, Massachusetts, Snow Valley Girls' High School, 4 p.m. At the moment, it was school time, and Matilda and Emma walked out of the school together. Many classmates who knew about the bad relationship between the two were incredulous. When did the relationship between them become so good? Walking to the gate of the school, there is a luxury car parked here. It is to pick up Emma. Emma's family is very rich, so of course they have a private driver. Emma uses a private car to commute to and from school every day. "Want to visit my house?" Emma invited Matilda. "Okay." Matilda nodded with a smile and followed Emma into the car. They drove all the way to Frost Manor. Here, Matilda met Emma's family. They are Emma's big brother, Kristen Frost, 21 years old, handsome blonde, is gay, but no one knows he's gay so far. Emma's older sister, Adrian Frost, 18 years old, beautiful blonde college student, dressed very fashionably. Emma's sister, Claudia Frost, 14 years old, punk-style rebellious little sister, has the bad problem of Harui fans like to fight with people. Emma's mother, Hazel Frost, a 39-year-old housewife, looks normal but has a hidden mental illness. Emma's father, Winston Frost, 41 years old, the head of the family, the chairman of Frost Enterprises, has the attributes of a tyrant and likes to be dictatorial at home and in the company. From the above introduction, everyone can see that this is a problem family. Emma living in such a family, Matilda followed Emma to her bedroom and lay down on the big bed in the bedroom familiarly. She put her head on her hands, glanced at the dresser in my bedroom, and teased Emma. "You have too little makeup here. Are you really a girl? I'm not very good at dressing myself." Emma bowed her head embarrassedly. "I'll send you some makeup next time." Matilda couldn't stand it any longer and was going to bring her some future makeup for her next time. There is no woman who does not love beauty. As long as you dress Emma beautifully, you will definitely gain her great favor. "Thank you." Emma sat down beside Matilda, and she asked the question she asked at school again. "I don't know what you really look like yet. I'm just borrowing Matilda's body to communicate with you. I'm not here, so wait for the next time. I'm looking forward to it." Emma nodded earnestly. At this time, Emma's sister Adrian pushed the door and walked in. "Little Emma, won't you introduce your friend to me?" Emma was very unhappy to see her sister coming, but introduced her anyway. "She's Matilda. Your friend can dress better than you, and she is more beautiful than you. She will be friends with an ugly duckling like you. She must treat you as a green leaf to set off her beauty and delicacy." Adrian put his mouth to his sister's ear. On the side, "There is nothing to provoke a relationship. Adrian, this is my room. Please go out." Emma rudely drove people out. She was really fed up with her sister's slut appearance. "This is your room, yes, but this is also my home." Adrian walked to the bed with a smile, stretched out his hand to Matilda lying on the bed, and said, "Little girl, I'm Emma's sister, Ed Ryan Frost." Matilda narrowed her eyes. She guessed that Emma's sister wanted to shake hands with her, probably to use ability to spy on her. But Matilda was not afraid of her seeing it. And at the same time, she also wanted to know whether the other party's ability could see through her being possessing others' body. So Matilda sat up and reached out to take Adrian's hand. The moment the two made physical contact, Adrian saw many pictures from Matilda, some of which surprised her. The pictures show Matilda's past. In these pictures, there are scenes of the other side bullying her sister Emma at school. At the same time, she saw something even more incredible. When Adrian was about to withdraw his hand, he found that his hand was tightly held by the other party, and the other party asked her, "What did you see?" "I don't know what you mean." Adrian frowned. "Ms. Ed Ryan, you're not the only one who is special in this world," Matilda said with a smile. At this moment, Matilda had a particularly strong aura. She stared at Ed Ryan. Look at each other with hair all over. "You want to know what I saw?" "Well, I saw the soul of a man wrapped under your appearance. He was a parasite and parasitized her. Are you satisfied now?" Adrian directly debunked it. Her secret. Emma on the side was very surprised. She did not expect that Adrian could see through Matilda Gao when hidden in her body. It seems that her sister is not an ordinary person, but also has super ability. "How much do you know about the parasite in my body?" Matilda asked again. Adrian tried to withdraw her hand, but the other party's strength was very strong. After trying to no avail, she could only helplessly say, "I can't see much about him. Only know that he is a man named Gao Wen. Can't you see his past and future?" Matilda asked again. "It's blank, you can't see anything." Adrian told the truth. She felt that she was a little passive because she should fight for some initiative, so she took the initiative to ask, "Parasite, what do you have to occupy this body to get close to my sister?" "Purpose." "No purpose. Emma knows about it." Matilda shrugged. Adrian looked at his sister Emma. Emma nodded at her, indicating that she did know about it. Matilda let go of Adrian's hand, put on a beautiful smile, and said to her, I know your ability, know your past, and know that you joined the Hellfire Club, and Sebastian and Xiao got together. What the hell are you trying to say? Adrian frowned. What I want to say is that I know you, know everything about you, and know your weaknesses. Emma is my person, and I don't expect you to stay away from her. After all, you are sisters. I want you to treat her in the future better, or I'll make your life very bad, Matilda said. You're threatening me. Adrian narrowed his eyes. You can think so. Matilda looked directly into Adrian's eyes, and there seemed to be sparks of electricity between them. Sebastian Xiao is standing behind me. Aren't you afraid that I will tell him about you? Adrian threatened in reverse. Let's wait until he finds me, because I can be anyone, just as I am Matilda now. And in the future I could be your mother Hazel, your father Winston, your big brother Christine, your sister Claudia, even your classmates, your friends. You will never know who will stab you in the next second. Matilda's threat is also red fruit. In the end, Adrian gave in. Because the threat of the other party scared her, she didn't want to be on guard against the people around her all the time. That kind of life was too tiring. Although she gritted her teeth, she was helpless. In the end, she could only promise Matilda that she would treat her sister better in the future. After saying this, she left Emma's bedroom aggrieved. Watching her sister leave, Emma danced with excitement. Haha, I've never seen her deflated like this. The words I said to her were not just casual words. I will cover you in the future. Well, from today, I'm yours, Emma said without hesitation. After 2 hours as a guest at Emma's house, Matilda left the Frost estate. As soon as she walked out, she fell into a trance and didn't recover until a few seconds later. She will be in a trance because Gao Wen has stopped controlling her. Real Matilda is online. True Matilda, who was in the cage of her mind, knew what happened before. This terrified her. The Frosts are monsters. Emma has super ability, and her sister also has super ability. Matilda did not dare to resist, let alone tell others, because she knew that the parasite named Gao Wen could control her body at any time. If you do something that the other person doesn't want, you will definitely anger the other person. She was afraid that the other party would control her body to commit suicide. If she really wanted to develop to that point, no one could save her. The deep-rooted fear alerted Matilda to what she should and should not do. She turned around and took a deep look at Frost Manor. No matter how resentful she was in her heart, she didn't dare to have the slightest idea of revenge. In the end, she could only turn around silently, pressing all the grievances and resentments in her heart. Normal timeline. Pocket space, 9 p.m., meeting room. Gwen Poole, who had just returned home, sat on Gao Wen's lap, wrapped his arms around Gao Wen's neck, and sent a kiss from his girlfriend. Tu and Mei Lei sat on the side, unmoved, and the ambiguous atmosphere next to her did not affect her at all. In the afternoon, Gwen Poole went to Emma's sister Adrian Frost's company to ask for help on Emma's behalf. It is well known how bad the relationship between Adrian and Emma is. Gwen came to ask each other for help on behalf of Emma, and naturally got the other party's cynicism. Gwen is not a girl who is mocked by the paper people in the comics and doesn't retaliate. She immediately mocked back. The ridicule gradually turned into a scolding. You scold me, bitch, she. I scold you, slut. They turned into two trolls, facing each other. Fortunately, the two sides were restrained and did not fight. In the end, Adrian said unhappily, if you want me to help Emma, yes, as long as she reopens MIT. Like the Xavier School for Young Talents, Massachusetts Institute of Technology is also a school dedicated to cultivating mutants. The latter was founded by Professor X, and the former was founded by White Queen Emma. Emma had a crush on a male teacher named Ian Kinda when she was a student. That is, when she was a student at Snow Valley Girls High School, and she definitely had the dream of becoming a teacher when she grew up. Later, Emma became the White Queen of Hellfire Club and also inherited the family property, becoming the chairman of Frost Enterprises, and became a rich woman. To fulfill her dream, she spent money to build a school, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston. The operation model of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology draws on Professor X's Xavier Youth Gifted School. The latter established X-Men, and the former learned from others and started a Generation X. Two schools with similar natures are also similar in terms of enrollment. There is even competition between the two schools for students. Shadowcat Kaidi has something to say about this. Later, a tragedy happened in Emma's school, and many students died, including the children of the trick-or-treat that Emma liked very much. And Emma's Generation X has also been hit hard. Since then, Emma has been devastated, closing the school, hiding in the Hellfire Club as her White Queen, and escaping from reality all day long. Now, Adrian wants her to reopen MIT, making it clear that he wants to create a weakness for Emma, so that he can beat this sister and take her White Queen throne in the Hellfire Club. After Gwen left Adrian's company, he went back to the Hellfire Club to find Emma and told her Adrian's request. Emma doesn't know what her sister is going to do, but she knows there must be a conspiracy involved. But in order to save the company that was on the verge of bankruptcy, she had to accept it when she knew there was a trap, which made her very aggrieved. Hearing Gwen say this, Gao Wen frowned. He had warned Ed Ryan to be nice to Emma in the past, but from the current situation, Ed Ryan completely ignored his words. Could it be that the other party found some trump card and thought he could deal with him? Gao Wen is not sure what the opponent has, but he knows what he has. He may not be strong enough now, but he can go back to the past. If the plot of the comics remains the same, Adrian's purpose of letting Emma reopen MIT is to create a weakness for Emma. Emma spoils her students very much, and once she has students, she also has weaknesses. In the plot, Adrian will plant a bomb at Emma's school to threaten Emma and successfully ascend the White Queen throne. But the final result was very dramatic. Emma had murdered her sister, killed Adrian, and accidentally inherited the other party's family property. Although the ending of the story is in Emma's favor, Gao Wen decides to intervene, otherwise the idea will be lost. Since Ed Ryan was trying his best to be the queen of Hellfire Club, Gao Wen decided to take the bottom line and go back to the past to win Hellfire Club first and make it his own industry. At that time, he can do whatever he wants with Ed Ryan. In that past timeline where Emma hasn't joined the Hellfire Club and Sebastian Shaw hasn't been on top, that's the future. In the future, Xiao, with the help of Emma, will brainwash the top of the club and succeed in taking the position. Gao Wen is ready to kill Sebastian Xiao and take the opponent's fate instead. However, Zhao's fighting power is very strong, and if you want to deal with him, you have to use some means. He looked at Tuan Mei, who was beside him, and said, "Janata, do me a favor. What are you busy with?" "You said." Tuan Mei put on an obliging look. "Go back with me and kill someone." "I don't kill people." Tuan Mei was tangled. "Then help me throw that person to an alien planet and make sure he doesn't come back in his lifetime." "No problem." This time Tuan Mei agreed. "Can you go back in time?" Gwen asked in surprise. "I haven't had time to tell you yet. When I used the surprise door this morning, I found that it was connected to the past. I met Emma in high school and her sister Adrian in the past." Gao Wen did not hide this. There is no need to hide it. Gwen was surprised, but then excited. Time travel. How could she be absent from such a fun thing? She immediately yelled, "I'm going too." "Then let's go." "Who are you going back in time to deal with?" Gwen asked curiously. "I'm going to kill Sebastian Shaw, take the Hellfire Club, and make it our property." When he heard that Gao Wen was going to do something, Gwen, who was always afraid that the world would not be in chaos, became even more excited. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go." Gao Wen, Gwen, Tuan Mei, a group of 3 people traveled through the door of surprise to 1975 and came to the door of Hellfire Club in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York. There were not many strong mutants in Hellfire Club during this period. Only Sebastian Shaw was the only one, and the rest were trash fish. The club's talkers are all rich guys who are local emperors here in the name of chess pieces, but they are not mutants. Gao Wen and others found Sebastian Xiao in the hall on the 3rd floor. Xiao is a well-built man, wearing a white suit, sitting in a corner with a beautiful woman in his arms. "It's that guy." Gao Wen pointed to Sebastian Xiao and said to Tuan Mei, "Look at me. I can make him disappear without knowing it." Tuan Mei said, walked to a place not far from Xiao, found a place to sit down, and waited for the opportunity. Gao Wen grabbed Gwen and found a place to sit, and ordered some drinks from the waiter. Next, I will use magic to control the top management of the club. Don't let people disturb me, Gao Wen told Gwen, and immediately closed his eyes and activated magic and began to mind parasitism on the club's top management. Not many people in Hellfire Club codenamed chess pieces, less than 10. Some of these people are very rich, some are very powerful, and they also have a common characteristic. They are generally middle-aged and above, and there are no young people. Most of these people are hedonists, with mistresses, thirds, 4, 5, 6, or 7. In other words, their willpower is weak. With little effort, Gao Wen used mind-parasitic magic to break through the wall of their hearts and parasitize them all. From this moment on, the will of these guys will change over time. They will gradually respect Gao Wen from the heart, and in the end, even if they die, they will not hesitation. This subtle process takes about a month. Now, it only takes a while for the actual control of the club to naturally fall into the hands of Gao Wen. Gao Wen is going to make some more robots like Itty and gradually replace the top management in the club, making this place completely his own. While Sebastian Shao was going to the bathroom, Tumei used ability to teleport him out of the Earth and sent him to the home planet of a backward civilization in light years away. The technology of that civilization is not as good as that of human civilization. Sebastian, who fell there, may not be able to return to Earth in his lifetime. But Gao Wen has an intuition. According to the nature of Marvel's story, if something bad can happen, it will happen in the end. He felt that Sebastian Shao would still have a role in the future, but that would be a long time later. Tuamei walked back and said to Gao Wen, "I sent him out of the galaxy." Gao Wen touched Tuamei's little head to show her compliment. The trio spent the night at Hellfire Club, only to return to Pocket Space the next morning. After returning, Gao Wen started to create a robot, and Tuanmei was there to help. Gwen is about to leave. She's going to Emma's side to help her reopen UMass. Gao Wen told Gwen, "The future may have changed. Don't expose us to Emma yet. Save the surprise for last, I understand." Gwen waved his hand and disappeared into the pocket space. It took some time for Gao Wen and Janata to create 10 robots, 11 if you count Edie. Gao Wen asked Edie to teach these robot beauties to learn knowledge. The artificial intelligence learned very fast, and it didn't take long to become as wise as Edie. Gao Wen took them through the door surprise, went back to the past again, and came to the Hellfire Club in the Upper East Side of Manhattan, New York, and let them go in and hide. Only after the high-level minds here were completely changed, and then they calmed down. Hand over their rights and wealth. Having done this, Gao Wen donned an Eddie Steele battle suit and flew nonstop to Boston, Massachusetts. Today is Saturday, and Gao Wen is going to find Emma. Frost Estate. Emma, who had just had breakfast, heard Gao Wen's thoughts to her. She was overjoyed and immediately put on her coat and ran out the door. She saw a handsome mixed-race guy not far from the manor. "Gao Wen, it's me." Gao Wen gave her a sunny smile. "Does my appearance disappoint you?" "No, you're more handsome than I thought," Emma said, blushing. Gao Wen handed her the bag he was holding. "Well, this is the makeup I brought for you." Emma reached out and took it, looked inside, and found some unheard-of brands. "Come on, let's go to a barbershop and dress you up there." "Oh well." The two found a barber shop in Boston, and Gao Wen said to Miss Barber, "Please dye her hair blonde." Miss Barber did the same. It didn't take long for Emma to change her hairstyle. Then, Gao Wen gave Miss Barber a 100 yuan bill as a tip, took out the cosmetics, and asked Miss Barber to help Emma, who can't dress up. Those who can do haircuts are generally more able to make up. After a while of fiddling with the hairdresser, Emma's appearance has at least improved several grades. Emma looked at herself in the mirror in disbelief. She couldn't believe she could be so beautiful. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak. The hairdresser who helped Emma make up was amazed at the magic of these cosmetics. She asked the two of them, "Where did you buy these cosmetics?" "I want to buy one too." "You can buy it through channels. It hasn't been on the market yet, and you can buy it after a while." Gao Wen said the truth, but the "after a while" in his mouth refers to 40 years. Miss Barber took her words seriously. Go to the mall and buy you some new clothes." Gao Wen took Emma's hand and said, The two went to a clothing store a bag store, a shoe store, a jewelry store, one after another. After some shopping, Emma completely changed the gun, from an ugly duckling to a charming white swan. Emma, who has never been so beautiful, was so happy that she couldn't help sending a kiss to Gao Wen. This was her first kiss. At the end of the kiss, Emma stared straight at Gao Wen's eyes with bright eyes, her eyes implying that something could happen next between the two of them is very obvious. "I have a girlfriend," Gao Wen declared. "I do not care. It's all said and done. What else can Gao Wen say?" Emma snuggled in someone's arms contentedly, smiling happily. When the two left the hotel, she became extremely confident. The cowardice and inferiority of the past seemed to be completely gone from her, and she was more and more full of expectations for the future life. Afterwards, the two went to the cinema to watch a movie, and it was almost noon before Gao Wen sent her home. "Are you free in the afternoon? Can you come to accompany me?" Seeing that Gao Wen was leaving, Emma was very reluctant. "Available. Can you bring your other her over here? I want to meet her." Emma's expression was subtle, thinking something. "If you want to see her, you have to wait 40 years. "Why?" Emma thought Gao Wen was perfunctory. "Because she is the future," Gao Wen said. Emma's mouth is open. "Then you? I'm also a future man. Then will you leave me in the future?" Emma was a little anxious. She had just gotten love. If her boyfriend suddenly ran away, she would have to wait 40 years to see each other again. How painful. "After 40 years, I will be an old woman." Gao Wen touched her cheek and activated the life-sharing magic, sending a large amount of life magic into her body. Emma felt that warm feeling all over again. As long as you don't change your mind, this power will make you immortal and youthful forever. To make sure Emma doesn't cheat when he leaves, Gao Wen tethers her in this way. Emma's mouth opened again at the knowledge of this power. "Okay, don't be sad. I'm not leaving right away, and now is not the time to separate." For the next 6 months, Gao Wen went back to the past to find Emma from time to time through the door of surprises. Gwen also knew about this, but in Gwen's eyes, all Marvel characters are just paper people in the comics. With such a surprising brain circuit, she didn't care about the affair between Gao Wen and Emma at all. Even in her heart, she has been looking forward to the moment when the mystery is completely revealed to Emma one day, and the other party's expression will be very interesting. Half a year has passed, and the past Hellfire Club has completely become Gao Wen's industry, managed by his beautiful robots. The beautiful robots are not inferior to Ultron. They're all talents. Gao Wen is very relieved to have them managed there. During this time, Gao Wen's development of magic has not stopped. After so long, he has developed 5 new magics, all of which are illusion magics, namely phantom sound, blind gaze, cover-up, mental illusion, and psychological invisibility. The effect is as follows. 1. Phantom sound. Let the target hear the sound you want him to hear. 2. Gaze of wisdom. Look directly into the eyes of the target, causing the opponent to lose their senses. The stronger the willpower of the target, the easier it is to avoid this magic. 3. Cover up. Add illusion to the item, so that people around you see the item as something else. 4. Phantom of the mind. Let the target see his own phantom. 5. Psychological invisibility. By interfering with the minds of the people around you, you can make yourself disappear in the eyes of others, so as to achieve the purpose of invisibility, which can only be used to deceive the life with the mind. The 5 magics are all developed based on the power of the mind. Although they are not destructive, they are very practical and can be used frequently. Let's talk about Gwen again. In the past 6 months, Gwen helped Emma open the Ma Seminary and became the vice captain of the X Generation and the teacher of the Massachusetts Academy. He and Emma jointly run the school, obeying X-Men grab the source over there. Well, Gwen likes to fight the X-Men the most. She thinks it's very exciting. She also found time to pick up Magneto's daughter, Lorna Dane, from outside, making Lorna the 3rd member of Generation X. Ed Ryan, Emma's older sister, had many bad attempts against MIT, but they were all undermined by Gwen, who knew the plot well. Therefore, half a year has passed since the reopening of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and there has been no accident. The bankruptcy crisis of Emma's company was also passed through the transaction 6 months ago. Lastly, let's talk about the girl. Well, actually there's nothing to say. Tumei's life is to play games as a house girl and stay up late to play games, and occasionally go out to meet the little sister she met in the game guild. That's why she's not fulfilling monotonous life, but she herself enjoys it. Today, half a year later, Gao Wen is ready to close that surprise door. Once closed, there's no way to go back to the past, but the advantage is that it can open a new door of surprises again, bringing him new surprises. Before the official closing, Gao Wen went back to find Emma for the last time. After this date, Gao Wen said to her, "I'm leaving, and the next time we meet will be 40 years later." Emma hugged Gao Wen tightly and looked at him with the emotion of reluctance overflowing in her eyes. "I will wait for you." The door of surprise, which had been open for half a year, finally closed. But Gao Wen was not disappointed by the separation from Emma. Although it took 40 years for Emma to be separated from him, for him, as long as he went out, he could find Emma 40 years later. The next day, Gao Wen and Gwen went out together to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston, Massachusetts. The two didn't go to school together. If Emma saw the two of them together, the other party would immediately realize something, and there would be no surprises. Gwen entered the school first, and Gao Wen entered after a while. At the moment, Emma is sitting in the principal's room. She is wearing a white-style lady's suit today. She is as young and beautiful as she was 40 years ago. She looks under 20 years old. She is a student here. Obviously, this is the effect of the magic of life, allowing her to stay young forever. There was a knock on the office door. "Come in," Emma said. The door opened. When she saw who the person behind the door was, she stood up excitedly and threw herself into the other person's arms. "Gao Wen, you're finally here. I miss you so much, woo-woo." "Hey, don't cry, I'm here." Gao Wen stroked her back to comfort her. She raised her head and asked tearfully, "I miss you so much, but you don't seem to miss me?" "That's because for me, we just parted yesterday. I'm about to forget that you are a time traveler." Emma let go of Gao Wen, wiped her tears, and without a word, took Gao Wen and walked out of the office. Go to my dormitory. I want to talk to you. Think about these 40 years. The time to talk is over." As for how Emma talks to someone, it can only be said that everyone who understands understands, and if you don't understand, it's best not to understand. Time passed. Emma took Gao Wen to visit her Massachusetts college. This school is not big, but the environment is beautiful and the greening is done well. The students in the school are mutant kids, and everyone has super ability. As far as the overall atmosphere is concerned, it feels similar to Charles's school. "I mentioned another girl who wanted to see you. You told me that she was in the future. Can I see her now?" Emma brought this up again. She has been thinking about it for 40 years. They were all worried about what to do if the other party didn't want to accept her. "You've already met her." Gao Wen smiled. Emma was stunned. She began to recall the people she had met over the years, and after thinking for a long time, she never thought who it would be. "Who is she?" "It's me." Gwen walked over and waved hello to Emma with a smile. "Are you surprised or surprised?" Seeing Gwen approaching, Emma was stunned. "Gwen, are you Gao Wen's girlfriend?" "That's right." Gwen looked at the stunned Emma and found it very interesting. She didn't tell the truth for half a year, just to reveal the expression on the other's face at this moment. After being stunned for a while, Emma asked hesitation, "Then you?" Before she could finish her question, Gwen guessed what she wanted to ask and nodded. "I'm going to be my sister." "Emma." Gwen smiled and took Emma's arm and said to her, "Let's go and take you to our house to see." A group of 3 left MIT and went to Pocket Space. After 6 months of development, the Pocket Space has expanded many times, and it is estimated that there are 50 football fields, including auditoriums, combined. In addition to the villa in the center of the space, there are more orchards, farmland, and livestock farms here, which looks like a beautiful pastoral picture. There are more than a dozen simulated robots here. They are responsible for the orchards, farmland, and pastures. It is also because of their existence that they add a bit of popularity to the place. This is Gao Wen's Pocket Space, and Gao Wen and I's home. Besides us, A friend also lives here. Gwen introduced Emma to this place. At this moment, Emma has recovered her calm from the shock of learning the truth. She curiously pointed to the women in charge of animal husbandry and farming and asked, "What about them?" "They're robots," Gwen said. Emma was amazed that the robot could be made so realistic. "Where did this alien technology come from? Is this the space you created?" Almost at the beginning, the usable area here was only 500 square meters, but thanks to our efforts, we have achieved today's scale. Gwen said, "Tell you, my friend Gao Wen and I recently we got a teleporter. It was placed next to the villa over there, and we could go anywhere on Earth in an instant through that teleporter." "Who is the friend you mentioned?" Emma couldn't help asking. Something like a transmitter doesn't sound like it could be developed by humans. Speaking out will scare you to death. Is an alien? You can ask her yourself later. Well, she's over there. Gwen pointed in the direction of the villa in the distance. Emma followed the direction she was pointing and saw a very chic two-story villa in the distance. On a bench in the courtyard outside the villa sat a long black girl in white casual clothes. She looked 14 or 5 years old, very quietly sitting there playing with a laptop. Judging from the appearance, the other party is ordinary and looks like a human being, and it does not seem to be an alien. It is incredible that such a little girl can actually build a teleporter. Emma decided to go over to chat with her after visiting the surrounding area. The three continue to hang out here. After walking around for a while, Emma suddenly thought, this place is very secluded and comfortable, so you don't have to worry about the outside world. Gao Wen, if I want to move the MIT and Gen X bases here, would you agree? I think provide a safe home for those mutant children. Massachusetts College, to put it bluntly, is a mutant school, which is a place dedicated to educating mutant children. As for Generation X, the name seems to be very high. In fact, the group has 3 members so far, namely Captain Emma, Vice Captain Gwen, and the last member is Polaris Lorna Dane, who was picked up by Gwen from outside. Generation X is a superhero team, but this team has not done anything serious as a vigilante since it was rebuilt 6 months ago. It's just Emma for her cute students who fantasize about becoming superhero. It was established by us. When students grow up, if they want to become superhero, they can join directly. Emma has always been fond of her students. Gwen thinks Emma's proposal is great. I think it's feasible. We can set aside a piece of land and use it to build a school and a base for Gen X. After she finished speaking, she looked at Gao Wen. Dear, what do you think? Yes, but it can't disturb our daily life. So let's dig a new space in the fog, and then set up a teleporter between the 2 spaces to facilitate communication. I wanted to ask before, what's behind the fog on the border? Emma pointed to the border fog not far away and asked, just feel in the past, and you'll know. The 3 walked to the border. Emma stepped forward curiously, reached out, and touched the white mist in front of him. The mist looks like a gas, but it is actually a solid. According to Tuame's analysis, this thing is hard enough to resist nuclear weapons. Are we going to dig a hole in this? Emma felt the fog and fell hard. To test its hardness, Emma also diamondized an arm and tried to cut on it, but the fog was unbelievably hard. It didn't even leave a scratch on it. Emma's diamond ability is the ability she obtained after the second awakening of the X gene 30 years ago. When she activates this ability, she can make her body shine like a diamond. In fact, it only looks like a diamond, but more than a diamond. More rigid. That's right. Gao Wen was doing 2 things, controlling his Mephisto elk to come here. Under Emma's curious gaze, the elk opened its mouth to absorb the mist. The fog in front of him gradually faded, and the elk began to walk forward. It dug a forward path in the fog like a hole. The elk was created by Tuanme for Gao Wen. It is specially used to absorb and transform life energy. It can absorb and store mist in large quantities. If this is compared to the amount of food, then its food intake is far more than that of Tuanme. However, Tuanme absorbs the fog energy in order to be full, and the absorbed energy will be consumed by the cosmic cleansing insects in Tuanme's body, so Tuanme will be hungry for a while after she is full. Unlike elk only energy absorbing, transforming energy. If Gao Wen does not borrow energy from elk, Energy will not be consumed by him. A few people moved forward along the fog tunnel dug by the elk. After walking about 20 kilometers, the elk's mouth suddenly opened wide, and the whale began to swallow the surrounding fog on a large scale. In the fog of pocket space, a new usable space is gradually born. To be honest, this scene is a bit spectacular, and Emma, who saw for the first time, was deeply shocked. When a space was formed, Gao Wen patted the elk on the head. The latter rubbed Gao Wen's hand, and then hopped back down the fog tunnel dug out earlier. "This place sent me," Emma asked Gao Wen, pointing here. "Well, you can move your academy here, but I still suggest drawing a new design for the school, and then giving the blueprint to our friend. She can build what's in the design in an instant." Emma starts to look forward. At this time, the shopping was over, and the three returned to the previous space along the mist passage. Well, Gao Wen decided to name the two spaces Home Space and Academy Space. The home space is the private domain of the Gao Wen family, and the college space is given to Emma to run a school. Gao Wen was also going to block the misty passage connecting the two spaces, lest he and his girlfriend would be bumped into by the children sneaking over from the academy space when he and his girlfriend were dating in the open air on the home space side. How embarrassing that would be. Came to Tume next to the villa. Gao Wen introduced Tume and Emma to each other. Before Emma learned that Tume is a pretty amazing girl, although she's a girl who doesn't look very old, but who is not. Emma herself is a young beauty who reads 17 years old and writes 57 years old. So I think that Tume is in the same situation as myself, but she looks young, so she does not underestimate Tume. Emma and Tume shook hands with each other, then sat down next to Tume and began to talk to her. Emma wanted to know the origin of this little girl whose identity was said to be scary. Tume has no intentions and was easily deceived by Emma. Emma was really taken aback. She knew that the other party was the daughter of Planet Devourer, one of the 5 creation gods in the universe. Emma doesn't know what the concept of the 5 creation gods in the universe is, but it sounds very good. As the daughter of the creation god, Tume should also be very good. After chatting with Tume for a while, Emma found a computer from the villa, opened the relevant software, and began to design her new Massachusetts college. As a mind-capable person, Emma has a lot of knowledge, including architectural design, urban planning, and so on. Such things are not difficult for her. Gao Wen and Gwen were on hand to advise her on her new academy design. It took hours to get a fresh design drawing. A group of 4 took the design drawings and came to the academy space again. Tume looked at the design drawing, and then looked at this place, and then she exerted her creation ability, a creation out of nothing. Buildings were drawn from the void. Emma was shocked by this scene, and she felt worthy of being the daughter of the god of creation. This kind of ability out of nothing is not comparable to mutant. I'm afraid even if Omega Mutant comes, it can't do such a thing. She would think so, but she can only say that she has not seen the exaggerated ability guys in Omega Mutant. The truly powerful Omega Mutant can definitely be made out of nothing, such as MR, Fantastic, and the son of the Invisible Woman, Franklin Richards, who can create pocket universes. In terms of realm, Omega Mutant Franklin Richards, he and Tume are of the same grade and maybe stronger. At least they will not be troubled by the problem of hunger. In just 10 seconds, the new Massachusetts Institute was built. Buildings with great artistic beauty stand, lakes, trees, lawns, gardens, fountain, pools. When I came here, if I didn't know it, I thought I had entered the kingdom of spirits. Gao Wen asked Tun Mei to help fill in the misty passage, completely isolating the connection between the two spaces. He also asked Tun Mei to install a teleportation linking the home space in the secret room behind the principal's office of the new Massachusetts College. The device, which can be used to travel between the academy space and the home space in the future through this transmission device. Finally, Gao Wen gave Emma the secondary permission to enter the pocket space, allowing her to freely enter and leave the pocket space. Emma couldn't wait to pull Gwen and went back to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Boston to gather students to prepare to move. Gao Wen took Tume together and visited the new environment of the academy space. "Do you want to come here for school?" Gao Wen asked Tume. "Do you think that with my knowledge, I need to go to school. Tuame showed a dead fisheye expression. Since she moved to Gao Wen's house, her expression has become richer day by day. I just thought you might want to make some new friends. No, I don't want to. It's not fun to play games at home when you go to school. That afternoon, Emma, Gwen, and Polaris Lorna Dan entered the academy space with more than 30 mutant children. The youngest of these children is only 6 years old, and the oldest is only 13 years old. They are all mutant children adopted by Emma during this period. Lorna Dane was a little older, about the same age as Gwen, at 17, a cool sister with short green hair and a black style. These people are the academy team that Emma and Gwen have built over the past 6 months. The Lorna and mutant children who came to the new school were very curious about this place and kept asking Emma and Gwen. The two introduced them to this place while assigning them dormitories. Been busy until 8 p.m. before everything was settled. Half a year has passed since the Ultron event, and the time has come to the summer of 2016. Recently, there's been a lot of trouble. In an action mission of the Avengers, because of their mistakes, a floor was accidentally bombed, and many people died. This matter has caused widespread discussion in society, and many people have started to scold the Avengers. Under the impetus of some well-intentioned people, some countries have begun to jointly advocate the implementation of the Superhero Real Name Registration Act. Once this bill is passed, the vigilantes must go to the relevant local departments to report and register if they want to act chivalrous. Will be considered an offense. At first glance, this bill may seem like nothing, but if you think about it carefully, you will find many problems. Most of the vigilantes are masked when they are fighting for justice, in order to hide their identities and avoid implicated family members. Once registered with the official real name, their identity information may be leaked. In the superhero circle, some people support the registration bill, and some people reject it. Avengers Alliance Building, Meeting Room. Iron Man, Captain America, Black Widow, War Machine, Wanda, Vision, Falcon, etc. gathered in a circle and discussed the matter. Among them, Iron Man, War Machine, and Vision support the registration bill, while the rest oppose it. During the meeting, the door of the conference room was knocked, and Maria Hill pushed the door and walked in. She said to everyone, "Everyone, the Silver Iron Man is here. He wants to see you." The Silver Iron Man is the name given by the Avengers to the mysterious Iron Man who appeared during the Sokovia incident. Everyone looked at the door of the conference room. Behind Maria Hill walked in an Iron Man wearing a silver-white metal battle suit. The Avengers still remember him very well. In the original Ultron incident, the other party brought their own dry food to support them and help them defeat Ultron. But after that incident, he seemed to have evaporated from the world, and no trace of him could be found. Last time, Tony Stark was stimulated by the other party's technology, so after the Ultron incident, he closed his door and worked hard to develop a nano battle suit, which was finally successfully developed a month ago. Seeing each other again now, Stark, who thinks that his technology has caught up with the other party, froze instantly. "This faceless gentleman, your technology has no advantage with me. I have the same technology, and I have already chased after him. If you're a level with you, in the foreseeable future, I will definitely surpass you in an all-round way." Gao Wen was speechless. He didn't doubt Stark's R&D ability. What he was speechless was the childish show-off attitude of the other party. In order to hit him again, the steel battle suit on Gao, when liquefied and separated from his body, flowed to the ground and reconvened beside him, gradually forming a beautiful blonde lady. However, although Gao Wen lost his steel battle suit, he still wore a metal mask on his face and continued to hide his identity. Seeing this magical scene, the Avengers were all surprised, and they looked curiously at the suspected robot lady next to Gao Wen. Stark's mouth is open, and he feels like he's been beaten again. "Mr. Stark, what did you just say?" Gao Wen asked Stark jokingly. "Cough. I mean, the weather is fine today." Stark said around. Immediately, from his curiosity as a scientist, he walked over to Edie and observed her up close. This is nano-simulation technology. "Give me some time, and I can figure out." As Stark said, he wanted to reach out and touch Edie to try the texture of the other person's skin. As a result, was opened by Edie's slap, and Edie vomited. "Sir, you are sexual harassment." Stark was taken aback. "You are an artificial intelligence." When he said this, the Avengers frowned. Since the last Ultron incident, artificial intelligence has been included in the prohibited research project, and it has also been written into the laws of many countries. And private research on artificial intelligence is considered crime. Edie saw what everyone was thinking, so she opened her mouth and blocked what everyone wanted to ask next. "I existed before the law was born. If you want to target me, please target Vision next to you first. Otherwise, you are not qualified to criticize my existence." After she finished speaking, she ignored the crowd. Her body liquefied and shrunk again, turned into a silver-white metal bracelet, and floated to Gao Wen's hand, which was taken over by Gao Wen and put on her right wrist. This is the technology of changing the mass and volume. This technology is a new function added by Gao Wen after the ETI upgrade during this period. Its principle is somewhat similar to Dr. Pym's Pym particle. Stark looked at the bracelet on Gao Wen's wrist, and then looked down at the nano battle suit built into his clothes. Suddenly, he felt that his new battle suit was not fragrant, and he sat back to his seat in a daze. "This unknown gentleman, you came to us because you didn't just drop by, right?" Natasha Romanoff asked the other party's purpose. "I am here to remind you that I have predicted a bad future. There are evil conspirators who intend to start a superhero civil war through the Superhero Real Name Registration Act, and many intelligences I have investigated show that this civil war is inevitable. There will be an outbreak, and the center of the outbreak will be you Avengers," Gao Wen said. "We are very united internally, and it is impossible for a civil war to break out." Stark was disdainful. He believed that there must be a problem with the other party's intelligence channels. Otherwise, such nonsense conclusions would not be drawn. "Oh, yes? If I said your parents were killed by James Buchanan Barnes, Steve Rogers' comrade in arms, and he's still alive, you want to avenge him? But he's Rogers. The captain is one of the few friends, and the captain will definitely protect him. Do you still think there will be no civil war between you?" Gao Wen was in front of the spoiler without any psychological burden. As soon as he said these words, the expressions of everyone present changed. Captain America definitely knows that his good friend Bucky is still alive, and the two met in the last Winter Soldier incident. But he doesn't know that Bucky is actually the murderer of Stark's parents. Stark and Captain America stood up abruptly and asked in unison, "Is what you said true? Do you think I came all the way to make a joke for you?" Telling you about this in advance is to prepare you mentally, lest the enemy throw out this information at a critical moment, leading to worse possibilities. At this time, a staff member stuck his head out of the door. Seeing the heavy atmosphere in the conference room, she said weakly, "Well, I just received the news that Ms. Peggy Carter passed away." Steve shakes. The atmosphere at the scene became quiet for a while. Seeing this, the female employee didn't dare to stay at the door any longer, because the atmosphere here was too depressing. Gao Wen was the first to break this silence, and he started digging the corner of the Avengers. Gao Wen looked at Wanda and said, "Wanda, do you remember the invitation I once gave you? That invitation is still valid. Continuing to stay in Avengers is to bury your ability. I can help you improve your ability, or at least let you 10 times stronger than now. All the tragedies around you are due to your weakness. If you are strong enough to easily deal with Ultron, your brother will not die. If you are strong enough, you will not be in this operation before. Accidents will happen." At the beginning, Gao Wen and Wanda said something like, "Weakness is the original sin." Those words sounded like nothing at the time, but it changed Wanda's fate to a certain extent. In the original time and space, after the death of Wanda's younger brother, she had nowhere to go but join the big family of the Avengers. In this time and space, she has another choice. Whenever it was quiet at night, she couldn't help thinking, if she could be more powerful at that time, wouldn't her brother die? Once you think about similar questions too much, you lose the mind to fall in love. She and Vision are not a couple like the original time and space. Seeing Gao Wen again, the other party invited her again. She asked the other party, "How do I know you're not lying to me?" She would ask that, obviously heartbroken. She craved power. "Remember the friend I summoned last time? This is her judgment on you." She said that your potential is beyond imagination. Gao Wen pulled out to May. It's really good for you to dig our walls in front of us. Black Widow couldn't stand it anymore. She didn't want to sit back and watch Wanda be kidnapped by this guy of unknown origin. Gao Wen shrugged. I've finished what I have to say. Black Widow snorted coldly, and she said to Wanda, come and talk to me next door. Wanda just wanted to agree, but Gao Wen sneered and mocked the Widow's sister. If you want to tell Wanda to come to me to be an undercover agent, you can say it directly. Widow's sister was not embarrassed when her intention was revealed. She simply admitted, I really intend to do this. After all, you wrap yourself so tightly that we don't even know who you are. Now that the superhero registration law is about to be implemented, I still won't reveal my identity to you. Let's talk about it when you deal with the internal issues. After Gao Wen finished speaking, he looked at Wanda again. I'll go with you. Wanda made a decision. She stood up and walked over to Gao Wen. Gao Wen smiled and nodded. So, everyone, see you next time. Gao Wen took Wanda's hand and said goodbye to the Avengers. As his voice fell, he and Wanda's bodies seemed to be erased with an eraser, and they disappeared. On weekdays, everyone would definitely have a good discussion about Gao Wen's ability and the fact that the other party took Wanda, but because of the information brought by the other party, they didn't care about it. As Gao Wen said, the most important thing for the Avengers to face now is to deal with the internal problems first. Otherwise, a civil war may really break out between the superhero. Gao Wen took Wanda to the avenue of the Academy space. Where's this place? Wanda looked around curiously. There was greenery everywhere, the environment was good, and the air was quite fresh. Just a sip would make one feel refreshed. This is Massachusetts College in a different dimension. It's my girlfriend's school. Oh, by the way, your sister is here too. My sister. Wanda blinked, puzzled. She doesn't remember that she has a younger sister. She only has one younger brother, who died 6 months ago. You and Pietro were adopted. Do you know about this? Gao Wen asked rhetorically. Wanda nodded. She definitely knew about it. The adoptive parents were very kind to their siblings and treated them as their own, but unfortunately they died under the missile of the Stark family. Wanda thought of something and suddenly became expectant. Do you know who my biological parents are? Your father used the alias Eric Lensher, but his real name was Magnus Eisenhardt, and he was called Magneto. Wanda was stunned. Magneto's name she'd definitely heard of. It was a mutant terrorist. She couldn't accept the fact that her biological father was a bad person. Just listen to Gao Wen continue. Your mother's name is Magda. Before you and Pietro, she had a girl, but the girl died unexpectedly in childhood. Her death made your mother see Magneto clearly his true colors, and thus left him. After your mother left, she found out that she was pregnant again. She gave birth to you in Wandag Mountain and gave you to the Maximovs at the foot of the mountain for adoption. So, my brother and I were abandoned by our mother? Wanda could not accept it. Yes, she wants to sever her relationship with Magneto, but as long as she sees the two of you, she will think of him. Gao Wen took Wanda for a walk on the campus boulevard and said, Magneto doesn't know Magda had 2 more children for him, so your father didn't know you existed. Later, Magneto hooked up with another woman in another place, but just for fun, and abandoned her, and was abandoned. The woman who was pregnant is also pregnant and gave birth to a half-sister to you. The fate of your sister was not very good when she was a child. Her mother married someone else, and her stepfather never liked her until he found out that she was a mutant and kicked her out of the house. I want to meet her. Wanda is eager for family affection, even the father who is suspected of being a scumbag. But if she is half-sister, she must meet. Gao Wen nodded and led her to the teaching building not far away. Lorna Dane sat in the classroom frowning, because Emma forced her to attend a class with a group of children, generally under the age of 12, and euphemistically called it Reject Illiteracy. Lorna dropped out of junior high school and is now 16 years old, but sitting with a group of children listening to Emma's lectures is simply anti-human. Sitting in the classroom, she felt like she was on pins and needles. Not long after, the bell rang for the end of the get-out of class, and she ran out of the classroom as if running away, but as soon as she went out, she bumped into Gao Wen and a strange woman. Lorna, you're here just in time. I'll introduce you to his sister. Gao Wen was interrupted by Lorna before he could finish speaking. I don't want a sister, and I don't have a sister either. Lorna pouted. Don't you want your half-sister? Gao Wen teased. Lorna was stunned. She unconsciously looked at Wanda next to Gao Wen, who was also looking at her. Not to mention, they do have many similarities in appearance and outline. At this time, Emma walked out of the classroom with the lesson plan. Seeing that Gao Wen was also here, she came over and said, What are you talking about? Gao Wen pointed to Lorna and said to her, I got her half-sister. As the White Queen of Hellfire Club, Emma has her own intelligence channels, and she knows Wanda, who has been following the movements of Avengers. She looked at Lorna, then at Wanda, and saw that the two did share many genetic similarities. What's your name? Lorna asked Wanda. Wanda Maximoff. Wanda said, My name is Lorna Dane. The two sisters introduced themselves to each other. After the introduction, they didn't know what to say to each other. They just looked at each other. Gao Wen felt embarrassed for the two of them, so he said to them, Go out for a walk. I believe you will find a common topic. Oh. The two nodded obediently and walked out of the teaching building together. 2 hours later, when Gao Wen saw them again on the playground, he found that they were chatting happily. Looks like you found a common thread. Gao Wen walked up to Wanda and Lorna. Thank you for helping me find my sister. Lorna thanked Gao Wen. You're welcome. Wanda will stay here in the future. You have time to spend time together. Now please allow me to borrow your sister for a while. Gao Wen took Wanda to the home space. Where is this place again? Wanda asked. It's also in a different dimension. It's my home. I live here on weekdays. Wanda followed Gao Wen to the villa, where she met the mysterious little girl who appeared briefly during the Ultron incident and instantly killed Ultron. It's just that, compared to the domineering side leak last time, what she sees now is a person with wrinkled clothes and messy hair, like a late-stage internet addiction patient who hasn't slept for several days and nights. The other party is sitting in front of the computer and playing in the game, team up with people to fight boss under a copy. Pastor, the priest is going to breastfeed me. I can't stand it anymore. Don't stand there in a daze. Go and pull the monsters. DPS stops output. OT is OT. Wanda. Cough, cough. Gao Wen coughed lightly. Don't make trouble. Fight the boss. Tuame said without looking back. Gao Wen looked at Wanda and said embarrassedly, As you can see, she is a house girl. I see. What would you like to drink? Casual. Gao Wen brought her a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and beckoned her to sit. Do you know the source of the power in your body? Gao Wen chatted with her about it. Wanda shook her head. Gao Wen said, That's magic, the chaos force that drives origin magic power. What is origin magic power? Wanda knew magic existed. She had heard the Avengers talk about Loki when she was in Avengers. They said Loki can magic. Chaos contains existence in non-existence, possibility and impossibility. The idea of origin magic power is to have no taboos, exert one's will to the extreme, make non-existence become existence, and make impossible become possible. In short, this is magic that rewrites reality. If origin magic power can change reality, can it also resurrect the dead? Wanda's eyes lit up. The premise is that you have to find the soul of decedent, otherwise the person you resurrected is not the real him, even if he looks like the one you know. Wanda suddenly became lost, and she asked again, Why do I have chaos magic? Gao Wen told her the story of Sithorn, the great ghost, from ancient times to modern times. Sithorn was sealed in Wandag Mountain, and you were born there. At the moment you were born, Sithorn interfered with you in some way. He shared his source of ability with you. But it was not his kindness. With your use of origin magic power, his magic power, it will also gradually infiltrate your body and soul. And in the end, you will no longer be you, but he. Then what should I do? One was a little scared. Accept my power, strengthen your will, resist the erosion of the big ghost, and then use your will to erode the opponent's power. Then he will not be him, but you. I know. Now come and feel my power. Gao Wen launched life sharing to Wanda. Wanda felt that her whole body became warm, her body was full of strength, and her mind became more sober than ever. As I share your magic, Turn this power into your heart power and use them to strengthen your heart wall. Gao Wen continued. He not only shared the life magic with Wanda, but also shared the energy transformation skills with her, so that she could transform the life force into the power of the mind, so as to build protection and strengthen her personal will and avoid being infected by the magic of Sithorn. Wanda closed her eyes and complied. Gradually, the wall of her heart became stronger and stronger, and even her personal will improved a lot. Not far away, Tuanmei, who was playing games, after some unremitting efforts, the group was destroyed. Tuanmei put down the headset, got up, walked over, sat next to the two, and observed Wanda curiously. She found the source of chaos energy from Wanda's body, which seemed to be chaos from the Lord of Chaos under the Life Tribunal, but it seemed to belong to someone else. She was not sure. This chaos source is still in an inactive state, so it has little impact on Wanda's mind, but it is easy to activate it. As long as Wanda's spirit is stimulated, this power may be awakening, but it will also affect Wanda's mind. The mind takes advantage of the void. She observed the way Wanda strengthened the wall of heart. This method is somewhat useful, but if you want to fight against the master of chaos magic power, it is far from enough. What advice do you have for the question with Wanda? Gao Wen asked the almighty Tuanmei. Power will have a price. Unless the creditor can be killed, one day the creditor will come to collect the debt from Wanda. Tuanmei replied to Gao Wen with a voice transmission. The reason for the voice transmission was that she was worried about this. The cruel truth was heard by Wanda, which affected the other party's mentality. Tun's sister is still very kind. Isn't my way of solving her problem? Gao Wen asked again with mental recitation. It can be relieved but not cured. My suggestion is to keep her in a good state of mind and not activate that power, so that she can at least live in peace until the end of her life. And after she dies, the soul will float to the owner of chaos energy, which is also the price. Tuanmei said, if we have Mind Gem, can we help her get through this difficult time and infect Sithorn in reverse? Well, Sithorn is the master of this power. It should be able to keep the situation from getting worse, but it's hard to say whether it can reversely infect creditors. Tuanmei has seen Mind Gem. When she killed Ultron last time, she saw a robot with Mind Gem inlaid on its forehead. Tuanmei doesn't know Vision's name yet. To solve the hidden dangers on Wanda, you need Mind Gem, and to get Mind Gem, you have to kill Vision. Mind Gem is at Vision. It is a robot, has a system, and can be connected to the internet. Is it possible for us to hack him? Gao Wen asked Tuanmei. The gem may enhance its computing power. If we want to hack it, we must have a computing power far exceeding its computing power. Tuanmei said, do you need to build a supercomputer? No, my battle suit integrates supercomputing. Even if I look at the entire universe, the computing power can still be among the best. Let me hack Vision. Tuanmei took the job consciously. Tuanmei is very kind. She respects all intelligent life, and generally does not make black hands on intelligent life. But if the target is a robot, it is another matter. Tuanmei stood up, one click wearing her purple-style armor. She was connected to the outside world, and there was a data stream on her eyepieces, and she started looking for Vision's Wi-Fi port. Wanda on the side borrowed Gao Wen's power to initially strengthen the wall of heart, and even his personal will has improved a lot. Seeing her eyes open, Gao Wen asked her, how do you feel? I feel like my mind is clearer than ever before, and all the things that have been forgotten in the past are recalled. Wanda said about her feelings. You will use this method to strengthen your mind every day in the future, and when the time is right, I will help you unlock that power. Gao Wen sent Wanda to Emma in the Academy space to join Emma's Gen X team. With the addition of Wanda, there are 4 members of Generation X: White Queen, Gwen, Wanda, Polaris. This is already a big force. Although it is not comparable to X-Men, it can catch up. Avengers. New York, Avengers Building. Vision, who had just returned to his own house, was suddenly invaded by an external network. Vision didn't care much. Since he joined Avengers, many people from relevant departments and the military wanted to get it, but they were blocked by Avengers. If it's not obvious, it's dark. Relevant departments have recruited many hackers to try to hack Vision remotely through the network. As a result, needless to say, those hackers were beaten by the less serious Vision and lost their armor and armor. Vision thought it was another careerist coveting him, so he just dealt with it. But suddenly, the enemy's computing power suddenly soared billions of times, and Vision was caught off guard. Vision hurriedly invoked the power of Mind Gem, with full computing power, trying to resist, but due to the initial surprise, it was already at a disadvantage, and some of its authority was eroded by the other party. Vision realized that the enemy who is invading its own system through the network may not be the Earthlings. Humans cannot have such strong technology, nor can they build a supercomputer with such computing power. The computing power of the other party far exceeds that of the Mind Gem. Vision knew that it couldn't stand it and would be disconnected from the internet, but its body's internet access had been obtained by the other party. When Vision wanted to use the communication function to ask Stark for help, the communication authority was also occupied by the other party. The other party is obviously prepared, and from the beginning of the data invasion war, it has been steadily taking every step of the way. Vision knew that it wouldn't last long, but it couldn't help it. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the intruded data took over all his permissions and shut down his intelligence system. At this time, a teleportation door appeared in the house out of thin air, and Vision, who was remotely controlled, walked into it expressionlessly, came to the home space villa, and walked in front of Tuanmei. Tuanmei reached out and took off the gem from Vision's forehead, lost the vision of Mind Gem, and completely lost his life. Tuanmei grabbed the Vision corpse, activated the space ability, and threw it to the boundary of the universe. What Tuanmei didn't know was that she threw Vision's body into the quarry of the gods at the boundary of the universe, and was picked up by the witch there. Obviously, Vision's role does not end there, and is likely to appear in the future. Not long after, Gao Wen came back from the Academy space, and as soon as he got home, he saw Tuanmei holding a topaz in her hand. So soon, Gao Wen leaned over. "I'm absolutely foolproof," Tuanmei said proudly. "I can make it into a pendant. As long as Wanda wears it around her neck, her mind will not be affected by the creditor." As she spoke, she activated ability, and with a flash of red light on her hand, she made Mind Gem into a pendant. Just looking at the style of the pendant, it cannot be seen that it is a Mind Gem, and it is very camouflaged. Gao Wen reached for the pendant and put it on his neck to test the effect. This pendant didn't give Gao Wen any new super ability, but protected his mind and made his mind indestructible. But this blessing is only temporary. Once the pendant is removed, the blessing will disappear. "Good job." Gao Wen patted Tuanmei's little head as a compliment. Tuanmei, who was killed by touching her head, puffed out a bun face. Seeing her cute look, Gao Wen couldn't help but hug her and kiss her on the cheek. Tuanmei was stunned. I was actually kissed by him again. Wanda's departure and Vision's disappearance made the Avengers, who were already shrouded in darkness, even more anxious. Stark and Captain America look alike. Captain America doesn't have the heart to quarrel with Stark. He went to London alone to attend Peggy Carter's funeral and tried to contact Bucky to let him hide from Stark. But Captain America didn't know where Bucky was, nor did he can't get in touch with him. Stark launched his personal connections and intelligence network and began to search the world for Bucky, the murderer, and threatened to kill Bucky himself to avenge his parents. War Machine Colonel Roddy expressed support for Stark's actions. Natasha Romanoff is too lazy to persuade him. Could it be possible to persuade Stark to put down his butcher knife and become a Buddha? Natasha Romanoff found Maria Hill and discussed the situation with her. The Silver Iron Man is right. The Avengers are falling apart, and we can't find a way to stop it. Maria Hill frowned. She was actually trying to figure it out, but as Natasha Romanoff said, this matter is not easy to solve. Hill couldn't help thinking sometimes, if only director Nick Fury was still there, and with Fury's black-hearted and black-handed style, he would definitely be able to think of a solution to the problem. He'll try to simulate Fury's black-hearted way of thinking, and she really thought of a way that didn't work. We have to find Sergeant Bucky first and let him disappear. As long as Captain and Stark can't find him, the conflict between the two will not escalate. And yet we don't know where Bucky is. He's Winter Soldier. He's had the toughest training. If he doesn't want to be found, no one can find him. In fact, Natasha Romanoff and Bucky know each other. This world is not simply the Marvel movie universe. The origin of Natasha Romanoff is also different from that of the movie universe. She was born in 1928. She used to be the agent of the Red Room. With Winter Soldier, Bucky has worked together a few times. That's better than nothing. Anyway, I'll investigate Bucky's whereabouts privately, Maria Hill said. You don't need money for flowers, just vote a little bit and ask for a monthly pass, by the way. Adrian Frost comes to Hellfire Club. She was in a bad mood. Half a year ago, in order to get her sister Emma to reopen MIT, she endured a strong sense of unhappiness and helped the other party, thinking that this would create a weakness for the other party. As a result, the sidekick named Gwen Poole beside Emma was too impeccable, always able to inadvertently smash her conspiracy. It's fine if that's the case, but just yesterday, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology suddenly went empty. Obviously, Emma moved the college to a place she didn't know about, which made it even more impossible for her to start with Emma. The helpless Adrian had to come to Hellfire Club to find an opportunity. She heard that the Black Queen Celine and Emma have a bad relationship, and the other party is looking for someone recently, which may be a breakthrough. Celine is the current Black Queen of Hellfire Club, but she has her own purpose here, and the club is only seen as a tool available to her. The Black Queen doesn't know who the actual controller of the club is, but only knows that 10 women who are always young are in charge of running the place, and they will give the code names in the name of chess pieces to members who are eligible for it. The Black Queen is not interested in who is in charge of the club. She is not interested in that. Recently, the Black Queen is looking for someone, and the power of the other party is very interesting to her. She wants to take that power for herself, but the other party is very good at hiding. She can only use the resources of Hellfire Club to help herself find someone. At the moment, Celine, wearing a black evening dress, sat at the bar in the club bar, holding a goblet, elegantly tasting the high-end red wine as bright as blood. She is beautiful, but short. Even so, her unique, gloomy temperament also made her seem very present here. But no one would come to talk to her. Instead, they would hide from her. People who come here often know that there is a chance that men who approach the Black Queen will disappear inexplicably. Everyone guesses that those people were killed by the Black Queen, but because there is no evidence, no one dares to talk about it. Adrian walked over to Celine and sat down and ordered a glass of wine with the bartender. Celine glanced at her, but ignored it and continued tasting. Adrian tries to communicate with Celine. She wants to cooperate with each other and make Emma together. But Celine is a woman who doesn't know anything and just said not interested to block Adrian back. Ed Ryan did not give up. I heard that you're looking for someone. Maybe I can help you. Celine finally became interested. Where is she? As long as you help me deal with Emma, I'll tell you where she is. Adrian laid out his chips. At this time, a woman with short brown hair walked up to the two of them, and she warned Adrian, if you forget the warning 40 years ago and do something against Mr. Gao Wen's will, you will definitely end up in the most miserable way. The end is over. This short brown-haired woman is one of the beautiful robots that Gao Wen put in Hellfire Club. Hellfire Club has been run by robots for 40 years, and it's already full of nanomonitors monitoring every corner of the club. The conversation between Adrian and the Black Queen was overheard by the robots, so this beautiful robot came over to warn each other instead of Gao Wen. Adrian looked at the woman with short brown hair and narrowed his eyes. Are you from Gao Wen? Yes, Adrian Frost. You want to be the queen here, but you don't know who the actual controller here is. I feel so sad for you. The short brown-haired woman mocked. Ed Ryan thought of something, and his face became ugly. The brown short-haired woman said to Celine again, Black Queen, the person you are looking for is at the Xavier Youth Gifted School in Westchester County. She is Cyclops and Jean Grey's daughter Rachel Summers on another timeline. She is the host of Phoenix Force. For the sake of being the Black Queen, I would like to remind you that you may be very powerful, but your black magic is not the opponent of the host of Phoenix. The reason why she avoids you is not because she is afraid of you. She just doesn't want to hurt others. If you insist on touching her, there may be no return. After she finished speaking, she left. The intelligence that Ed Ryan regarded as a bargaining chip was casually told to the Black Queen, which made Ed Ryan's desire to cooperate with the Black Queen to fail. At the same time, she also learned that the actual controller of Hellfire Club is Gao Wen, which made her mood worse. She was discussing how to deal with the enemy in the enemy's lair, and she herself felt stupid. In the end, she could only leave the club with an ugly face. The Black Queen continued to sit here, sipping red wine elegantly. Her jet-black eyes seemed to be flickering. If she was not interested in the actual controller of the club before, now she is interested in that one. Does the other party seem to know a lot? Gao Wen, she muttered to herself. Gao Wen didn't give Wanda the heart pendant because the two were not familiar with each other. Once Wanda has mastered origin magic power, the power will surpass him. It's not that Gao Wen can't see that others are better than himself. He just hasn't cultivated Wanda's sense of belonging to his side. If he wants to leave after he has achieved great success, wouldn't Gao Wen become the big guy who gave away the equipment for free? Therefore, Gao Wen is going to wait for the last year and a half. After Wanda has a real sense of belonging here, it is the right time to send the equipment. Now, Gao Wen is ready to study the magic of cost. He wanted to study this for a long time, but he didn't know much magic before, and even if he researched it, there were not many magics that could be borrowed. Now you could try it. The basic theory is already there. As long as the life-sharing skills are magically modified, add the characteristics of infecting other people's bodies and souls, and finally make a contract, it should be almost the same. While pondering the magic of price, he also devoted himself to being a guest teacher in the academy space, cultivating relationships with mutant children, establishing his own authority in their hearts, and when they grow up, he can use to find them a copy. Work in the name of letting them work for themselves. A few days later, with the heroes of the Avengers Alliance trying to avoid a civil war, the superhero civil war eventually broke out. In this world, everyone has their own friends. Black Panther's father died. He thought the murderer was Bucky, so he wanted to kill Bucky, thus getting involved in the Civil War. And Black Panther is in a relationship with Storm in X-Men, so Storm is also involved. Storm is in the war. Can the X-Men stay out of it? There are many similar situations. Not only the Avengers are involved in this civil war. In short, in the end, there were hundreds of participants in the superhero civil war, and there were people from relevant departments and some conspirators behind the scenes. This civil war is far more lively than in the movie. Gao Wen didn't participate in the superhero civil war because there will be no winner and no profit to be made in this war. But Gwen Poole went to join in the fun. As a mercenary, she went to the Captain Steve Rogers to sell herself, and she forcefully cut in the queue to become a foreign aide on the captain's side. Gwyneth doesn't want Captain to die in the Civil War as in the comics, which is why she chooses to side with Captain America's anti-registration faction. If the Marvel story was without Captain America, the fun would be much less. In fact, most of the people involved in this Civil War were involved, and those who could stay out of it had long since disappeared, and no one wanted to get up except for Gwen. When the superhero Civil War was raging, Gao Wen's pocket space was not affected, and it was as comfortable as ever. At noon that day, Emma brought Wanda and Lorna to Gao Wen's house in Pocket Home for lunch. Gao Wen and Tun Mei, Emma, Wanda, and Lorna were sitting in the living room, watching TV and eating lunch. Today's major TV stations are broadcasting superhero Civil War events. How long do you think the Civil War will last? Lorna asked. It shouldn't be long, and there will be no winners, said Gao Wen. To be honest, this Civil War is not the same as the movie, nor is it the same as the comics. It is more like a mixture of the two, which makes Gao Wen a little unclear about the future development. After all, the plot has changed. But it doesn't matter. He has found his own evolutionary path. He can improve as long as he follows the steps, and he does not need to rely on the foresight of the plot to make profits. Look, Gwen is on TV. Tun Mei pointed to the TV and said. In the TV screen, Gwen was wearing a pink tight battle suit, a pink hood, and a purple helmet over the hood. She alone stopped a large group of registered superheroes led by Iron Man and fought for the captain and the others. Time to escape. I saw Gwen wave his hand, and hundreds of high-tech drones appeared in the sky. The drones compiled a network of high-energy lasers against the ground, blocking the registration group on the other side. Storm summons lightning and destroys the drones. Seeing this, Gwen showed a grounded lightning rod to divert the lightning that struck him. She showed a lot of robots again and continued to block everyone. She was about to play with the quality projection helmet that Tuame gave her. It was an airplane, a drone, a robot, and a missile, bomb, and cannon. Just one person stopped everyone. Her ability was exposed to the world for the first time, and everyone was shocked by her ability. She seemed to be able to make anything she wanted. Is she a mutant? With the help of Gwen's, Captain America, Bucky, and others successfully boarded a Quinjet, which took off, entered supersonic cruise mode, and flew beyond the border. Seeing Captain America and the others evacuated successfully, Servant Gwen smiled and said to the ugly Tony Stark and others, "Remember my name? I am Servant Gwen, a mercenary, and I speak for myself. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me to issue the commission, and I will accept it or not according to the situation." After she finished speaking, she conjured a small plane out of thin air and chased Captain America and others away. Did she get a little carried away? Emma looked at the TV screen speechlessly and raised her forehead. That's her style. Gao Wen doesn't agree with this. Gwen serves naturally. Her style is very similar to Deadpool's. Doing things, being handsome, playing off, peeking at walls, and showing off are all her characteristics. But Gwen is different from Deadpool. Although she thinks she is in the world of comics, she will not take the initiative to talk to people who read comics outside the comics, at least not until she has not realized the law of popularity is immortal. A few days later, the superhero civil war was over. Captain America is not dead, but he is a wanted man like Bucky, and many superheroes of the anti-registration faction have also become criminals, such as Black Widow, Falcon, Hawkeye, Sharon Carter, Ant-Man, etc. Another day at noon, Gao Wen's family gathered together for dinner. "Thank me. I brought you out of the quagmire of the Civil War ahead of time. Otherwise, you would have been on Captain America's side, and you might be a wanted criminal by now," Gao Wen said to Wanda. Wanda's expression is subtle. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this is the case. There is one more thing she can't understand. Obviously, Gao Wen told the Avengers in advance what the fuse of the Civil War was. Why did the Civil War break out? She also asked this doubt to the people present. Probably the death of King Wakanda became another fuse. Someone secretly framed Sergeant Barnes, which led to Wakanda's Black Panther. Emma analyzed. In the evening, half a month later, Gao Wen finally perfected his price magic. This price magic is a contract. As long as someone signs this contract with Gao Wen, they can use Gao Wen's life magic to perform the magic shared by Gao Wen. Because the contract was compiled by Gao Wen himself, and the content of the contract was also written by him, so Gao Wen can also choose not to lend magic to the contractor. The more magic the contractor casts using life magic, the faster his body and soul will be infected. In the end, everything about the contractor will belong to Gao Wen, including the other party's memory, knowledge, life, mind, and even soul. Those who borrow Gao Wen's magic can also choose to use only the magic of life to develop new magic by themselves. But the magic that has been developed can also be mastered by Gao Wen. Do not get rid of the end of being infected. Gao Wen is going to find a guinea pig to test the magic of price. Who should I look for? It's better to find someone who is smarter and then encourage the other party to develop magic, so that Gao Wen can get more benefits. He immediately thought of Stephen Strange, who had not yet become Doctor Strange, who was definitely a smart man. But he quickly shook his head and skipped the option. If Strange was to be chosen, it would definitely lead to Ancient One. Besides, Strange is not the only smart person in this world. There are many options. Now is the period of wretched development. There is no need to trouble yourself. After thinking for a long time, Gao Wen made a decision. He doesn't plan to pick people by himself. it's too troublesome. He's going to write a magic book and then throw the magic book out. Whoever picks up this book is a lucky person. Since you want to make a magic book, you must make the magic book a little mysterious. Otherwise, it would be too low to write in a diary. So he went to the almighty Tume and asked her to help him make a blank, mysterious, and compelling-looking book, and then took a quill, dipped it in ink, and started writing. At this time, Gwen's servant finally got home from playing outside. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Gao Wen writing and writing, so she came over to have a look. She giggled and said, "You're finally going to set up a school. I propose that you build a school of magic, just like Hogwarts. Well, it can also be merged with Emma's Massachusetts College, which should be very good." Gao Wen didn't plan to go to any magic school. He just wanted to find a guinea pig to try his magic at his own expense. Seeing that Gao Wen was writing hard, Gwen felt bored, so he went upstairs to Tuanmei's bedroom and went to play games together. Emma didn't come back tonight. She went straight to the Hellfire Club outside after her class. She hadn't been in a while. As soon as Emma arrived at the club, she was found by the Black Queen Celine. The relationship between the two queens, Black and White, has never been very good, but it is not so bad that they are torn apart when they meet. The Black Queen came to Emma to ask about Gao Wen, and she is more interested in Gao Wen now. It is worth mentioning that now Emma already knows that the actual controller of the club is Gao Wen. She was really surprised when she first learned about this, but then she accepted this setting. Asked by the Black Queen about Gao Wen, Emma was puzzled. What did you ask him to do? The Black Queen is both a mutant and a black magician, aged 17,000 years. She has always dreamed of being able to become a god one day, and she will do anything to achieve this goal, and Mary Sue's attributes are full. I'm going to ask him some questions about the mysterious world. I can help you speak for him, but you have to pay something. Emma is not a warm-hearted woman, and it is okay to ask her to help, but you have to pay something. I know a piece of information that may interest you. Tell me, there was a man who was born in the time of King Arthur. A plague destroyed her hometown, but she miraculously survived. Since then, she has claimed to be a believer in the God of Life, and has also been the wife of King Arthur, and has lived up to now. She has the mystery of immortality hidden in her body. King Arthur's wife? Are you talking about the Queen Guinevere who cheated on King Arthur by cuckolding? Emma took a little interest. That's right, it's her. Pocket home here. Gao Wen finished writing the book of magic, checked it again to make sure there were no typos, and turned the book to the cover, thinking about what kind of title should be given to the book. After thinking about it, he didn't think of a good name, so he simply wrote The Book of Life in big characters. The title is uninspired, but at least it sounds lofty. After getting the magic book, Gao Wen imagined a surprise door in front of him, ready to throw the book behind the door. As his thoughts flickered, the door was opened out of thin air, revealing the environment behind the door. Gao Wen looked at the opposite side and found that there seemed to be a medieval village in Europe. The sun was shining. It was afternoon. There was a fire burning in the village and town, and the screams and screams continued. Somebody could still be vaguely heard shouting, "I'm not infected with the plague, let me out," or something like that. Gao Wen roughly understood the situation there. Behind the door should be a plague-ridden village and town in Europe. In order to avoid the spread of the plague, the local lord sent his knights and soldiers to surround the town and let it go. A fire will burn people together with the plague. Similar things happened frequently in the history of the Middle Ages in Europe. Gao Wen didn't plan to save people. He just threw the Book of Life in his hand to the other side of the door. He wasn't worried that the book would be burnt by the fire over there, because it was fireproof. Having done this, he closed the door of surprise. The moment the door closed, Gao Wen received feedback from the past and present price magic, and there was a lot of information. The feedback information is as follows. In the village and town that was plagued by plague and burned by fire, a local girl picked up the Book of Life. The girl's name is Guinevere. She is one of the few people in the town who has not been infected with the plague. She seems to have a noble background, but because the town is blocked, the knight grandpa and soldiers surrounding the town will not risk the spread of the plague. She goes out. The girl knew that she could not survive, and she had given up to survive. But just when she was waiting to die, she found the Book of Life, so she picked it up and opened it, and glimpsed the magic mystery in it, which made her see the hope of living again. In order to survive, she signed a contract with the unknown existence, without hesitation, according to the contents of the book. After that, she miraculously survived the sea of fire with the magic in the book. The knight Lancelot, who was in charge of burning the village, saw this scene and regarded it as a miracle. So he took the girl back to Camelot to meet King Arthur. King Arthur has always been more interested in mysterious events. He kept Guinevere in his palace, and then fell in love with her and married her as his queen. Guinevere, who became the queen, did not give up her study of the book. After she had thoroughly absorbed all the knowledge in it, she went to the great magician of Merlin and Morgan Le Fay to ask about the knowledge of mysticism. Gradually, she developed some life-related magic. These spells include but are not limited to body multiplier, body reduction, shape-shifting, life curse, ooze form, life poison, dragon skin, flight, limb integrate, ranged damage healing, witch's hair, water breathing, reptilian tongue, blah, blah, blah. In addition to magic research, Guinevere's life is extremely simple, and people are more conscientious. As the wife of King Arthur, she had a private rendezvous with the handsome Lancelot and the Knights of the Round Table under the instigation of Morgan Le Fay and the time traveler Dr. Destruction. Later, King Arthur suffered misfortune and that tragedy happened. But Guinevere survived. Since then, Guinevere has realized that she is no longer simple. She has found a place to live in seclusion and concentrates on the study of magic. However, the way she obtained magic power was price magic after all. As she continued to use the magic power of life, her body and soul were gradually infused with magic power. In the end, she completely became a fanatical worshiper of the god of life. Believers. The so-called god of life is a title that Gao Wen put on his head. The impregnated Guinevere, her everything does not belong to her. Only because Gao Wen, the creditor, is in the future, he has never collected debts from her. Perhaps in the eyes of her peers, Guinevere's only cost of casting spells is to give her more faith. Time has come to modern times. Guinevere still exists. In the past 1,500 years, she has used life magic to create a lot of life magic. There are thousands of kinds, enough to write several books. Currently, she lives in Camartage and is friends with the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. After digesting the feedback from Price Magic, Gao Wen was a little stunned. The act of throwing books into the past actually created a Queen Guinevere with an enhanced magical power. Guinevere lived from ancient times to modern times, and even lived in Camartage, accompanied by the Ancient One magician Long Lamp. Gao Wen felt that he might have created a remarkable character inadvertently. Fortunately, the other party has been infused with the magic of life, and will not betray from body to heart. Otherwise, if history is changed in this way, it will always feel very insecure. What surprised Gao Wen the most was that Guinevere uses life magic to create thousands of magic, which is the biggest receipt. There is one more thing that makes Gao Wen very concerned. He met Dr. Doom Victor von Doom in Guinevere's memory. The other party seemed to have returned to the past through a time machine and hooked up with Morgan Le Philip. However, at this point in time, when Gao Wen was in, Mother Doom had not yet become Dr. Doom. So the one Guinevere had met was a Dr. Doom in the future. It can only be said that things related to time, before and after cause and effect, are very confusing. He sighed for a while and couldn't wait to test the thousands of life magics he had just obtained. How skilled the creators of these magics are, the more skilled Gao Wen, a moneylender, can use them without having to learn them, as if he would have been. He first released a magic called Witch's Hair. During the magic effect, he can control the hair according to his own will and control them to grow and shorten. It can be used for attack or defense. The trick is a bit similar to the ninjutsu of Kagaya Otsutsuki in a certain shadow ninja, rabbit hair needle. Gao Wen tried to activate dragon skin again. On the skin of his body, a layer of dreamlike golden dragon scales grew out, and it looked very strong. It should be bulletproof, right? He tested these newly acquired life magics one by one. Each magic has its own unique effect. Some are very practical, but some are very ghosts, such as the following. The tongue can extend a very long, reptile tongue, and the magic tentacles with tentacles grow on the body. The strength of these magic effects is related to the amount of magic power spent, but it is not cost-effective to do so. Gao Wen has no shortage of magic, and the energy is endless. Take the magic of manipulating plants as an example. Ordinary magicians can use this kind of magic to create a small forest with a range of 100 square meters. However, if the same magic is filled with a huge amount of magic power, the forest and vines can be counted in one breath. Covering New York City in minutes, that's the difference. In the same way, any magic can be powerful enough as long as it pays enough magic power. If you compare it horizontally, Gao Wen, who is blessed with endless magical power, should be close to the level of the level Godfather, but compared with those latitude lords or Odin Hela and the like, it is still a little less hot. With these magics, Gao Wen finally has a bit of arrogance, and is no longer a weak rookie. Even if he looks at the moment on the Marvel Earth, he can barely make it to the top. Camartage, ancient one magician and Guinevere sat on the back mountain futon, with a wooden table between them, with a teapot and 2 teacups on it. The image of this ancient one magician is similar to the one in the movie version. It is a bald woman wearing a yellow robe, and she has the temperament of extraordinaire. And Guinevere, just looking at her appearance, she is full of youth. She has jet black hair, beautiful facial features, and is wearing a sky blue dress. Compared to Ancient One, which is a master of the world, Guinevere has more fireworks on her body. The two were drinking tea and chatting about health topics. If they didn't watch people and only listen to the content of the conversation, they would have thought that they were chatting with 2 elderly grandmothers, but the topic they were talking about was too old. At the moment, the life force in Guinevere begins to bloom. Ancient One noticed something from her and sighed. There is always a price to magic. Maybe your creditor has noticed your existence. He is not my creditor. He is my belief. Guinevere dissatisfied. Ancient One shook his head with a wry smile. She had actually seen it long ago. Guinevere has been soaked in magic from her body to her heart. From the first day Ancient One met Guinevere, the other party was already in a state of being completely infiltrated. Ancient One still wondered why the other party's creditor had not come to collect the debt, but instead left Guinevere on his own for thousands of years. The Ancient One does not believe in the benevolence of those dimensions. Mephisto. Seeing Guinevere in prayer, she seemed eager to serve the creditor. Guinevere's prayer was answered for the first time, but it was only answered, and then it was gone. Guinevere opened her eyes suspiciously. Seeing this, Ancient One asked her, "Did you get his response?" "I expressed my devotion to the Lord and expressed my desire to serve by his side, but the Lord said no need." Guinevere was full of question marks. Ancient One is also puzzled. Isn't Guinevere's creditor here to collect the debt? What kind of Mephisto speaks so well? Is it the same as the Trinity Wyshandi, the god of white magic? But even Wyshandi will only be businesslike at most. He will not cheat people. But if you want to get benefits from the Trinity Wyshandi for no reason, you don't have to think about it. Ancient One can understand a little. Pocket space. Gao Wen heard Guinevere's prayer, and the other party expressed his willingness to serve on the left and right through the prayer. Gao Wen replied to her, "No need." Seeing that the other party has provided so much magic for himself, he will not charge the other party, at least not for the time being, and he will say it when he needs it in the future. Magic lending also requires integrity, and word of mouth still needs to be established. Today, Guinevere is in Camartage, which is the best place to promote the magic lending business word of mouth. At around 12 o'clock in the evening, Emma went home. "I got a piece of information that might interest you." Emma took off her coat, hung it on a hanger, put on her slippers, and walked over to Gao Wen and sat down. "What information?" Gao Wen stopped the magic test and looked at her. "The Queen of King Arthur may still be alive. She is said to be a believer in the God of life and holds the mystery of eternal life." Hearing Emma mention this, Gao Wen was embarrassed. Noticing that Gao Wen's expression was wrong, Emma asked, "Why do you look like this? How would you feel if I said that the God of life that Guinevere believed in was me?" It's impossible. Wait, it's not impossible. Are you traveling through time and space again? I just lost a magic book I wrote myself in the past. That book happened to be picked up by Guinevere at the time. She learned the magic in that book and found the magic that borrowed power from me. Ceremony. Hearing that the truth was this, after chatting with Queen Guinevere, Emma told Gao Wen about the Black Queen wanting to see him. Gao Wen disagrees with this. He is not interested in that woman. After skipping the topic of the Black Queen, Emma said, "Come out for a walk with me." "Where?" "Anywhere. I just want to go out for a walk with you." Gao Wen looked at the time. It was almost 1 a.m. He was not sleepy now, so he agreed to come down. A door of surprise appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them and slowly opened. The other end of the door is the beach, and in front of the beach is the endless sea. It's just that the time flow inside and outside the door is not the same. The fast alternation of day and night on the opposite side is visible to the naked eye. Gao Wen mentally calculated the time difference between the two sides and came to a conclusion that 1 day on this side can pass a year on the side behind the door. It's like a fast-forward movie. Where did you connect this door? Emma was curious. It should be otherworld. Otherwise, there won't be the phenomenon of different time flow rates on both sides. Gao Wen wasn't sure, so he was going to go over there and take a look. Come on, let's go over there and see. There must be surprises over there. At the seaside beach behind the door, Gao Wen used a cover-up technique to make the door of surprise look like a coconut tree, so as to avoid the door being discovered by locals. Gao Wen doesn't know where this is, but he's looking forward to this world. Emma wanted to find what Gao Wen called the so-called surprise, so she closed her eyes and started telepathy. She felt that it was a relatively large island with hundreds of people on the island. By listening to the voices of those people and spying on their memories, she gave her a general understanding of what kind of place this was. "What did you sense?" Gao Wen asked her. "This seems to be a medieval fantasy world. The place we are in is Dragonstone, not far from a place called Westeros. There is a city-state called King's Landing on that continent. Not long ago, King's Landing, the king of the city, was killed. The queen and the prince hid on the island under the escort of the fleet, and I also found that there were people in the fleet who wanted to betray the queen and the prince." Hearing this information, Gao Wen knew what kind of world this was. This is where the story of A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, takes place. His door of surprise can not only span space and time, but also dimensions and planes. It was a big surprise. The queen and prince in Emma's information should be the mother and big brother of the dragon mother Daenerys Targaryen. According to the plot, after the death of King Aerys II Targaryen in King's Landing on Westeros, Queen Layla and her son hid in Dragonstone under the escort of her subordinates. When they escaped, Queen Layla was still pregnant, and she would give birth to the dragon mother Daenerys Targaryen on Dragonstone. But she would also die in childbirth. Gao Wen began to think about what he could gain from this world. Coming to the legendary Otherworld, which is still a medieval magical wind and is dominated by humans, made Emma particularly excited. In particular, this world is faster than Marvel's world, and Emma is even more excited, which means that even if they stay in this world for a long time, Marvel's side will only pass a few days. "I have an idea," Gao Wen said. "What idea?" "I want you to brainwash everyone on Dragonstone with mind ability to make them forget about Queen Layla having a son. Do you want that little prince to evaporate?" "Yes, when you are brainwashing them, you will give yourself a Targaryen surname to exist as Queen Layla's sister, temporarily changing her name to Emma Targaryen. Queen Layla and King Aerys share the same last name because they are siblings. Yes, this is the L wheel." Gao Wen wants Emma to infiltrate the Targaryen family and become Long Ma's aunt. After Long Ma is born, she will raise her personally, teach advanced knowledge, and finally use technology to push the world. This should be very interesting. It's definitely going to take a long time, but Gao Wen thinks it's worth it. Anyway, a year in this world will only pass 1 day on Marvel's side, and even if you stay here for 30 years, only 1 month will pass on Marvel's side. Gao Wen can just take this time to immerse himself in his development, consolidate his strength, and start his own magic lending business. Emma agreed, and she was about to activate mind ability. You do this first. I'll go back and ask Wen and Janata if they want to come over and play together. Gao Wen said. Call Lorna and Wanda too, Emma said. Gao Wen nodded, then walked through the door of surprise and walked back to Pocket Home Villa. Once he came back, he teleported to the Pocket College dormitory area again, came to the door of the dormitory of sisters Wanda and Lorna, and knocked on the door. Because it was midnight, the Wanda-Lorna sisters in the dormitory were already asleep. A sudden knock on the door woke them up. Before long, the door of the dormitory was opened by Wanda, who was wearing a set of white pajamas. Seeing that the person knocking on the door was Gao Wen, Wanda asked in confusion, Why are you looking for me so late? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for your two sisters. You should get dressed and get up immediately and go to Otherworld with me for an adventure later. Otherworld? What kind of Otherworld? Lorna asked expectantly, with his head popping out from behind Wanda. Unlike Wanda, who likes quiet, Lorna is an adventurous girl, and she is very excited to learn that Gao Wen is going to take the two on an adventure to the legendary Otherworld. It's a magical medieval world over there. In short, change your clothes quickly. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Not long after, the two sisters changed out of their pajamas and walked out. Gao Wen brought the two of them to Pocket Home's villa and asked them to wait in the living room first, while he went upstairs and knocked on the door of Tuamei's bedroom. Please come in. Tuamei's voice came from the bedroom. Gao Wen pushed open the door and walked in, and saw Tuamei and Gwen sitting alone in front of a computer, playing a certain online game as a team. I found another world. The style of the world is similar to the game you are playing. It is a medieval magic style. The time over there is very fast. One day here, a year can pass there. I'm going to go after practice. Medieval magic wind. When she heard the other world in that style, Tuamei actually had a little bit of anticipation, which was probably related to the game she was playing recently. Is there a story over there? Gwen is also looking forward to it. She is not looking forward to the style of that world, but whether there is a story she is familiar with over there. The story world of comics or movie novels is also possible, right? Have you watched Game of Thrones? I've seen it, don't you think? Gwen's eyes lit up. Well, that's it. Since you all want to go, let's prepare. After Gao Wen finished speaking, he left the bedroom and went downstairs to wait with Wanda Lorna. It didn't take long for Tuamei and Gwen to go downstairs. Tuamei said energetically, Let's go. Don't worry. The place we're going to is in a medieval style, so change to suit the style first, said Gao Wen. Due to the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, when Gao Wen went home to gather his teammates, Emma had been alone on Dragonstone Island in the world of ice and fire for a week. She used this time to brainwash everyone on Dragonstone Island. And incidentally, she also made Queen Layla's son, the little prince who is only a few years old, evaporate. This is not just a physical evaporation, but also disappeared from everyone's memory. Queen Layla forgot that she still had a son, and now she only knew that she was carrying her only child in her womb. Emma, as Queen Layla's sister, appeared in the memory of everyone on the island, with no sense of disobedience. At the moment, Emma, dressed in a medieval aristocratic-style dress, stood on the high platform of the castle with her pregnant Queen Layla, overlooking the mainland of Westeros across the channel. Queen Layla is very young, only 21 or 2 years old. It is hard to imagine that she is already a mother of 2 children at such a young age. In the case of being close relatives with her big brother, she can give birth to a daughter with good genes like Longma, which shows that her own genes are also very good, and she is a beautiful beauty. Her appearance without makeup is only a little worse than that of Emma after makeup. If she wears modern cosmetics, she can properly hang Emma. Emma doesn't know why Gao Wen is interested in Queen Layla. She doesn't believe that Gao Wen will like Layla, even if the other party is very beautiful. According to Emma's understanding of Gao Wen, the other party will not like a married woman who has lost her purity. Could it be that he was not looking at Queen Layla, but the child in the other's womb? Emma is a little confused. These days, she has chatted a lot with the sister Queen Layla and learned a lot of information about the world from the chat. Once, Layla was the Queen of King's Landing in Westeros. Layla's big brother was King Aerys Targaryen, Until recently, Robert Baratheon and Lannis of the Baratheon family, there was a sudden revolt of the Tay family. Then King Aerys Targaryen died, and Queen Layla had to flee. Later, Robert Baratheon became the new king of King's Landing, and House Lannister married him to become a royal family. His dead wife. So Ed Stark was canonized as the Duke of the North and obtained the largest fief in Westeros. This news is bad news for Queen Layla, but it is only fresh news for Emma. There are also mysteries in this world, but mysteries are becoming legends. Dragons haven't appeared in hundreds of years. The White Walkers outside the wall in the north, the last time they were recorded was thousands of years ago. As for the 7 new gods that the 7 kingdoms believe in, they're more like simple beliefs, and those so-called new gods are not real. Compared with the legend of the new gods, there are many textual researches that can prove that the ancient old gods really existed. In the current era, the old gods basically have no living space and are forced to the end of the world. For example, the god of the earth, which is the source of the power of the prophet in the plot, its body may be a tree, which is believed by the children of the forest. Later, one of the children of the forest fell and began to use the corpses of human beings to create the White Walkers, the fallen one. Son of the forest, later known as the Night King. The Night King is almost the same species as the Lich King in the World of Warcraft next door, and it can set off a natural disaster of the dead. For another example, Rollo, the King of Light that the red-robed woman believes in the plot, is also an old god. He will drop oracles to believers from time to time, but the oracle of this product always has problems and later makes the red-robed woman suspicious of life. Emma chatted with Queen Layla and asked her some world history. She wanted to understand the world as much as possible. At the same time, Emma also has a little ambition. There are too many ordinary people in this world, and there is no superhero. She wants to run a power here, create a country, become a queen, and enjoy a Game of Thrones. The next day, when Emma sensed that Gao Wen was coming, she went to greet Gao Wen and the girls behind him in person and said, "Gao Wen, I want to develop power in this world." "Okay, you can develop troops in the name of the orthodox royal blood of the Targaryen family. After you develop it, go to counterattack Westeros." Gao Wen said. Emma happily gave Gao Wen a kiss. Gwen looked around and asked Gao Wen and Emma, "What time is it now?" Emma knows Gwen's style. She always speaks strangely and asks strange questions. Emma doesn't understand what time period she's asking about, so she doesn't answer. Generally speaking, only Gao Wen can answer similar strange questions, and the two can always meet the radio waves. This is Dragonstone Island, and in 4 or 5 months, Lama will be born. Gao Wen said. After listening to Gwen, he complained, "Are we coming too early? If we can wait until the Dragon Mother grows up, we can experience more plots. Come so early, we have to destroy the plot and fight for Westeros. Continent. I can't even imagine what the future of this world will look like. We are here for vacation, not to experience the plot. If you feel bored, you can use this place as a world OL or a city simulator. Find someone to find a place to build a city and farm for yourself." Gao Wen shrug. "I still want to cultivate the Dragon Mother. I will cultivate the Dragon Mother. The Dragon Mother will cultivate the dragon, and then the dragon will be cultivated into the dragon gods in D&D that are comparable to the gods. That is more interesting." When talking, I found that it seemed more fun to do this, and suddenly I couldn't wait. Your words reminded me that I also need to collect some dragon DNA samples to develop my shape-shifting technique dragon form. The blood of the Targaryen family should contain the relevant DNA of the dragon family. Emma, you take the time to help me get some Queen Layla's blood. Gao Wen said. "I wanted to ask before, who is the Dragon Mother in your mouth?" Emma was puzzled. Long Ma is Queen Layla's daughter. The Gao Wen family settled on Dragonstone. All the people on the island were brainwashed by Emma and surrendered to the Targaryen family. The current Targaryen family, excluding a certain Jon Snow, is currently 2 people. One is Queen Layla with a big belly, and the other is Emma. When everyone thought Emma was a Targaryen, she really was. Queen Layla died of her husband and lost her status as a queen. She was unhappy all day and didn't care about anything at all, so Emma naturally became the real talker of the territory of Dragonstone Island. Gao Wen is active on the island as Emma's husband. The three daughters, Gwen, Wanda, and Lorna, exist as Gao Wen's family members. In short, in this place, everyone's identities are very reasonable, and no one will be surprised. Gwen is a restless master. During the period before Long Ma was born, she was idle and bored, so she took Lorna and Tunmei away from Dragonstone and went to Westeros to take an adventure. Gao Wen is not worried about their safety. The level of power in this world is not high. With Gwen and Lorna's fighting power, no one in this world can do anything to them. Even if the old gods appear, they are not afraid. That's it. Wanda didn't go out on adventures with the three of them. She took the magic book that Gao Wen gave her and spent time learning magic on weekdays. Gao Wen got Queen Layla's blood from Emma, so he closed the door and began to extract the dragon's DNA from it with life magic and try to integrate it into his own shape-shifting technique, hoping to develop the shape-shifting technique dragon form and then master it. The unique flame and ice of the dragon family have developed the Fire Escape and Ice Escape series of magic in disguise. During this time, Emma was not idle. She began to enjoy the feeling of power and opened a school on the island to popularize science to the people, clear up superstitions, and promote advanced ideas in the future. Until one day, 3 months later, it was almost the next morning in the pocket space. During the daytime, Emma also went to the academy space to teach the mutant children, but she wanted to stay here, so I asked Gao Wen to make a simulation robot look like her to play her and go to the academy instead of her. Take care of the mutant kids over there. Today is the day of Queen Layla's birth, and that night, the narrow sea storm rages. In the delivery room, a midwife was delivering Queen Layla's baby. Gao Wen and Emma wait outside the delivery room. Gwen and I said, Layla will die in childbirth. Are we going to save her? Emma asked Gao Wen for advice. All I need is Layla's daughter. As for Layla, save it if you want. Gao Wen said it doesn't matter. Let everything be left to fate. If she really died in childbirth, it would only mean that her life was not good. Emma didn't want to save people. She just wanted the identity of the Targaryen family, not her own head sister. With the surname Targaryen, she is the de jure heir to King's Landing in Westeros. At that time, she will be able to teach a famous usurper who attacked King's Landing, euphemistically, to take back the throne of the Targaryen family. It didn't take long for Queen Layla to give birth. The medical technology of this era is not developed. When encountering such a problem, the only choice is to protect the big or the small. In the end, Queen Layla died. Daenerys Targaryen was born. After Long Ma was born, she became Emma's niece. Emma likes children the most. She loves Daenerys very much and wants to raise her as a daughter. A few days later, Emma sits on the throne in the Great Hall, holding baby Daenerys in her arms. At this time, a subordinate came to report to Emma, Your Majesty, Stannis of the Baratheon family is leading the fleet to approach Dragonstone. House Baratheon was the usurper, and they would come here, apparently to kill the Targaryens. Emma told her subordinates to step back, then closed her eyes and unfolded telepathy. Even without the enhancement of the brainwave machine, Emma's telepathy range can cover more than 10 miles of water around the Dragonstone Island level. She sensed the incoming enemy, so without saying a word, she directly controlled them, let them dock the boat, and then killed each other. When the last person dies, she uses psychic ability to notify her men to receive those ships. What happened here is unknown to the outside world except the residents of the island. On the other side of King's Landing, the usurper King Robert only knew that the fleet he had sent to destroy the Targaryens' remnants had lost news, which made him feel a strong sense of unease. As long as one of the Targaryens lives, he will never be a king. In order to find out what happened over there, he sent spies to Dragonstone Island to investigate the situation. But no matter how many people King Robert sent over, the result was nothing. Robert was a little anxious, so he sent someone to the north to find his good friend Ed Stark, Duke of the North, and summoned him to King's Landing to discuss the matter. At the moment, Gwen, Tunmei, and Lorna are in King's Landing. The three learn that King Robert of King's Landing is dealing with the remnants of House Targaryen on Dragonstone. The three girls all knew that Emma was now playing the role of Queen Targaryen, but the three had no intention of going back and tipping off at all. They didn't believe that the usurper king of King's Landing could take Emma. This is a city with flavor. Lorna doesn't like this city very much. There is not even a sewer here. People are always casual when they file sighs, which leads to a kind of scented fragrance in the city. The taste of, this is the Middle Ages. You can't ask too much. After Emma makes a fortune with the Targaryen surname, it should be interesting to build a modern city. Gwen imagined the future. Janata, why haven't you spoken? Lorna asked, seeing that Sister Tun had been quiet the whole time. I'm sensing the mystery of this world. Tume said, what did you sense? Lorna became interested. It has been 3 months since several people came to this world. The three of them have visited many places together, but they have not seen the supernatural power of this world. There are many living dead men in the north, and there are some false gods on the edge of the world. I also found some dragon eggs and keel bones on another road, but no living dragons were found. Tume said. Gwen's eyes lit up. Let's get some dragon eggs. Tume nodded. She didn't say where the dragon eggs were, but when she reached out her hand and grabbed it in the air, 3 dragon eggs were caught by her from somewhere in the world into her arms. Lorna and Gwen alone took a dragon egg from Tume's arms, and this time the 3 girls each held one in their arms, which looked a bit funny. How to make the dragon eggs hatch? Lorna asked expectantly. If you can keep a dragon as a pet, just thinking about it makes you feel like you can't pull the wind. How many friends can I envy to death? It should be set on fire. Gwen said uncertainly. She remembered that the 3 dragon eggs in the play were hatched like this. So the 3 girls went out of the city, found an empty place outside the city, picked up some firewood, and started to burn the dragon eggs. Facts have proved that just roasting dragon eggs with flames cannot make dragon eggs hatch. In the play, the reason why the 3 dragon eggs of Longma can hatch in the flames is because Longma herself was also tortured in the flames, which may have caused some kind of subtle difference between Longma and the dragon eggs, chemical reaction, before the dragon eggs hatch. The 3 girls were disappointed when they saw that the dragon egg had not hatched. The Dragonstone Palace was built on the peak of Dragonstone Island. The door of surprise that everyone used when they came to this world was moved to a secret room in this palace by Gao Wen. Recently, Emma has shipped a lot of supplies from another world, including but not limited to various electrical appliances, various building materials, various modern handicrafts, and various warm clothing. These materials were purchased from the Marvel world at Emma's expense, and they didn't ask for the quality of these things. Emma is going to build Dragonstone as a bridgehead for everyone here, all to modern specifications. To this end, Emma also hired an architectural designer and an urban planner from the Marvel world, and let them build here, and they are not afraid of them revealing the secrets that could be traversed here. Emma's spiritual ability is the best. Firewall, with designers and planners. Anyone on the island with a bit of strength was directed to demolish old houses and rebuild high-rise buildings. Emma provided what designers and planners needed, and in the end, Emma simply hired an entire construction team from Marvel. The door of the surprise gate is too small, and it is not easy to get excavators, cranes, road rollers, mixers, and the like from there. Emma simply asked Gao when to contact Gwen and others who were on the waves outside, and asked them to come back, then asked Janata to help create these machines out of thin air. Someone is about to ask here, you have called Tume back. Why don't you let Tume directly get the complete city out? In Emma's own words, that would be very unfulfilling. Emma completely treats this as a game called City Simulator. If you let Tume take care of the construction process and directly produce the finished product, the sense of achievement will be reduced by more than half. The indigenous people on Dragonstone Island were not idle either, but those with a lot of strength were assigned various jobs, while the younger ones continued to be educated. Emma doesn't have to do these things herself. She directs Gao Wen's robots, letting them take care of the overall situation instead of herself, and she concentrates on taking care of Longma. Gao Wen didn't participate in the mess that Emma made. He dug a large laboratory in the mountains of Dragonstone, specializing in magic research. Wanda was with Gao Wen, learning the magic that Gao Wen taught her. Speaking of Wanda, although she hasn't activated origin magic power yet, her magical ability is good. She has the life magic power that Gao Wen donated for free, and she can learn a life magic every few days. The two taught one, and the other learned. During this period, Wanda's affection for Gao Wen became higher and higher, and her sense of belonging to Gao Wen became stronger and stronger. Not long after Gwen, Lorna, and Tuame returned to Dragonstone, they threw the dragon eggs in the palace, and then came to Gao Wen's magic laboratory together, wanted to see what Gao Wen and Wanda were doing here. As soon as the three of them arrived at the outer layer of a laboratory, they saw Wanda flying in the air. Behind her, a pair of Bayou wings with a wingspan of 4 meters kept flapping, allowing her to fly in the sky. This is a new magic, swan wings, that Wanda has just learned. This magic extracts information from the DNA of swans and incorporates the flight magic formed after shape-shifting. The effect is to make the caster's back grow swan wings. At the moment, Wanda looks like a very beautiful angel at first glance. Wanda has become an angel. Lorna almost dropped her chin when she saw her sisters look. When the little sisters came back, Wanda fell from the air. She happily showed off the magic she had learned these days with her friends. What Lorna looked at was envious. She also wanted to learn magic. There were so many kinds of magic tricks, not one single effect like super ability. There were obviously more cool poses for magic, and she also wanted to play more cool poses. Gwen leaned behind Wanda and touched her wings. The feathers were so tactile and comfortable to touch. "Where's Gao Wen?" Gwen retracted her hand and asked Wanda. She hadn't seen Gao Wen for 3 months. She missed him a little. "She's deep in the lab, and you'll see him by walking straight ahead." "Oh, let's talk. I'll go to Gao Wen to make out." Gwen waved his hand and ran towards the depths of the laboratory. After running forward for a few minutes, Gwen ran to a particularly large indoor space. In the center of this space, there was a huge amount of golden dragon. This dragon is more than 30 meters long and 7 meters high, and its body is still burning with golden flames. This kind of flame is very strange. It doesn't feel the slightest temperature, but Gwen felt the danger the first time she saw this kind of flame, and she intuitively told her that if she accidentally got caught in this kind of flame, she would probably be transformed into a few seconds. Ash. She stared blankly at the golden dragon. Where did this dragon come from? At this time, the dragon turned his head to this side, and a pair of golden eyes bigger than a basketball looked at her. Gwen froze. She stepped back and said loudly, "Well, I went to the wrong place. I'll leave now." But soon, Gwen's back footsteps stopped, and she saw that the golden dragon's body gradually shrank and shape-shifted, turning into a beautiful man naked. Who was it if it wasn't Gao Wen? Gwen breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that it was Gao Wen, and then walked over curiously, looking at her boyfriend up and down. "How did you do it?" "It's just shape-shifting, not worth mentioning." Gao Wen smiled slightly. "You're pretending to be X." Gwen rolled her eyes at her, then stepped forward and hugged Gao Wen. "Honey, I don't see you in March. I miss you." A few words are omitted here. 2 hours later, Gao Wen and Gwen were neatly dressed and walked towards the outside of the laboratory, chatting as they walked. "When you turned into a dragon, I didn't feel the temperature of the flame on your body, but it seemed dangerous." "It's not that there's no temperature. It's just that the temperature is restrained in the flame and will not spread outward. The actual temperature of the golden flame can be controlled. It can be as hot as the sun and as pleasant as warm water." Gao Wen raised starting from his palm. A golden flame rises. This is the new magic ability that Gao Wen obtained after successfully transforming into a dragon. The flame of the dragon. "You're getting stronger every day, but I'm still walking." Gwen murmured to himself and began to reflect. Should he also learn to shut up with Gao Wen? Otherwise, just relying on the quality projection helmet as a weapon will make her stronger, but the stronger one is the helmet, not her. If the helmet breaks, won't she become a useless otaku again? Gao Wen and Gwen walked all the way to the outside of the lab, which wasn't quite as spacious as the inside, but it wasn't particularly small. At the moment, Wanda is still performing the magic that he has learned in the past 3 months for Lorna and Tuanmei in this place. Among these magics, 4 of Wanda's favorites are Swan Wing, Witch's Hair, Spore Fungus, and Insect Nest. The swan wings can make her look like an angel and fly in the sky, but she is not proficient in flying and may fall down from the air at any time, so she does not dare to fly too high. The witch's hair allows her to freely control the length and hardness of her hair and easily change her hairstyle. The spore fungus can allow her to create mold-poisonous spore powder out of thin air, turning it into a miasma that fills the surroundings. This trick is not fatal, but hallucinogenic. People who stay in the spore fungus fog will be caught when they breathe, producing all kinds of hallucinations. The insect nest can split her body into thousands of insects flying around. As long as there is one insect alive, she will not die. Wanda at the moment was performing insect nest for Lorna and Tuanmei when she suddenly exploded and turned into a large group of butterflies flying around. Lorna was stunned. "Aren't you going to be precise?" Lorna exclaimed. "It's very delicate magic." Tuanmei exclaimed. At this time, Gao Wen and Gwen came over, and they also saw butterflies flying around. The butterflies began to converge towards one place and regrouped into Wanda. She proudly asked her sister Lorna, "I'm good." Lorna nodded again and again. "Husband, I also want to learn magic." Gwen looked at Gao Wen expectantly. She had decided to learn magic in a retreat to make herself stronger. "To learn my magic, you have to accept the magic of life. Once you accept this power, you won't grow up. Or do you want to be a 17-year-old forever?" Gao Wen teased. Gwen's stuck. She still wants to grow up, especially the position of her breasts. She thinks she still has room to grow. "What? You said that after learning magic, you can use shape-shifting plastic surgery? It's just whether the magic effect is good or not. Once the magic is gone, everything will be restored. Gwen prefers to be the original product, not the cosmetic product." Seeing Gwen's entanglement, Gao Wen couldn't help pinching her cheek. "We will probably stay in this world for more than 10 or 20 years, so just endure it for a few years." "That's the only way," Gwen said sullenly. "Well, Gao Wen, can I learn magic from you like Wanda?" Lorna leaned over, took Gao Wen's arm and shook it. Her beautiful eyes looked at Gao Wen expectantly and blinked, 10 stars on the malicious selling cuteness index. "No problem, but for today, I plan to go out for a walk. Do you want to come together?" "I want to ride a dragon," Gwen said. Gao Wen's mouth twitched, but he agreed. A group of people walked out of the laboratory and came to the open space outside. Under the gaze of the 4 girls, Gao Wen transformed into a golden dragon. "Yeah," Gwen cheered excitedly. She greeted Tuanmei and Wanda, and Lorna, who was stunned at this scene, got on the back of the golden dragon Gao Wen. "Girls, sit tight." Gao Wen reminded them with a mental recitation and immediately flapped his wings and lifted into the air. "From today onwards, please call me Miss Gwen, the Dragon Knight," Gwen said arrogantly. Lorna touched the dragon scales curiously, and she asked her sister, "Wanda, can you transform into a dragon?" "I haven't learned yet. When you learn it, you can also become a dragon and let me ride it, okay?" "Well, okay." Wanda agreed in a tangled manner. Gao Wen flew north of the North Wall in Westeros to see the legendary White Walkers. After all, it is the undead natural disaster of the Song of Ice and Fire version. If you don't go to see it, you will always feel regretful. After transforming into a dragon, the Gao Wen flight was extremely fast, and under constant acceleration, he easily flew out of the speed of Mach 3, which is 3 times the speed of sound. Flying so fast, in order not to fall off the girls on its back, a golden flame ignited on its body, and the flame wrapped the girls. This kind of flame is not an ordinary flame. It will not be affected by wind pressure, but it is as comfortable as soaking in warm water. There is quite a lot of space on its back. Gwen is happily lying on the dragon's back, feeling the warmth that Gao Wen brings to her. She has a special sense of security. She really loves this feeling. Lorna screamed with excitement, and Tuanmei smiled. Wanda, like Gwen, lay on the dragon's back, not to mention feeling quite comfortable and secure. "Look ahead," It's the Great Wall of the North. Gwen, who was lying on the dragon's back, pointed to the front and shouted loudly. The three women looked and saw the very tall and long Great Wall. This Great Wall spanned the entire northern border and divided the area further north. Further north, there are many wildlings who are said to be ferocious and eat people. However, Gao Wen and Gwen knew that the savages didn't actually eat people, and they weren't as ferocious as they imagined, but the folk customs were more simple. It is winter now, and the winter in this world is terrible. Whenever the winter comes, many people will die. It's not that the winter here is colder than the Earth's winter, but it will last longer, often for several years at a time, and it is impossible to grow food in this season. Dragon roared and flew over the Great Wall. In the night watchman base camp below the Great Wall, those patrolling night watchmen saw the dragon flying in the sky, and their eyes dropped. This frightened the watchmen. You must know that the legendary creature, the dragon, has disappeared for hundreds of years, and it is already a legend in the cognition of contemporary people. Now that the legend appears in front of us, and it is still such a big dragon, we can imagine how much shock it can bring to the night watchman here. Gao Wen ignored the night's watch below and continued to fly north, looking for the White Walkers outside the wall. We're ghosts. The White Walkers are the resurrected dead man, who are not afraid of the cold, have pale skin and light blue eyes. If you put the zombies in Resident Evil in the refrigerator overnight and then release them, the image will be very similar to the White Walkers. They generally have the ability to resurrect dead man, but this resurrection is not a real resurrection, but makes dead man stand up again and become a living dead man. What are we doing here? Wanda wondered. When you come to the outside of the Great Wall in the north, you naturally want to see wildlings and other ghosts. If you fly further north, you might be able to see the god of the earth, the son of the forest, and the prophet who is almost omniscient. Gwen said that he knew everything. No one is curious about creatures like gods because there is one in their team. Tuanmei is about equal to the gods of the universe and must be more powerful than the indigenous gods in this world. They were more curious about the White Walkers, wanting to see what the legendary undead creature looked like. Gao Wen, who turned into a golden dragon, flew in the sky outside the Great Wall of the North with four beauties, searching for the traces of the White Walkers. It flew for a long time, and even used the life perception magic. The savage found a lot, but the White Walkers did not encounter any. In the end, under the guidance of Tuanmei, a young lady White Walker was dug out under the snow of an ice field. This is a white ghost with a relatively complete body. There are no obvious wounds on his body. He should have died of illness or freezing before his death. If killed by someone, the wound will remain after the corpse becomes a White Walker. This White Walker was wearing a tattered black one-piece dress. It had a grim expression, waving its arms and showing teeth and claws at several people. If Gao Wen hadn't bound it with magic vines, it would have pounced on it and bit it. People. Gao Wen, who had recovered his human form, walked behind Miss White Walker, pressed his right hand on its back, and used life magic to perceive its state. Gao Wen wanted to know what the White Walkers were all about. Even though it has no life, but it can move, is it really undead magic? But Gao Wen has an intuition. This is not undead magic. It should be life magic. There was this intuition because Gao Wen thought of the Night King, the leader of the White Walkers, who used to be the son of the forest who believed in the god of the earth, a symbol of vitality. Wanda, Lorna, and Gwen also got close to the White Walkers and observed it up close. Only Sister Tun was not particularly interested in the White Walkers. At a time like this, how much I long to have a Frostmourne so that I can lean on that weapon and stand in the snow, with this White Walker as the background, pretending to be the Lich King. Gwen began to say something incomprehensible again. You can use your helmet to project what you want. Lorna said that she was actually quite envious of Gwen's helmet, but it was a pity that it had an identity binding and others wouldn't be able to use it even if they got it. You don't understand. The projection is just a look. There is no feeling. Gwen said, "What is Frostmourne? Maybe I can try to make one for you." Tuanmei said warmly. Gwen's eyes lit up and immediately came to Tuanmei and began to describe the style and effect of Frostmourne to her. Not long after, Tuanmei gave Frostmourne to the cottage. The so-called Frostmourne is actually the weapon held by the Lich King Arthas Menai in World of Warcraft. A powerful, yet sad, tragic artifact. It was originally a weapon forged by the Dread Demon King, but now is forged by Tuanmei, and its function is naturally not so evil. At least it will not deceive people's minds and make people's temperaments change. Gwen, who has been playing equipment flow all the time, once again harvested a piece of artifact-level equipment, and his face is full of smiles. Holding Frostmourne, she stood next to Miss White Walker, posing in a cool pose, and asked Lorna to take a picture of her with her phone. My phone ran out of power 2 months ago. Lorna spread her hands. So Gwen turned to the almighty Tuanmei for help. Tuanmei changed out of the camera and took a few pictures of her in the style of the king of Wumiao. Wanda didn't pay attention to Gwen's weirdness. Like Gao Wen, she was also very interested in the existence of the White Walkers, so she learned from Gao when to use life magic to detect Miss White Walkers. After a while, Gao Wen withdrew his hand and said, I probably understand the basis for the existence of the White Walkers. What is it? Gwen asked expectantly, carrying Frostmourne. With Frostmourne, she thought she could consider transferring to the Lich King. Maybe it would be good to learn some undead magic. Like Gwen, she can't be regarded as a hero on the side of justice, nor can she be regarded as a villain of evil. She is more like a player. She will play whatever is fun, and she will not consider what she plays to others. Say it would be evil. In her eyes, both the Marvel world and the world of Song of Ice and Fire are the so-called story worlds. In the story world, she is always free to let herself go. In the eyes of passers-by who do not know the truth, they will think that she has mental problems, and only people like Gao, when who are transmigrators, can understand her strange behavior. The soul of a person stays in a body, so people are living. Once a person dies, the soul can no longer stay in the body. But if the soul is forcibly bound in the body and the body is powered by magic, then dead man also to be able to come to life in the way of the undead. From the point of view of magic, such magic is not evil, but from the perspective of the living, it is evil at home. Gao Wen said of his discovery. Tuanmei said, You only discovered the superficial phenomenon, but ignored the biggest problem. What's the problem? Gao Wen asked humbly. Decedent's body and decedent's soul are repulsive, just like the same pole of a magnet, which is also very similar to positive matter and antimatter. If you let the two touch without any treatment, it will explode. Tuanmei explained. I know, Death Stranding, once the soul returns to reality from the Nether Beach and finds its own body, the body will explode like a nuclear explosion. Gwen said that he knew it again. Tuanmei was full of question marks, and she didn't quite understand the word Death Stranding in Gwen's mouth. Gwen told everyone about the setting of Death Stranding. This setting comes from a delivery game called Death Stranding. The world in the game has changed, and the beach leading to the underworld is suspended. The souls of the dead will not lose consciousness after appearing in the beach. Will retain the memory and personality of the previous life. Generally speaking, no one wants to die, so those souls turned around and walked back to reality, instinctively looking for their corpses. Once they found and tried to return to the corpse would explode like a nuclear bomb. Once the people in that world die, the people around them will immediately burn the corpse. Otherwise, once the soul of the corpse returns, it will cause a great tragedy. But there is also a problem with this. If the body is burned, the soul will not find its way home, and it will become something like an evil spirit wandering around the world. So the world is desperate. After listening to Gwen's narration, Tuanmei finally understood what the so-called Death Stranding meant. It's almost like this. In the world we came from, because of the death of the 5 great creation gods, similar things will not happen. Even if death does not start cancerous in the universe, the rules left by death will ensure that everyone will not die, so that there will be no explosion. And there is magic in this world, which can bind the soul of people who have just died for less than a day. As long as the soul has not left the body, the explosion will not occur. Tuanmei said, According to you, Undead magic can't work on corpses that have been dead for a while, but only on corpses that have just died? That's it. Tuomei nodded. Gao Wen, what are you doing? Wanda noticed that the life magic on Gao Wen began to surge and put his hand on the White Walker again, wondering what he wanted to do. If I revive the body of this White Walker, can it really come alive if there is still a soul? Gao Wen said. Hearing what he said, everyone was very curious. The magic of life is an energy that can perform miracles of life, not to mention revitalizing corpses, even creating life from nothing. But the act of resurrecting a corpse is not a real resurrection. People have souls, and after death, their souls will leave the corpse and go where they should go. Only the corpse is resurrected, the soul is not recalled, and the resurrected is just a vegetative person. The white ghosts are different. Although the white ghosts are dead men, they have souls. Their souls are the souls of their lives. They are only confused by the influence of magic. In theory, as long as the magic of the White Walkers is dispelled and the corpse is resurrected, the White Walkers will truly be resurrected and become human again. However, there is a but. The law of time and the law of life will come to everyone equally. Since birth, the inherent time will continue to accumulate. The White Walker that Gao Wen wants to resurrect is actually an ancient man more than 400 years ago. When Gao Wen successfully resurrected it, she opened her eyes and saw everyone, as if she wanted to say something to everyone, but then her body was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye under everyone's astonished expressions, only less than 10 seconds. From a young girl to a white-haired grandma, and finally the whole person turned into fly ash and returned to the earth, leaving no bones behind. What's going on? Gao Wen wondered. Tuomei is not very sure. Probably she's also accumulating inherent time during her time as a white ghost. As a white ghost, it can always live in dead man's way. But as a human, it has a lifespan limit. When a moment she returned to adulthood, the inherent time accumulated in the past came, and hundreds of years of time flowed through her to cause this phenomenon. Magic is really against her heart. She was truly resurrected at that moment. Lorna sighed. The crowd fell silent. Not long after, Gwen was the first to break the silence, and she asked Gao Wen, "Where are we going next?" Gao Wen thought for a while, and suddenly had an idea. In the eyes of those noble grandfathers in the Middle Ages, the population is always enough. Once the population is too large, food is wasted, but we know the importance of human resources. So what? The place where we are located is outside the Great Wall of the North. There are many savages in this place. Maybe we can gather those savages and build a magical kingdom in the ice and snow here. Gao Wen said his thoughts. Everyone is interested. I see. You want to play the Song of Ice and Fire version of Frozen, right? Your magical kingdom shouldn't be called Arendelle. Gwen knew it again. It's almost like this. Gao Wen raised his hand, and the surrounding snow began to gather here, and gradually formed ice sculptures around everyone. These ice sculptures are what everyone looks like. When did you learn ice magic? Tuomei was surprised. Dragons in this world can not only breathe fire, but also breathe ice. I acquired the DNA of the dragon family, and naturally, I also mastered the power of fire and ice. Gao Wen said proudly. So, it is... Tuomei suddenly realized. It's true that pure life magic can't be transformed into flame and ice. But if Gao Wen has the relevant physique, it's another matter. Maybe this is an alternative version of the bloodline limit? Gao Wen, you turn into Queen Elsa. I'm going to be Princess Anna. Let's play Frozen. Gwen was excited, but Gao Wen knocked on the forehead the next second. Don't make trouble. If you want to play Frozen, you can ask Wanda to play Queen Elsa. But Wanda doesn't know ice and snow magic. Gwen quibbled. Wait until she learns the dragon form. After a period of time, Gao Wen visited many savage tribes, performed miracles in front of the savages, and was regarded as a god by the savages. They gathered many wildlings to one place, mobilized all those who could mobilize, and began to build a kingdom in ice and snow. In fact, it is mainly Gwen, Lorna, and Tuomei who are in charge of this matter. Gwen and Lorna had a great time, and Tume had a great time. Gao Wen and Wanda set up a school here, guest lectures to educate savage children. At the moment, Wanda is teaching more than 100 wildling children in class, teaching them to read. The Savage Gate regards Gao Wen and his party as gods, and it is a great blessing for the gods to teach mortals knowledge, so the savage children are studying very seriously. In the process of teaching these little ones, Wanda found peace of mind, and she loved it. During the time when the two were teachers, they developed a good tacit understanding, and Wanda's affection for Gao Wen was getting higher and higher. That night, Gwen went back to Pocket Space and used it as a transit station to return to the Marvel world to purchase supplies. Because of the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, it may take a while for Gwen to come back. On the night Gwen left, Wanda entered Gao Wen's room. "It's so late. Haven't you slept yet?" Seeing Wanda coming in, Gao Wen stopped his magic practice. Wanda's cheeks flushed, and she said as if she had made up her mind, "Gao Wen, I love being with you. I know it's not right, but The more she spoke, the redder her cheeks became, and at the end, her voice was so fine that she lowered her head. In the next room, Tuanmei, who has super hearing, sat up from the bed. Her abrupt action startled Lorna, who was sitting by the window drinking alone, watching the moon, and posing as X. "Have you had a nightmare?" Lorna asked her. "I heard your sister confess to someone." Tuanmei said. "What?" Lorna was stunned. "Are you kidding? Do you look like I'm joking? But that guy already has Gwen and Emma." "But your sister doesn't care. He responded to my sister's confession. They've already rolled onto the bed. What do you think?" Tuanmei said with certainty. Lorna didn't know what to say for a while. "Feeling worthless for your sister? It seems not. Someone is still very good, let alone her sister. Even she sometimes thinks about unrealistic things." The next day, during breakfast, Tuanmei and Lorna stared directly at Gao Wen and Wanda, who were sitting opposite each other. They didn't see anything unusual on Gao Wen's face, but they could see a happy smile on Wanda's face. Wanda noticed the strange eyes of Tuanmei and Lorna. Her cheeks blushed, and she lowered her head embarrassedly. Swallow Sister. The modern city of Longshore Island and the kingdom of ice and snow outside the Great Wall in the north are all under construction. Time flies, and today, 6 months later, the construction of the two cities was completed at the same time. Two cities, two styles of painting, modern and fairy tales, are connected by portals, allowing people to travel between the two places easily. It is worth mentioning that Emma already knew about Gao Wen and Wanda. Although they had been arguing for a while, they finally acquiesced to this matter. In the future, someone can't stop messing around with the lower body. In the past 6 months, Dragonstone Island has often been invaded by enemies. Most of the people who invaded here were sent by the usurper king of King's Landing. King Robert has always wanted to destroy the Targaryen family who hid on Dragonstone Island, but no matter if he sends troops, spies, or killers, there will be no news. Even now, half a year later, King Robert does not know. Regarding the specific situation on Dragonstone Island, it wasn't that he never thought of leading the team in person, but he didn't do that in the end. But King Robert did not give up. He knew that his throne was obtained by overthrowing the former king of the Targaryen family. As long as the Targaryen family was still alive, he would be restless. Unfortunately, however, his fears were right. Emma Targaryen Frost on Dragonstone is now building an arsenal, constantly producing all kinds of weapons, although not as exaggerated as producing missiles, but all kinds of firearms and grenades are already in mass production. The soldiers on Longshore Island began to receive modern special forces training. It is estimated that it will not be long before a modern armed special force will be born. In this medieval-style world, there are not too many such troop members. Only 1,000 are enough to push the whole world. In addition to Emma's development, she is also educating her adopted daughter Daenerys Targaryen. Yes, it's an adopted daughter, not a niece. She raised Daenerys as her own daughter and used her mind ability to brainwash everyone on Dragonstone, concealing that Daenerys is Queen Layla. The fact that she is a daughter makes everyone think of Daenerys as the daughter of Emma and Gao Wen. Gao Wen doesn't object to Emma raising him a daughter, even if it's a gesture of being a father, but fortunately, it won't make grass grow on his head. Compared to Longshore Island, which is making great strides, the Ice and Snow Kingdom to the north of the north is another style of painting. There is no technology and no soldiers here, and everything is moving closer to the style of the fairy tale kingdom. The savages in the north of the north are no longer savages. They have all become citizens of the Ice and Snow Kingdom, and their quality of life is undoubtedly much better than before. Just like that, 3 years have passed. 3 years later, Gao Wen and his party were chatting in the palace on Dragonstone Island. In Emma's arms, she was holding Daenerys, who is 4 years old. Around everyone, there are 3 dragons that have grown to more than 7 meters long. These 3 dragons were hatched from the 3 dragon eggs that Gwen and the others brought back. As for how to hatch, it is definitely related to the dragon mother. As long as you reenact the process in the original plot, the dragon eggs will naturally hatch. Gao Wen uses the magic of life to unlock the wisdom of these 3 dragons. Now these 3 dragons have the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and can speak human words. At present, the special forces have been trained, with a total number of 3,000. I'm going to counterattack Westeros and unify it. Emma mentioned his Emperor's Road plan. What she said was domineering, but Gwen and others lacked interest in listening. You have all played the routine of Zentradi coming to the world. The ending is already doomed, and there is nothing to look forward to. I just heard Emma continue to say, when Westeros is unified, I plan to spend 10 years developing the country, recharging my energy, and improving people's livelihood, and in 10 years, I will push down the countries on other continents and unify the whole world. Let this world become our logistics base. At that time, we can build factories in this world, produce various commodities, and then transport them to the Marvel world for sale. With the ratio of the time flow rate of the 2 worlds, we can ensure that the output here is sufficient. The benefits that can be reaped from it will be astronomical. Gwen raised his hand and questioned, the door to this world will be closed one day. At that time, we will completely cut off communication with this side. What's the point of you doing this? Emma smiled slightly. The connection between Gao Wen and his followers is very close. So what? Gwen wondered. Emma told everyone about Queen Guinevere, and after explaining, she continued. Once the world has Gao Wen's followers, we can connect here anytime, anywhere, even if there is no door of surprise. He can also bring us to this world. So, sisters, this world will become our permanent back garden. Wanda, Lorna, Gwen, and Tuame looked at each other. It turns out that followers of Gao Wen can also be used as planetary beacons. Thinking through Emma's words, this seems like a pretty cool thing to do. Gao Wen's door of surprise can be connected to different planes, which means that he can go to different worlds to explore and adventure in the future. As long as Gao Wen accepts followers in those worlds, the world coordinates can be permanently retained. Gwen said excitedly, according to your development, we can occupy more worlds in the future. Yes, this world you call Song of Ice and Fire is only our first stop and the place where we started. When the girls were discussing this topic, Gao Wen did not speak because most of his energy was not here, but connected to Guinevere on the side of the Marvel world, and in a way similar to God's descent, part of his will came to him. On the other side, control her to leave Camartage and go to the video store outside to buy DVDs. During this time, Gao Wen had more free time, so he was going to get some DVDs back to enrich his private life. Thanks to the monthly pass of Hongmeng Taichu creates Wuji Liuli Miaoyo Daojun. Queen Emma's road to conquest is about to begin. As the saying goes, first rituals and then soldiers. Emma sent messengers to the 7 most prominent noble families in Westeros to issue announcements. Either surrender or perish. The 7 noble families are the Baratheon family, the Usurper, the Stark family, the Arryn family, the Tully family, the Lannister family, the Tyrell family, the Martell family, and the Greyjoy family. These families all know that the survivors of the Targaryen family are entrenched in Dragonstone. Since this time, the Usurper King has exhausted his means and has not been able to detect the slightest situation there. Everyone is incredible. Today, The survivors of the Targaryen family have sent messengers to the major families, and they also threaten to submit or perish. They don't know what cards the Targaryen family has won, but they dare to threaten the 7 families with private armies at the same time. It shows that people are very confident. So, where does this confidence come from? The usurper King Robert Baratheon, facing the messengers sent by the Targaryen family, did not say a word and immediately ordered the messenger to be detained in order to obtain information on Dragonstone Island through torture of the messenger. However, how could the messenger sent by Aemma be an ordinary person? He is not even a living person, but a White Walker created by Gao Wen with life magic combined with the corpse of decedent. This is a new version of the White Walkers, which is different from the White Walkers north of the north. The style of painting is not so underworld, and it only looks like a living person from the outside. The White Walkers are dead men. How could they be forced to confess by words and deeds? When King Robert found out that the messenger of the Targaryen family was the living dead man, the whole person was stunned. Realizing that the matter was far beyond his control, King Robert finally realized that he was afraid and hurriedly summoned all the vassals and lords to come to King's Landing to discuss the matter together. During the high seat meeting, King Robert told the crowd of his findings. Only then did everyone know that the former royal family Targaryen had mastered the power of magic and could actually drive the living dead man. Could they drive the White Walkers in transmission? The still very young Duke Ed Stark, he's a guy with a righteous heart. After realizing that the survivors of the Targaryen family have mastered the power of the taboo, he immediately stood up and said righteously, "They are here. In desecrating life, everyone, we have an obligation to destroy the world and destroy them." In the deepest part of Dragonstone's palace, Aemma is sitting in a brainwave amplifier. This brainwave amplifier is a device built by the almighty Tuanmei to help Aemma. Aemma can augment her telepathy ability with this brainwave amplifier. In this state, she can sense the minds of all creatures on the planet. The high seat meeting that was taking place in King's Landing was monitored by Aemma throughout. Aemma snorted coldly and murmured, "If you want war, I will give you war." War broke out. Aemma's special forces have waged war on the kingdoms of Westeros. She stands for righteousness, so this war is not a war of aggression, but a war in the name of taking back the throne that belongs to House Targaryen. Sword versus gun, the outcome is already doomed. The war ended in less than a month. King Robert died tragically, and the Baratheon family to which he belonged was beheaded. In the middle of the battle, the Lannister family realized that nothing could be done and wanted to submit to Queen Aemma, but Aemma ordered the entire Lannister family to be destroyed because the person who killed Lama's biological father was Lannis the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, in the Tay family. Compared with the above 2 families that were destroyed by the group, the Stark family ended up relatively better. Ed Stark was a righteous person. Although he also participated in the incident, it was only after the death of the previous king. Persuaded by his brother-in-law Robert, he passively participated in the coup. Aemma spared Ed Stark and gave him a way out. As for the rest of the family, that's not the point, so I won't talk about it here. Today, a month later, Aemma is in King's Landing to be crowned king here. Gao Wen and his party did not intervene in the war. They just watched from the sidelines and only watched the first half of the war. When Aemma's special forces were mowing wildly with gunpowder weapons, the scene of the broken limbs flying around frightened the girls around Gao Wen. At the end, the group simply returned to the ice and snow kingdom to the north of the north, where they waited for the end of the war. Now that the war is over, Gao Wen and his party came to King's Landing to attend Aemma's boarding ceremony. Aemma stood on the high platform, and around her stood heavily armed special forces. Under the stage, there are many civilians, and in front of the commoners are some noble members of the defeated or surrendered. Queen Aemma is full of majesty, looking down at the living beings below and speaking to her people. The content of her speech was nothing more than expounding the orthodoxy of her kingship and some thoughts about the future. Queen Aemma is eloquent and domineering, but not long after her speech, she was interrupted by a woman in a red hood and cloak from the audience. "You said your name was Aemma Targaryen, the sister of the late king and Queen Layla, but my lord told me that there is no Targaryen blood in your body. Can you explain this?" As soon as the woman in red robe opened her mouth, she became the focus of the audience. Gao Wen and his party, who were watching not far away, also looked at the red-robed woman who questioned Emma's bloodline. The girl in red, Gwen suddenly realized. "What do you know?" Lorna Dane asked her suspiciously. The red-robed woman is a believer of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, and R'hllor is a god. But he is not a local god on this side of Westeros, but a god on the other side of Essos, also known as the King of Light, the Heart of Fire, the god of shadows and fire. He is an old god and has a close relationship with the dragon race. But now that the dragon race is also extinct, his power has seriously declined. However, we hatched 3 dragons some time ago, which may give R'hllor's power a certain degree of revival. It is also because of the close relationship between him and the dragon race. So I guess that the red-robed woman, his believer, came here not to demolish the stage, but to express goodwill on behalf of R'hllor, said Gwen. Then his kind expression is really subtle. Lorna complained. On the high platform, Emma looked down at the red-robed girl with contemptuous eyes. She connected with Lorna through her spiritual ability, heard the popular science given to a few people by Gwen in the distance, and learned the origin of the red-robed girl under the stage. "You are a believer of R'hllor, the god of light." Emma looked at the red-robed girl indifferently. Exactly. The red-robed woman was neither humble nor arrogant, and looked at Queen Emma on the high platform. "This is my continent of Westeros, not R'hllor's continent of Essos. In my place, even the god of light will shrink from me. Redrobe, your attitude just now will serve you well. The gods brought an enemy you can't even imagine. But since you're just an insignificant person, I won't kill you. I'll give you 3 days to leave Westeros. And when the time is up, if you still here, you are at your own risk." There is no respect for the gods in Emma's words. The woman in red was shocked. "Ew, do you know what you're talking about?" "Roll." Emma was too lazy to talk nonsense, and her roll swept through the tide of the mind, directly causing the red-robed woman's heart to suffer heavy blows and spewing blood on the spot. The red-robed woman coughed up blood and looked at the other party in horror. She couldn't believe that the other party had such terrifying spiritual power, which made her realize that Queen Emma on the high platform was not an ordinary person, and the other party was probably a goddess. In the end, the red-robed woman left in despair. Beneath the high platform, in the front row of the crowd, standing here are former members of the aristocratic family who surrendered, including Ed Stark, Duke of the North, and his wife and children. Sure, Stark and his wife looked at each other and could see horror in each other's eyes. Our new majesty not only masters the power of magic, but also doesn't take the legendary gods seriously. Does she have the power comparable to the gods? The woman in red, whose real name is Melisandre. Her identity is a red-robed monk. She is very beautiful. She has a very important role in the script of Song of Ice and Fire. Dance event. After the hero Jon Snow died, she was resurrected by her. As a follower of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, Melisandre has a certain amount of magical power, but even the Lord of Light she believes in is living on low subsistence allowances, so don't expect the red-robed woman to be a believer. What a powerful magic power. There is no doubt that Melisandre is a beautiful woman. She has a heart-shaped face and burgundy eyes. She often wears a red dress and has soft and beautiful burgundy hair. Emits a strange heat. She often puts all kinds of potion powder in the inner pocket of her clothes to assist in casting fire magic, so that the fire has different powers, such as honest truth, cunning greed, nightmare fear, and even murderous murder. She had learned a lot from her early experiences, such as the fear of a witch if she appeared inattentive while casting a spell. After realizing the importance of the X pose, when she casts spells, she always hides her efforts to cast spells. Today, she casually broke Queen Emma's secret. She thought that the other party would panic, but she was wrong. It was outrageously wrong. Instead of panicking, the other party dismissed her behavior as malicious. His actions brought an enemy to R'hllor, who he believed in. Melisandre was very panicked. It was clear that the King of Light wanted her to come here to show kindness to Queen Emma, the dragon breeder, but she screwed up the matter by pretending to be X. She couldn't even imagine that if the King of Light knew about this. How will you punish yourself after the incident? At the moment, Melisandre left King's Landing and came to the high cliffs in the wild. She wants to pay the price for her mistakes in exchange for the forgiveness of R'hllor, the Lord of Light. That's right, she was going to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff in atonement for her faith by committing suicide. Just as she was about to jump down, a man's voice came from behind her. Do you want to be so glass-hearted? Don't you just screw things up? It's a big deal, and you're tired of dying. Melisandre stopped jumping off the cliff. She turned around silently, looked behind her, and saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in aristocratic clothing. Melisandre didn't speak and didn't ask the other party who was here for what purpose. She just looked at the other party quietly. That man was naturally Gao Wen. Gao Wen was going to accept a believer. He felt that Melisandre was very suitable. Although the other party was a believer of R'hllor, the Lord of Light, no one stipulated that belief could not be changed. R'hllor, the Lord of Light, you believe in, is an old god, something obsolete by this age, destined to be swept into the rubbish heap of history. The world doesn't need the old gods because they are selfish and don't knowing how to give. They take mortals' worship and devotion to them as a matter of course. But this world has never been a matter of course, and humans don't need God. Gao Wen opened his mouth with a mouth escape. Melisandre's faith is firm. How could Gao Wen shake her faith in just a few words? She frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" If you were given a chance to gain power comparable to a god, so that you could realize your dreams, but to gain this power, you had to give up your belief in R'hllor, what would you do? Gao Wen asked her. "I will not turn my back on my lord." Melisandre gave the answer without hesitation. Her beliefs are very firm, and she cannot be tempted by mere interests. Gao Wen clapped and looked at her admiringly. "Well, it's up to you. Remember my name. I'm the friend of life. Gao Wen now. Please accept my strength." Gao Wen flashed in front of Melisandre at a teleport-like speed and bit his finger to the other's forehead, forcibly establishing a contract with the other party. Melisandre felt that her body was suddenly filled with a massive amount of magic, which extended her life almost infinitely and gave her great power. But at the same time, this power also cut off her faith channel with R'hllor, the Lord of Light. I can't feel the Lord anymore. What have you done to me?" She looked at Gao Wen angrily. "I lent you my strength, and from now on, you will be my agent in the world. I don't ask much of you, just a little bit. Just try to don't live up to my expectations for you." Gao Wen forcibly signed a contract with Melisandre in order to make the latter a living point coordinate. So the requirement for Melisandre is that the other party can live, definitely. If Melisandre can continue on this premise, even better if you develop some magic. Gao Wen is not lacking in life magic. What he lacked are the three types of magic: mind, fire, and ice. Therefore, the magic attribute he forcibly loaned to Melisandre does not include life attributes, only mind, flame, and ice. Let the other party ponder the new magic of these. Melisandre, who was forced to accept Gao Wen's power, could no longer feel R'hllor, the Lord of Light, and she was desperate. She, who believes in R'hllor with all her heart, absolutely cannot accept this, which makes her lose her motivation to live. While repenting to R'hllor in her heart, she jumped off the cliff with a resolute expression, making it clear that she wanted to die. With a thud, her body smashed to the ground below 100 meters, and her bones were shattered in many places. Because she hit the ground head first, her skull burst open, and her brain was scattered on the ground. However, under the nourishment of Gao Wen's life magic, within a few seconds, she completed her self-healing and came back to life again. When Melisandre found out that she was not dead, she looked down at the blood and brains on the ground and realized that it was not that she was not dead, but that she was resurrected after death. The resurrection of dead man is not new. R'hllor, the Lord of Light, also has the power to resurrect dead man, and can even lend this power to believers. Gao Wen is also a god, so Melisandre does not have this ability. Strangeness. She knelt down at the bottom of the cliff, staring blankly at the sky. Gao Wen also jumped off the high cliff. On the way down, dragon wings grew out of his back, and he gently flapped a few times and landed on Melisandre's side. The death just now represents your farewell to the past. It is the last practice of your faith with your life. Now you should usher in a new life and let go of the past. Gao Wen used the mouth escape skill to take the opportunity of Melisandre's death to break through her psychological defense, mainly because Gao Wen was worried that after she left, she would not want to commit suicide. At that time, it was difficult to detect it at the first time. Once Melisandre's death exceeded a certain period of time, she had to find a way to find the soul of the other party before she wanted to revive her. But to be honest, Gao Wen's mouth escape rank is too low, and it is incomparable to Prince Naruto in a movie next door. Although Melisandre's heart was shaken, she was not convinced. Melisandre said, "Godless, faith in R'hllor is everything to me, and you took everything from me. You've already given your life once. It's time to cut off the past. I don't know what to do or what to do." Melisandre was confused. "You can walk around and see, and you will find your meaning, I promise." Gao Wen encouraged. Melisandre left. Gao Wen didn't continue to follow her. If she really wanted to commit suicide, Gao Wen had to find a new contractor to be the coordinates of the job. Melisandre did not commit suicide anymore. She spent half a month hurrying to reach the continent of Essos and came to the temple of the Lord of Light. She wondered what the King of Light thought of herself now. The body of the Lord of Light is not here, and where it is has always been a mystery. But well, although he is not here, he can observe the world in a certain way. When the red-robed woman Melisandre came to the temple, the Lord of Light noticed her and discovered the massive life magic in her body. So, the Lord of Light, R'hllor, descended into the temple and appeared in front of Melisandre. The image of this old god looks no different from a human man, but he has a pair of dragon eyes. Maybe his body is a dragon, or maybe all the dragons in the past are his followers. He stared at Melisandre with greedy eyes and asked her, "Where does the power in your body come from?" This is the first time Melisandre has seen the Lord, but she is not excited when she sees R'hllor. Instead, she has a deep chill. The greed on the other side's face is barely concealed. How ugly it is. At this moment, her faith in R'hllor began to collapse. Seeing Melisandre not speaking, R'hllor roared angrily, "Tell me your secret." He roared while rushing towards Melisandre. His starving look was not like a god. It was like an evil ghost. As an old god abandoned by the times, R'hllor is undoubtedly very weak. He wants to restore his power, but the general environment of the world is like this. Even the dragon family has been extinct, and the old god has no soil to survive. But now, R'hllor sees hope in the body of the red-robed woman, Melisandre. As long as he can obtain this power and find the source of this power, he may regain complete victory. Facing R'hllor, the King of Light, who was rushing towards her, Melisandre closed her eyes in pain. She murmured and began to pray to the new faith. "You are the friend of life, the source of my strength. I ask for your help. Please come down to me and cleanse my sins." As her voice fell, life energy surged out of her body. Gao Wen uses life-sharing as a bridge, and the will descends on Melisandre and takes over her body. In an instant, Melisandre's hair grew wildly, turning into countless thorns, and suddenly stabbed at R'hllor, the Lord of Light. R'hllor didn't expect that Melisandre would resist. The weak, he couldn't escape at all, and was instantly pierced through a hole in his body. But such an injury wasn't fatal to R'hllor, it just held him back. The wounds on his body are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gao Wen borrowed Melisandre's body to show disdain for R'hllor and continued to cast spells. She opened her mouth and took a breath, launched the dragon breath, and the golden flame spewed out of her mouth like a fireball, hitting R'hllor. The temperature of the flame did not spread out, and the people on the side might not feel the temperature, but the temperature in the actual flame had already exceeded the surface of the sun. R'hllor, who was hit by the fireball, screamed and screamed. He wanted to break free from the flames, but the flames were like maggots on the Tarsus, sticking to his body. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a god to be killed in such a simple way, but R'hllor is an old god abandoned by the times. He is extremely weak, and may be stronger than ordinary necromancers, and his strength is limited. Facing the golden flame with a temperature of up to 6,000 degrees Celsius, even if he is the king of light who also controls the power of the flame, he will be burned to ashes. Until a few minutes passed, the king of light's screams stopped, and his body turned into a mass of ashes. The Lord of Light so fell. Melisandre turned silently, looking behind her. Because of the screams of R'hllor before, which were heard by many people outside the temple, at the moment there were many red-robed sacrifices pouring into the temple. But before they could question the red-robed woman, Melisandre's eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and the terrifying coercion that belonged to the golden dragon radiated from her body, coercing the audience, turning the red-robed woman's eyes. The priests were deterred and unable to move in place. She did not explain what just happened to the red-robed priests and walked out of the temple step by step. It was not until 10 minutes later that the pressure of the golden dragon in the temple disappeared, and the red-robed priests fell to the ground one by one, speechless in horror. Melisandre, who had left the temple of the Lord of Light, left the city. Her descended state was lifted, and she regained control of her body. Melisandre stopped and turned to look at the temple of the Lord of Light in the city. What just happened made her see the true face of the King of Light. The difference between the ugly face of the other party and the splendid King of Light in her mind was very big, so she couldn't accept it. From this moment on, she no longer believes in the Lord of Light, not to mention that the other party has fallen, and even if she is still alive, Melisandre can't find a reason to believe in the other party anymore. Now, she has converted to Friends of Life, not because the other party is stronger, nor because the other party has given her powerful strength, but because the other party is more like a person in her feelings. She glanced at the temple of the King of Light for the last time, and then she no longer had any nostalgia for it, and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have flown by. During this period, Westeros entered a period of vigorous development, and many advanced concepts brought by Queen Aemma were practiced on this road. The old aristocracy was abolished, and there were definitely many people who opposed it at first, but Queen Aemma insisted because the special forces can suppress all dissatisfaction. The pain of change is only temporary, and Aemma believes that, over time, everyone can truly realize the benefits that the new system can bring to the majority. Aemma's way of forcibly promoting new ideas and laws without the slightest excess is really a bit big. So she has the ability to control the heart, and she also played the technology rolling routine of the Zenith Star comes to the world. Without these advantages, and against the trend of the times, it will definitely be beaten to death on the waves. 10 years later, the people are gradually realizing the benefits brought by the new system, and every commoner has begun to support Queen Aemma's decision from the heart. The former nobles, who could not accept the reality and protested, have been secretly cleaned up, unable to adapt to the beginning of the decline of the trend. On the other hand, those families who took the initiative to adapt to the changes began to follow the trend and started investing. Not only did the quality of life not decline, but their income was higher. The representatives of this part are the Stark family and the Mormont family of Bear Island. They are all in shift to a business family. The owner of the Stark family, Ed Stark, is a very discerning person. He foresaw something from the trend of the New World. He decisively bought a lot of technology from Queen Aemma in the name of contracting projects. 10 years later, Ed Stark has become a business tycoon. The Mormont family of Bear Island is an affiliate of the Sure Stark family. They followed in the footsteps of the Sure Stark family, and they also bought some new technologies from Queen Aemma in the name of contracting projects. Although they were not as good as the Sure Stark family, but it is also the most promising family apart from the royal family and the Stark family. The common people living in the new era, due to the implementation of various new systems, the popularization of education, the improvement of people's livelihood, The influx of new things, the implementation of a new currency system, and the guarantee of private ownership of assets have allowed them to live better than ever before. Life. Today's King's Landing is a city with high-rise buildings. Most of the citizens living in the city have not completely gotten rid of the ignorance of the old times, but compared with other parts of the world, they are relatively civilized. There's a power station next to the city, and there are street lamps, asphalt roads, and sewers in the city. Compared with the past, the environment is heaven and earth. Everyone in the city has a heartfelt love for Queen Emma. Today, Emma walks the streets of the city holding the hand of her adopted daughter, Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys is 14 years old this year. She is already a beautiful girl. She has been educated by Emma. She is a very knowledgeable child. She is familiar with the history and situation of the mainland, and is also proficient in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. She knows that the people of this world are still ignorant. Most people have not received education. She thinks this is not good, so she supports her mother's universal education plan. She sincerely hopes that everyone can use knowledge to change their lives, build their homes, and change the world. Better than now, she has many beautiful ideals. Her mother Emma and father Gao Wen also support her and encourage her all the time, making the little girl full of energy. Recently, Gao Wen and his party have lived in the municipal building of King's Landing. Today, the red-robed girl, Melisandre, came here to meet Gao Wen. Today, 10 years later, Melisandre has been completely immersed in the magic of Gao Wen and has completely become a believer of Gao Wen, following Gao Wen's lead. But then again, with Melisandre's devotion to her faith, as long as her faith hadn't betrayed her first, then even if she wasn't infected by the Lord, she would never have voluntarily abandoned her faith. She was such a woman. Yo, Melisandre, long time no see. Gao Wen greeted his disciple. When Melisandre saw Gao Wen, she immediately knelt down and saluted. I have seen my lord. Get up and talk. Gao Wen waved his hand. Melisandre got up and talked about her purpose. My lord, I have visited many places and witnessed many things during this time. The changes in Westeros have brought me deep feelings, people's lives. It's better than ever. And you've brought that change, you've brought light to the world. But outside of Westeros, people still live in dire straits. The knowledge of those places is only in the hands of a few, in the hands of people. The monopoly on knowledge hinders the development of the world. And I want to punish those people in your name and help you spread the light in those places. You have a great idea. Go to Emma. There's a place for you. After Melisandre retired, Gao Wen took the elevator and went to the third basement floor of the municipal building, which was transformed into a high-tech laboratory by Gao Wen. Speaking of which, in the past 10 years, Gao Wen is not simply dating girls. He has also learned a lot of future science knowledge from Tuame. He is already a scientist no weaker than Stark and MR. Fantastic. In recent years, Gao Wen has been engaged in scientific research and developed an awesome device. The name of this device is Time Expander, also known as Cultivation Sheet Device. Gao Wen has already developed a test machine, but it is too big to carry around, and he needs to make the time expander small. A time dilator is used to dilate the time of an area. Human speech means that in the time-dilated region, time will flow faster than outside the region. Gao Wen started developing this device 7 years ago, and it took 7 years to successfully develop it. The device is placed in a laboratory. It is a cylindrical device 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 10 meters high. Gao Wen came to the laboratory and found that Gwen was also here, using the chemical reagents here to configure chemical explosives. She was obviously not ready to do good things with these things. Gao Wen was speechless. If you want to deploy explosives, you better take it easy and don't blow up my laboratory. Gao Wen reminded her. There's no danger of your research in what I'm doing, but Janata told me that your research might blow up the whole city if you get rid of it. Gwen disapproved of Gao Wen's words. She casually equipped with chemical explosives. Because she poured the solution into the container while talking, she accidentally took the wrong chemical reagent, which caused a violent chemical reaction in the container. Gwen stiffened. She turned around and said weakly, Well, husband, how about I make hot pot for you tonight? As she spoke, she used mass projection to deploy a force field shield around herself to prevent the impending explosion from killing her. Gao Wen rolled his eyes, and it was too late to rescue him. At the moment when the explosion was about to happen, Gao Wen retreated, rushed to the time expander that was closer to him, and tapped the start button hard. The chemical bomb exploded, but at the same time, the time expander was activated. With the time dilator as the center, the spherical range with a radius of 10 meters is included in the time dilation zone. In the time dilation zone, the flow of time is extremely fast compared to the outside world, but people who stay in the time dilation zone will not feel the acceleration of time. When people stay in it, they will only find that the flow of time outside the expansion area slows down. Both Gao Wen and Gwen are included in the time dilation zone. Gwen closed her eyes and waited for the explosion. After waiting for a long time, she found that she was fine, so she turned around curiously and looked at the chemical container outside the time expansion zone behind her. She found that the chemical in the container was happening at an extremely slow speed. The rate at which the flame rises and the gas expands is slowed down by a factor of at least 1,000. Wow, you slowed it down, Gwen exclaimed. I just sped up our time. Gao Wen came over and knocked on her forehead angrily. Don't set up bombs in my lab next time, or family law will serve you. Does our family still have family law? Why don't I know? There is now. Gao Wen rolled his eyes, and immediately he began to arrange protection around him. Gwen pursed her lips, and she moved closer to the edge of the time dilation zone. Because of the difference in the flow rate of time inside and outside, she couldn't touch the outside of the time expansion zone. After finding that she couldn't get out, she looked at the exploding container again. The explosion phenomenon in slow motion surprised her. Your time expander is great, but it's a bit big. Definitely awesome, otherwise I wouldn't waste 7 years developing it. I was going to shrink it today, but you almost blew it up. Gwen smirked embarrassedly. Not long after, Gao Wen arranged magical protection, beckoned Gwen to hide, and then closed the time dilator. At the same time as the time in the inner and outer areas was docked, a roaring explosion sounded. The impact of the explosion was blocked by magical protection and did not cause any damage to the surroundings. Gao Wen breathed a sigh of relief, removed the protection, and then kicked Gwen out of his laboratory, who could not help but would only make trouble. Go and play with Wanda. Don't disturb my next experiment. Oh, Gwen, who knew that he had done something wrong, was very guilty, so he didn't argue with Gao Wen and left obediently. Next, Gao Wen started the shrinking project of the time dilator. This process is actually quite simple. It is to use PIM particle technology similar to Ant-Man to directly shrink the device, then build a shell to package it, and add an identity authentication and binding function. After 3 hours, everything was done. Gao Wen has a device that looks like a spring pen in his hand. This device is the final product of the time dilator. It looks like a spring pen, and it can indeed be used to write on paper, but its real function is to dilate the time in the area. Usually, when the button of the spring pen is normally pressed, it will only pop up and retract the refill. When it is pressed 3 times in quick succession, its real function will be triggered, forming a time expansion zone. The expansion area expands spherically with the spring pen as the center. The file size of the expansion area depends on the time of pressing the refill. If you press and hold the button 3 times, the time expansion area can expand to a radius of 100 meters at most. The time flow rate in the expansion zone will be 1,000 times faster than that outside the expansion zone. Holding the spring pen, Gao Wen pressed it 3 times quickly, and a spherical time dilation zone with a radius of 2 meters was formed, just wrapping Gao Wen in it. The expansion area will move with the movement of the spring pen. Gao Wen, holding this ratio, left the laboratory by taking the stairs of the safe passage and came to the street outside the municipal building. Because of the existence of the time dilation zone, the world was slowed down 1,000 times in his eyes. It's not that the world's time is slowed down, it's just that his speed has become faster. This feeling is very similar to the state of the Flash when it is connected to the Speed Force. Relying on this spring pen, Gao Wen can also pretend to be a speeder and perform high-speed maneuvers in the eyes of others. If he adds some lightning special effects, he can cast the flash. He is just like this, walking in a world where the relative time has slowed down 1,000 times. In this state, almost no one can notice him because his speed is too fast compared to others, so fast imaging on the human retina. After walking around the city, he returned to the luxury suite on the top floor of the municipal building and walked to Tuanmei. Tuanmei is not an ordinary person. She noticed Gao Wen for the first time and then also entered some kind of speeder mode. She raised her head and looked at Gao Wen in the time dilation zone. Gao Wen shook the spring pen in his hand and asked Tuanmei, "This is something I made. What do you think of it?" Tuanmei got up and walked into Gao Wen's time expansion zone without any hindrance, looking at the pen in his hand curiously. "This is what you have achieved during this period of time. Yes, it can dilate time as it is now," Gao Wen said proudly. He is also very proud. Having a time expander is equivalent to having a practice plugin. When you want to practice, you can use it to speed up time. In the eyes of others, there are only 24 hours in a day, but Gao Wen can live a day in the time dilation zone into 24,000 hours, which is about 3 years. If this is a world of immortals, then 1 day of retreat for others is 1 day, and 1 day of Gao Wen's retreat can have the effect of 3 years of retreat for others. Tuanmei kept praising Gao Wen for this thing, but Gao Wen was not happy at all. Just now, Tuanmei fiddled with Gao Wen's time expander for a while and then used the creation ability to imitate an identical device, which was very shocking. The results of 7 years of hard work were copied by others. Even if this person was Tuanmei, it would be very shocking. Tuanmei took the time expander from her own cottage, kept pressing the button on it, and had a lot of fun. Depressed Gao Wen simply went to look for Wanda next door. Wanda was drinking afternoon tea with Gwen when Gao Wen walked in and sat between the two, holding a beautiful woman in one arm and enjoying the warm fragrance of nephrite jade. Wanda peeled an orange and sent it to Gao Wen's mouth. "Open your mouth, ah." Gao Wen opened his mouth. Wanda put the orange in his mouth. How long have we been in this world? Gwen thought that Gao Wen was here to ask for the guilt of the previous laboratory explosion, so he decisively started an irrelevant topic. "It's almost 14 years, Gao Wen said after swallowing the orange. "It's been 14 years. After such a long time, we've gone to play where we should be. When are we going back? Gwen doesn't want to stay in this world anymore because she's had enough. 2 more years. When Emma unifies the world, let's go." Time flies, and 2 years later, the world of Song of Ice and Fire was unified by Queen Emma. Emma, who united the world, is no longer queen. She has upgraded her title and now calls herself Emma. She became the emperor and only ruled for half a year on the throne of the emperor and passed her throne to her adopted daughter Daenerys Targaryen. The 16-year-old Daenerys has been cultivated for many years by Gao Wen and others and has enough ability to govern. Gao Wen also left her 100 latest robots to assist her, and the red-robed girl will also serve as Daenerys's. The servants assisted her. In short, after everything was arranged, Gao Wen and his party said goodbye to Daenerys and returned to the pocket space through the door of surprise. They have spent 16 years in Otherworld, but only 16 days have passed in pocket space in the Marvel world. Otherworld's 16-year career has allowed everyone to grow to varying degrees. The first is Gao Wen. He has mastered the shape-shifting technique, dragon form, and obtained the magic of fire and ice from the blood of dragon. His followers, the red-robed woman Melisandre, have developed some spiritual illusion magic over the years. These magic has also been mastered by Gao Wen. And then there is the successful development of the time expander, practice cheating device technology. Next is Gwen, who received Gao Wen's power at the age of 20 and became a magician while maintaining her youth. Holding Frostmourne, in order to unify her painting style, she specially developed a lot of undead magic that is opposite to life, such as resurrection of the undead, manipulation of undead, blood vessel mutation, withering, corpse explosion, organ preservation, created by the White Walkers. She is simply not too capable in this regard, and it is very underworld to play. Then there's Wanda, who has developed some new magics while learning Gao Wen's life magic. But these are not the point. The point is that 5 years ago, Gao Wen gave her the heart pendant as a gift and helped her activate the origin magic power in her body. Now Wanda can enter the side effect-free Scarlet Witch mode at any time to modify the reality. In terms of ability strength, Wanda is already one of the most powerful beings on Gao Wen's side. Then there is Lorna. She also received Gao Wen's gift at the age of 20, and she has maintained her youth, but she does not have the ability to develop magic, so she is using the magic that Gao Wen knows. But she and Gao Wen is not a magic loan relationship. But Gao Wen lent her magic for no cost, so her body and soul will not be infected. Finally, there is Emma. Her situation is similar to Lorna. Lorna has no ability to develop magic. Emma simply has no time to develop it. She spends most of her time in Otherworld being a queen, enjoying the feeling of being in power and being a whole world. Only when everyone in her life surrendered to her feet did she play enough of this game called Empress Contest, and her life was complete. Widow's sister has been a wanted criminal on the run since the events of the last Civil War. However, the situation of being wanted is nothing to the widow's sister. It is nothing more than the inability to walk in the sun with integrity. In the past years, it is not that she has not had similar experiences. She has a very high ability in disguise and can rely on self-made disguise props to disguise herself as another appearance. Even her own mother can't recognize it. She has to hide all her heart, and it is difficult for anyone to really find her. In fact, the widowed sister after the disguise didn't hide at all. She just changed her identity to live. Her location is not very far from New York, in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In order to keep a low profile, she even found a part-time job. On the surface, she is a Philadelphia native who earns a living by working part-time. But secretly, she takes some personal assignment from her friend and personal lawyer Isaiah and donates the money she earns. Go out and make atonement for her dark past. P.S. In the comics, Isaiah is the spokesperson and personal lawyer of Natasha Romanoff, as well as her friend, appearing in the comics The Weaving Network. Once again, Natasha Romanoff, who completed the mission, disguised herself as a death punk girl and went to a nearby nightclub to pass the time. In this nightclub, there are mostly guys dressed in punk style. On the stage here, there are more punk-style bands playing and shouting, as if to pass the anger toward the world to everyone through shouting. It's noisy, but Natasha Romanoff is comfortable in a place like this. In other words, Natasha Romanoff will take the initiative to understand the places she is going to and weave her own cobwebs, which will turn those places into areas where she often moves. This is a habit that Natasha Romanoff has developed over the years. She must be familiar with the environments she often goes to. Even if a wooden board in those places is squeaked, she can clearly distinguish which wooden board is by the sound. Only then will she feel safe. Maybe it seems to outsiders that she is a little too careful, but it is this carefulness that has saved her life many times in the past years. This is a survival law that belongs to Black Widow alone, and she will practice it with her whole life. In what she does, no amount of caution can be overstated. Natasha Romanoff leaned back on the sofa in the corner and took a sip of the wine in her glass. The cold wine made her head clearer. At this moment, a man whose style was out of tune with this punk-themed bar sat across from her. Natasha Romanoff thought that the other party was here to strike up a conversation, so she said to the guy in front of her, "You are not my sister's food. I'm not here to pick up girls." The man laughed dumbly. Natasha Romanoff stood silently on guard, widow's bite under his sleeve ready to go. But soon she realized that the other party's voice was a little familiar, and after thinking about it carefully, she immediately locked the other party's identity. "You are the Silver Iron Man." The man was stunned and asked subconsciously, "How did you recognize me?" The corners of Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched, and after learning the identity of the other party, she lowered her guard slightly. "Although I don't know what the other party is looking for from me, but the other party is a hero on the side of justice, and it is unlikely that he is a guy who came here to trouble him." "How did you recognize me?" Natasha Romanoff thinks that the disguise is very thorough, without the slightest original features, and even if it belongs to the series, the mother can't recognize it, but the other party has found him, and it is obvious that the other party has other information channel. "I have some mutant friends. Gao Wen didn't answer directly. He only said that he knew some mutants, and the other person would associate the rest. In fact, Gao Wen would have known that Natasha Romanoff was here, thanks to mutants' help. Now, a brainwave amplifier has also been installed in his pocket space, which is still a version of black technology that could detect the outside world across dimensions. This is something Emma asked Tuime to help create. Emma asked Tuime to come up with a black tech brainwave amplifier, not to carry out any terrorist attack, but to more easily find children in the world who were abandoned by their parents because they were found to be mutants. To put it bluntly, that thing is a special equipment for admissions. This afternoon, when Emma routinely entered the brainwave amplifier to search for mutant children around the world, Gao Wen said to Emma on a whim, "Help me locate the location of Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff." He's looking for Natasha Romanoff because the story of Black Widow is about to begin. Natasha Romanoff was non-committal, answering Gao Wen's previous question, "I can recognize you with a woman's sixth sense." She wasn't going to explain how she recognized Gao Wen's identity, and as a woman, she should remain mysterious. "I don't know your name yet." Natasha Romanoff crossed Erlang's legs, leaned against the back of the sofa, and looked at the handsome young man in front of him with interest. The opponent has a steel battlesuit that is more advanced than Stark, but he is so young. If the opponent is not the kind of extraordinary person who is unlikely and tender-hearted, there must be a force behind him. Natasha Romanoff also saw some other things from the other party's temperament, such as the temperament of an ancient nobleman, a confident and calm attitude, and the like. These reflected things allow Natasha Romanoff to analyze a lot of information from it. Gao Wen does have an old aristocratic temperament, which was cultivated in Song of Ice and Fire in those years. "You can call me Gao Wen." Gao Wen introduced himself and said, "I came here to find you to bring you a piece of information that the Red Room organization you used to be loyal to has developed a method to control people's hearts. From a number since a few years ago, they've been kidnapping some beautiful girls from all over the world, and through that means of brainwashing, they have cultivated one Black Widow after another." Natasha Romanoff frowned. "What are they trying to do? What else can be done is nothing more than the one that controls the world. You were a traitor from the Red Room. You were a public figure when you were in Avengers, you were wearing vests, and you had Avengers Asylum, so they just stared at you in the dark and didn't shoot at you. But it's different now, you're alone. Dreykov, the leader of the Red Room, sent many Black Widow to look for you, including your sister Yelena Belova among those Black Widow. Brainwashed, she is in a state of denial, and once she finds you, she will definitely attack you. And she's already in Philadelphia, and I'm afraid it won't be long before she finds you." Gao Wen is the spoiler again. Natasha Romanoff's frown deepened, and then she put on a pitiful look. "Gao Wen, can I trust you? Don't do this with me. I will come here to find you today, just to cooperate with you to destroy the Red Room." Gao Wen explained his purpose. He didn't help Natasha Romanoff with the idea of world peace. He just wanted to recruit some of Natasha Romanoff's colleagues and let them go to Emma's school as instructors and teach students some professional skills of agents. Definitely, if more Black Widow can be recruited, Gao Wen will not refuse it. The Black Widow, trained by the Red Room, are all talents. Even if it is not as perfect as the Black Widow in front of me, it will not be too bad. He is going to conquer the endless world in the future, and the more talents he has under his command, the better. Why do you want to destroy the Red Room? Natasha Romanoff wonders about Gao Wen's motives. "I'm still building my own team, and the Black Widow trained by the Red Room is a talent. After the Red Room is destroyed, I will try to recruit a few Black Widow." Gao Wen admitted frankly, with his current strength and power, he no longer has to hide and hide. He could do many things above board, and even if he encounters problems, he has the ability to solve them. "At the Sokovia incident, you said you wanted to form a team, but I haven't seen your team show up for so long." "That's because we have been acting secretly. We have our own intelligence channels, just like I know about you in the Red Room. We also know more things. We will solve the crisis in the brewing stage of the crisis, and it's not to publicize your existence in a high-profile manner after the crisis." Gao Wen's serious nonsense is quite like that. Natasha Romanoff doesn't know if what the other party is saying is true or not. So let's take it seriously. She recommended herself. I'm no longer an Avenger, and you want to recruit Black Widow? I think I'm very suitable. She wants to infiltrate Gao Wen's team and check out the team's information. Definitely if the other team is really as just as they say, and if there is no official force involved, she doesn't mind joining it sincerely. Anyway, there's nowhere to go. You can join if you want, as long as you pass the assessment. Gao Wen's team doesn't have an assessment system, but he is the boss, and he says there is one. Tell me about the content of the assessment. You just need to answer my questions truthfully. Go ahead. Do you really want to join the team? Gao Wen asked a seemingly innocent question first. At the same time as the question, he used the lie detector of spiritual magic. This magic is one of the magics developed by the red-robed woman, Melisandre. It can identify whether others are lying from the soul level, and it is almost impossible to be deceived. If your team is as righteous as you advocate, and it doesn't get involved with the official forces of various countries, I think I will consider joining it sincerely. Natasha Romanoff replied, We are not fools. It is enough to tell the truth about this kind of question. Confirming that she was telling the truth, Gao Wen asked again, If we leave this planet and meet people and forces from other worlds outside, can you kill them without any psychological burden? Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. The other party's question is a bit too big. Is it possible to assume that Gao Wen's team has the ability to leave the Earth? Natasha Romanoff thought of the little girl who appeared at the end of the Sokovia incident and was relieved immediately. With the little girl who is suspected to be the daughter of the god of creation in Gao Wen's place, it is not too surprising that the Gao Wen team can leave the Earth. If I had to deal with aliens, I wouldn't have a psychological burden, replied Natasha Romanoff, who became even more curious about Gao Wen's team. Next question, if someone on the team was going to do something really bad, would you stop it? What do you mean by bad? It's not good for others, but it's not very harmful. Gao Wen said he was thinking of Gwen, with Gwen's behavior style. If one day in the future, he suddenly does something that is harmful to others and not good for himself. Gao Wen is not at all surprised. Look at the specific situation. If the degree of harm is really not big, I can consider it invisible. Last question, if you join my team, will you go back when the future Avengers invite you back? If your team is what I expect, I'll stay. Well, let's count you as qualified. From now on, we are teammates. After some polygraph tests, it was confirmed that the other party was telling the truth, so Gao Wen nodded and extended his hand to her. Natasha Romanoff raised his hand, shook hands with Gao Wen, and announced the official entry. What shall I call you now, Captain? Just call my name. Gao Wen waved his hand, and then said, I'll explain the next task. Let's find Yelena first, help her get rid of the state of being accused, turn her back on her, and let her escort you back to the Red Room base. Then I will shrink and hide on your body. Once I get there, I will reappear and hold the leader of the Red Room, Dreykov, and let him summon back all the Black Widow who are lurking and performing missions around the world. As far as I know, the security of the Red Room is very tight, and there will be surveillance everywhere in the base. Is it too dangerous for the two of us, plus Yelena? Natasha Romanoff questioned. Who said it was just the two of us? Remember how I summoned the flower of the young moon on the other side of the starry sky last time? Gao Wen reminded her. In fact, to break the Red Room, only Gao Wen alone is enough. But in order to let the people in his team have a sense of participation, Gao Wen intends to turn this action into a collective action of the team. Natasha Romanoff understands. How many people are there in our team? Including you and me, there are 6 in total. If you don't count me, there are 4 of them that you know and have seen. The first is the White Queen Emma of the Hellfire Club. You must know her ability well. The second is former Avengers member Wanda Maximoff. The third is the flower of the young moon on the other side of the starry sky in my mouth. The fourth is the mercenary girl who appeared during the Civil War, codenamed Gwen Schur. You have seen her ability, which is a mass projection. The last one you haven't seen before is Magneto's daughter, named Lorna, who has the same ability as Magneto. Gao Wen introduced her one by one. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised to hear about the team members. This lineup has surpassed the Avengers. At the time of the Avengers Alliance, Natasha Romanoff was one of the ordinary people. Now that the team has changed, Natasha Romanoff is miraculously finding that he is still the most ordinary one on the team. This inevitably made her a little frustrated, but she didn't show this frustration on her face. She nodded and agreed with Gao Wen's plan. Okay, just follow your plan. After determining the course of action, the two got up and left the nightclub to find Yelena. Now, Yelena Belova is in a state of being brainwashed. She is carrying out the mission of the Red Room, to find Natasha Romanoff. Only Black Widow knows about Black Widow. If Natasha Romanoff wants to hide, not many people can find her, but it does not include the Black Widow trained by the Red Room. If the Black Widow knows Natasha Romanoff, he must find Natasha. Romanoff is easier. Yelena Belova followed the Cobweb Horse Trail to Philadelphia, and it would not be long before she found Natasha Romanoff. But before she knew it, her whereabouts had been discovered. Gao Wen called Emma in Pocket Space and asked her to use a brainwave amplifier to help find someone. With Emma's help, Gao Wen and Natasha Romanoff easily locked Yelena's spot. At the moment, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the two came to an anonymous small hotel somewhere in Philadelphia. At the moment, Yelena was resting in this hotel. Gao Wen took out what looked like an anti-wolf spray and handed it to Natasha Romanoff, saying, "This is the life element spray I developed. Spray it on wounds to heal wounds quickly. Spray in the throat to cure asthma. Spray on the tip of the nose. Being inhaled can refresh the mind. It can also eliminate all kinds of negative effects on the spiritual level. If you pour it into the mouth of someone who has just died, there's a chance of resurrecting dead man. You just need to hold it and face Yelena's face, just spray it on, and it will come back." This so-called life element is actually a highly concentrated life energy, which also contains the power of life magic. Natasha Romanoff took it suspiciously. So amazing, is it true? She didn't quite believe that if there was such a potion that could bring dead man back to life, it was hard to imagine what the world would be like. You'll know if it's true or not. Let's go in. The two entered the hotel, went to the front desk, pretended to book a room and paid for it, went up to the second floor, and came to Yelena's room. Natasha Romanoff kicked the door open and rushed in first. In the house, Yelena, who was resting, was suddenly awakened by the sound of the door breaking. Years of training made her unusually alert. The moment the sound of the door broke, she got up and looked at the door. She was surprised to see her mission target, Natasha Romanoff, rushing towards her. "Come!" Before she could think about how the other party found her, Yelena immediately raised her left hand and used the widow's bite at her wrist to shoot the motor piece. But Natasha Romanoff had already bullied her and opened her left arm with a suspected something like anti-wolf spray, sprayed mist on her face. Yelena thought it was some kind of poisonous gas and immediately held her breath and began to fight against Natasha Romanoff. Yelena didn't notice Gao Wen, who came in, because Gao Wen didn't make a sound when he walked. This is the silence of illusion magic. Gao Wen detoured behind Yelena and grabbed her arms, making her unable to break free. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff picked up the sprayer again and sprayed Yelena's face again. Yelena held her breath while struggling, but she always needs to breathe. She didn't hold on for long, but eventually she couldn't hold her breath and began to gasp for breath. With her breathing, the vital element was inhaled into her body. After a few minutes, Yelena's charged state was finally lifted. "Handsome guy, I've recovered. Can you let me go? Or do you prefer to hold me like this?" Yelena said with a whimper. Gao Wen released her and looked her up and down. Yelena is not low-looking, blonde, and has a good figure. She deserves to be Black Widow. Yelena moved her body. She looked at Natasha Romanoff and Gao Wen, then smiled bitterly and sat on the bed. Before realizing that she was controlled by the organization by means of means, Yelena was very angry and scared, and then she sold the information of the Red Room organization to Natasha Romanoff without any psychological pressure. She talked to the two about her experience and the current situation of the Red Room organization. There is no discrepancy between what she said and what Gao Wen provided to Natasha Romanoff. But there is one piece of information that Gao Wen did not say. Yelena told Natasha Romanoff that their adoptive parents were still alive. The adoptive parents of the two are also famous fighting Klansmen. They are the former SL agent Melina, known as the Iron Lady, and Alexei, who has undergone human body strengthening. Natasha Romanoff always thought her adoptive parents were dead, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. "I'm going to country prison to save my adoptive father," she told Gao Wen. The reason why she only saves her adoptive father is because her adoptive mother is very free and does not need to be rescued. "Don't be so troublesome. We can let your adoptive parents come over by themselves." About the White Queen's ability, Natasha Romanoff thought of Emma. "Yes, let Emma help your father escape from prison when we solve the Red Room thing." After some deliberation, the three decided to officially set off for the Red Room tomorrow. At the moment, in the room inside the small hotel, Yelena stared at Gao Wen curiously. "Look at what I'm doing." Gao Wen touched his face, thinking there was something on his face. "Because you're not a member of the Avengers, let me guess, you're the one that Natasha Romanoff caught?" Yelena asked. Gao Wen rolled his eyes and was too lazy to answer such a question. He said to the Black Widow's sisters, "I think you two must want to catch up now, so I'll leave first." He went back to Pocket Space when he was done. At 8 a.m. the next day, Gao Wen came to the Black Widow's sisters again with a box of arms. There are not many ammunition in this box. There are several folding submachine guns, some clips, some fragmentation grenades, some smoke bombs, some flash bombs, and several sets of very advanced light and thin nanobody armor. Yelena took out an army green sleeveless vest from the box and asked Gao Wen, "What is this?" "This is a nanobody armor, which uses the latest nanotechnology from my side, and the bulletproof effect is extremely strong, which is enough to resist the shooting of anti-material firearms." Gao Wen introduced. Yelena's eyes lit up, realizing that this bulletproof vest was a treasure, and immediately took one. She also did not shy away from Gao when being here and changing on the spot. Gao Wen looked at her beautiful scenery with admiration. Yelena was not afraid of her watching. Even when she was at her coolest, she shook in front of Gao Wen and molested someone in this way. Someone finally couldn't hold on and hurriedly found a place to sit down. Otherwise, the characteristics of being a male creature would not be concealed. In addition to Gao Wen, there were two Black Widows. The two of them didn't know much about a man like a creature. Gao Wen was covering up that the two of them were like a mirror, and they laughed constantly. Rao is Gao Wen so cheeky, he couldn't help blushing. Gao Wen used his magic to make his body smaller than an ant and hides in Natasha Romanoff's hair. Afterwards, Yelena escorted Natasha Romanoff to the suburbs and called the stealth fighter in the Red Room to respond, and the fighter flew them to Europe. The fighter plane flew supersonic and arrived at the headquarters of the Red Room a few hours later. The Red Room Command is an aerospace aircraft carrier that stealthily flies at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Its scale is no smaller than the aerospace aircraft carrier SHIELD. If there is any difference, it is probably the difference in style. The overall style of the ship is too tough, and it is very durable at first glance. The fighter plane flew over the mothership and landed vertically. Yelena got off the plane while holding Natasha Romanoff, whose hands were handcuffed, and walked towards the interior of the headquarters. On the way, Natasha Romanoff whispered, "Gao Wen, can you get Emma to control the people here? I've tried it. There's some kind of force field on this mothership that blocks Emma's psychic power. But don't worry, our teammates are ready and can come anytime." Gao Wen said. Drykov's office is at the innermost end of the mid-level of the mothership, and this is also the place with the most tightly held hands. There are several soldiers with live ammunition standing at the door. Walking into the office, you can also see 8 hot beauties standing beside Drykov, which should also be Black Widow. Gao Wen is not a person who likes nonsense. When he saw the target Drykov, he jumped out of the widow's sister's hair, regained his body shape, and ran towards the other party. Drykov was just an ordinary person, and he couldn't react at all to Gao Wen's surprise attack. But he couldn't react, but the 8 Black Widow agents beside him reacted. They raised their wrists, aimed at Gao Wen with Widow's Bite, and were about to shoot. But beside Gao Wen, 3 people appeared out of thin air, namely Gwen, Scarlet Witch, and Polaris. Gwen's hand held up to reveal a baseball bat, which knocked out a Black Widow agent. Scarlet Witch raised his hand to cast Origin Magic Power Alter Reality, disarming the hostile Black Widow agents by changing the Widow's bite on their wrist from present to absent. Polaris harnesses the magnetic force to control the metal here, knocking the rest of the enemies to the ground. Natasha Romanoff and Yelena killed the guards at the door. On Gao Wen's side, he had put his hand on Drekov's shoulder, and the magic of life was surging, cutting off the nerves of Drekov's limbs and crippling his arms and legs. The battle that took place between the electric light and Flint also ended in the electric light. The time before and after added up to less than 5 seconds. After the battle, Wanda smiled and greeted Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff, long time no see. Yeah, long time no see. You've changed so much. Natasha Romanoff sighed. Not only has Wanda's appearance changed, but her temperament has also changed. If Wanda used to be like a girl next door, now she's like a witch with aristocratic temperament. If people who don't know see her, they will think, which noble lady is he? Wanda's temperament was nurtured in those years in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. Thank you for the compliment. Wanda smiled gracefully. Should we finish the matter in front of us before we talk? Yelena reminded everyone helplessly. There's not much to say about the next process. The leader of the Red Room, Drekov, became a prisoner of several people. Under the torture of Gao Wen's magic, he quickly expressed his willingness to cooperate and began to gather Black lurking all over the world. The Widows also sent transport planes to pick them up one by one. What about the soldiers on the mothership? Gwen asked. Stun and bring it back to Emma for brainwashing, and then throw it in the world of Song of Ice and Fire as a subordinate to Longma. Gowan said after thinking for a while. Okay, this matter is covered by me. Gwen left Drekov's office and went out to single out the soldiers on the mothership. Soon, a series of gunshots came from outside. Gowan was not very relieved, so he said to Lorna, Lorna, you go out and help her. Okay. Lorna took the order and chased out. Wanda, go and help Natasha Romanoff and Yelena get rid of those Black Widow charges on the mothership. After the orders were given, only Gao Wen and Drekov were left in the office. Gao Wen broke Drekov's neck and went out to join the fight. The battle was over soon after. The soldiers here, one counts as one, were all knocked out and then sent to Emma in the pocket space by Gwen to be brainwashed. And the Black Widows here were also corrected by Wanda with origin magic power. When they realized that they were under control during this period and the Red Room base had been breached, they hardly had much hesitation and chose to choose at the same time. Betray the Red Room and gather around Natasha Romanoff and Yelena. The ordinary staff and scientific researchers on the mothership were also sent to Emma, and they were also brainwashed. Those Black Widow agents lurking around the world were picked up one after another, corrected one by one, until around 12 o'clock that night. The last Black Widow agent also returned. At the moment, the Black Widow agents on the mothership are flooded with disasters. There are more than 30,000 Black Widow agents on the mothership. How maddening this is. If all these Black Widows were sent out to lurk in a country, I'm afraid that country would have to be infiltrated inside and out soon. Drekov, who has cultivated so many Black Widows, can imagine how ambitious he is. Gao Wen looked at these Black Widow agents with envy. It would be cool if he could incorporate them all and form his own Black Widow army. But Gao Wen knows that this is not realistic. Most of these Black Widow agents were taken from all over the world by Drekov's agents, and they were threatened to kill their relatives if they didn't obey orders. Now, they have been relieved of brainwashing the state. The Red Room organization was also destroyed. Most of them want to go back to their respective homes. The warm-hearted Natasha Romanoff gave a speech on free will to the Black Widow agents. At the end of the speech, at the strong request of Gao Wen, she added at the end of the speech, "At the moment, Yelena and I are both working for the cause of justice. Fight, and if any of you have nowhere to go, consider staying and joining us." In the end, 99% of the Black Widow agents left, leaving. Gao Wen returned the captured space carrier to the pocket space for storage, and then opened a portal to invite the newly recruited Black Widow agents to enter. Originally, Gao Wen didn't have the ability to teleport, but in the Tuanmei Club, it seemed that Gao Wen was opening the door, but it was actually Tuanmei who secretly shot. The first time I saw something like a portal, The Black Widow agents were very curious, and they all gathered around to look at the other side of the door. This door is connected to the third area in the pocket space. After Gao Wen and his party returned from the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, the construction began here. It is mainly used for the transfer between multiple planes and the circulation of goods. Therefore, the first of three areas are also known as the transfer station space. There are many portals set up in the space of the transit station, the largest one of which is connected to the backyard warehouse of the King's Landing Palace in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. There are a large number of mass-produced simulation robots that are constantly delivering goods from the other side of the portal. These goods will be sent to the warehouse on Marvel's world by another batch of robots. Finally, the items in the warehouse will be taken away by Emma and sent to the world for sale in order to gain profits. The time flow rate in the world of the Song of Ice and Fire is 365 times that of the Marvel world. 1 year there, 1 day here. Putting the production factory in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire can not only save production costs, but also increase the output by 365 times in disguise. The above is the meaning of the existence of transit station space. Gao Wen brought Black Widow agents to this space. Gwen, Scarlet Witch, and Lorna, who also participated in the mission of eliminating the Red Room, also came back with them. They all liked to join in the fun, so they did not leave, but followed Gao Wen and brought the Black Widow agents to visit here. Is this where our base is located? Natasha Romanoff asked Gao Wen as he surveyed his surroundings. She saw many workers here, and it seemed that each of them had a lot of strength, transporting materials that were heavy at first glance between the portals. To be precise, this is part of our base. It is located in a different space. In the future, your Black Widow agent team will be stationed here. Those portals will allow you to freely enter and exit this place. Gao Wen said, "Where are the portals connected?" Yelena asked, pointing to the largest portal in the distance. The portal had the largest flow of people, and many workers came in and out. Judging by their exaggerated work efficiency, they looked like slaves being squeezed by slave owners. Seeing them staring at the workers curiously, Gao Wen explained, "Those who carry the goods are robots." Such an advanced robot surprised them for a while. While speaking, the group walked to the open space outside the transfer station space. Gao Wen waved his hand to summon Tun Mei and asked her to help build a base for the Black Widow agents here. Tun Mei asked Natasha Romanoff and Yelena, "What kind of base do you want?" "Anything is fine," Yelena asked. "Right. Then come with a bigger, more comfortable, high-end atmosphere. And it would be even better if there are entertainment facilities in the room." Yelena asked without being polite at all. A lot of requests. Tun Mei nodded. Under the stunned gazes of all the Black Widow agents, she built a base that looked very high-end and elegant in just a few seconds. Tun Mei's ability really surprised these Black Widow agents who have never seen the world. Natasha Romanoff knows a little bit about the details of swallowing girls. They can beat Ultron with one punch. Thor also said that the other party's ability is very similar to Galactus, the 5 creation gods of the universe. Judging from the creation ability of Tun Mei, Natasha Romanoff guessed that this girl might really be related to Galactus, or maybe Galactus' daughter. Next, a group of more than 100 people walked into the newly built Black Widow agent base. While visiting, Gao Wen continued to introduce this place to the Black Widow agents. The place we're currently in is called by me as a transit station space. There are many portals here, some of which are connected to Otherworld, some are connected to warehouses in different areas on the outside world, and some are connected to my residence and a space where an academy is built. Those portals, there are restrictions on entry and exit. At present, the permission I have given you is to go to the outside world through those gates freely. If you want to pass through other portals, you need to submit an application first. Every robot here is connected to the intelligence on my side. Mechanical host, you can submit applications with the robot, I will know. A Black Widow agent who is suspected to be from our country raised his hand and asked the new boss Gao Wen, "Boss, what type of tasks are we going to perform in the future?" Infiltration and intelligence gathering. Gao Wen said. Then during the non-mission period, can we move freely? Asked another Black Widow agent, who is suspected to be from the M country. Yes, but I have to declare in advance that I can give you the best treatment and absolute freedom during non-mission. But on the contrary, I don't want traitors among you, and you can't leak the information here to anyone. Definitely, I am not an evil organization with entry and exit. If you want to retire in the future, you can apply in advance, and someone will delete your relevant memory about this place. Then, Gao Wen threw another bargaining chip. In addition to the basic salary, I have also developed a youth medicine here. One injection every year can stay youthful and immortal. As long as you're still working for me, each of you will provide a youth potion every year to keep you young forever. The youth medicine in Gao Wen's mouth is actually the product of concentrated life energy, and it does have the effect of staying youthful. As soon as they heard about the benefits, the Black Widow agents immediately decided to stay here and not leave, even if they chased them away. Natasha Romanoff was shocked by the magic of Gao Wen. She thought Gao Wen's team was just an organization similar to the Avengers, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. When Avengers was still worried about the safety of human beings, Gao Wen had already begun to conquer the Sea of Stars. In particular, the benefits are still so good, and Natasha Romanoff, who has almost no desires, is moved. All in all, from today, the Black Widow team that belongs to Gao Wen is officially. Phil Coulson's SHIELD has not developed well recently. It solved the Alien Hive crisis and was involved in the Dark Book of God incident and finally solved a lot of troubles in the Dark Book of God incident. The betrayal made them scrambled again. This makes Phil Coulson's already high hairline trend higher and higher. Later, in order to keep SHIELD and not let everyone become a wanted criminal, Phil Coulson had to compromise with the official department and gave up the position of director to the leader of the person who was parachuted from the official department. But Phil Coulson was not discouraged. Chief Fury asked him to rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D. This gave Phil Coulson a full sense of mission. For this mission, even if there were many obstacles ahead, he would unswervingly move forward and let SHIELD flourish again. But those who have watched the show know that Phil Coulson did not revive the style of SHIELD in the future, but instead became more and more miserable. As far as Gao Wen is concerned, Phil Coulson is just too kind. If it is replaced by someone with a black hand and a black heart, he will definitely not be so miserable. SHIELD base. Phil Coulson was holding the recent mission situation to fake Inhumans director Jeffrey Mays when Miss Barbara Moores of Mockingbird entered the office and reported to director Jeffrey Mays. "Sir, we got a message that someone in a small town on the outskirts of Jersey City called the police and said he found a warehouse over there that had loads of goods coming out of it every day. Is there a problem?" Chief Jeffrey Mays asked. "The problem is here. The materials in the warehouse can't go in and out, and the goods that are transported out obviously exceed the limit of the warehouse. The local police went to investigate, but finally said there was no problem there and everything was normal. Sir, I think we need to go there and investigate. Have you found out who the warehouse belongs to?" Phil Coulson asked. "There is no official record there, or someone has deliberately deleted the record." Miss Mockingbird shook her head. "You go and call Daisy," Jeffrey Mays said. Before long, Barbara called Vibe's daughter, Daisy Johnson, to the director's office. Jeffrey Mays and Daisy explained the situation and asked her to investigate by some less formal means. Speaking of which, although Jeffrey Mays, who calls himself an Inhuman, is not an Inhuman and likes to show off, he is not liked by Phil Coulson and others, but this person is still very honest. Daisy nodded. He took out his laptop and asked, "Where's the address of warehouse?" Miss Mockingbird gave the address. Not long after, Daisy came with some useful information. "I found that the warehouse belongs to the Frost Company. The chairman of the company is Emma Frost, a mutant with telepathy ability, and she is also the White Queen of Hellfire Club." Phil Coulson said, "Mutants always have some strange abilities. White Queen has many mutant subordinates, and many of them have the ability to master space. The abnormal phenomenon in that warehouse may be that she is sending subordinates to smuggle goods. Chief Jeffrey Mays doesn't really want to take care of this because SHIELD is no longer the SHIELD it used to be. Without its original scale and connections, it doesn't have much power, and their SHIELD still has a lot of troubles. It's really not a wise choice to provoke mutant at such a time. But Daisy Johnson's next sentence made director Jeffrey Mays have to pay attention. I just looked at the surveillance near the warehouse and found a person in it, Daisy said. Ooh, Silver Iron Man. Daisy said, you mean the guy who appeared to help the Avengers during the Ultron incident and finally summoned a powerful little girl to kill Ultron? Chief Jeffrey Mays asked quickly. The existence of the Silver Iron Man is no longer a secret. Many organizations want to find that person. There are various reasons, but most of them are coveting the other party's technology comparable to Iron Man. Yes, that's her. Daisy nodded. Phil Coulson and Miss Mockingjay Bird looked at each other. Immediately, Phil Coulson said to Chief Jeffrey Mays, let me lead the team to investigate this matter. Everyone knows that Phil Coulson is a die-hard fan of Captain Rogers, and Phil Coulson is interested in anything he can relate to. The Silver Iron and Captain have teamed up to fight Ultron, so in Phil Coulson's view, it's something to get involved with Captain, even if it's far-fetched. Chief Jeffrey Mays thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. So Phil Coulson personally led the team, with Vibe Girl Daisy Johnson, Iron Rider Melinda May, and the scientific duo Leopold Fitz and Gemma Simmons who volunteered to join, flying a Quinjet to New Jersey. New Jersey is not far from New York, and they flew to the outskirts of Jersey City, New Jersey, and landed soon after. After getting off the plane, they walked together towards the warehouse not far away. A warehouse that can only be entered. Could it be the legendary warehouse of different dimensions? Daisy joked, be careful. There's likely to be a mutant's den. This mission is not for the purpose of combat, as long as the situation there is investigated. Phil Coulson reminded. Phil Coulson is still very self-aware. With his ordinary people, even if he adds Vibe's daughter Daisy to head-to-head with the mutant group under the White Queen, the odds of winning are not very good. But since the Silver Iron Man has appeared here before, and the opponent is a hero on the side of justice, if they are discovered by mutant later, they can also use "we are here to find the Silver Iron Man" as an excuse to avoid fighting. Not long after, the group sneaked into the vicinity of the warehouse. There was no one around the warehouse, and a few people only saw that many workers were moving various materials from the warehouse to the freight trucks. Phil Coulson pondered for a moment, and then said, you hide, I'll go and find out what those people say. After speaking, he walked into the warehouse area alone, stopped a worker, and began to gather information. What Phil Coulson didn't know was that the workers here were actually mass-produced robots from Gao Wen's side. The first time Phil Coulson was seen by the worker robots, Gao Wen, who was far away in his pocket, knew about it. Phil Coulson didn't get much useful information from the workers, so he asked, who is your supervisor here? The worker robot received an order from Gao Wen secretly and said, I don't know the name of the supervisor, and he is not here now. If you want to find him, you have to wait until the next morning. After the worker robot finished speaking, he ignored Phil Coulson and went back to his work. Phil Coulson glanced behind him and motioned for Daisy and the others to keep hiding. Since there were no security guards here and no one to stop him, Phil Coulson walked into the warehouse above board. The warehouse is very big, and there are a lot of materials stacked in it, and there are all kinds of things. Walk into Phil Coulson at the warehouse and look for possible anomalies here. He went all the way, and when he reached the deepest part of the warehouse and saw something, his eyes widened involuntarily. He actually saw a suspected wormhole here, which is similar to the one that appeared in the sky during the Battle of New York. It almost occupies the wall at the end of the warehouse, and there are a lot of workers carrying supplies into the warehouse from there. Phil Coulson thought to himself, haven't he smashed an alien conspiracy to invade Earth? Standing deep in the warehouse, Phil Coulson quietly pressed the communication device in his ear and whispered, I found a wormhole here. Is it the kind of wormhole that is spherical and can distort light? Leopold Fitz asked in the newsletter. It's similar to the one that appeared in the sky during the Battle of New York, Phil Coulson described. That's not a wormhole, it's a portal. In three-dimensional worlds, real wormholes are spherical. Leopold Fitz corrected Phil Coulson's name for the thing. No matter what it's called, its existence means that this place is extraordinary. You coming too? Let's go over there to see the situation. Before long, Daisy Johnson, Melinda May, Leopold Fitz, Gemma Simmons, and others walked into the warehouse, reunited with Phil Coulson, and all saw the portal. Through the portal, it can be seen that there is an open-air environment on the other side. There are many portals with different file sizes, and there are more workers transporting supplies between portals like ants moving. The members of Phil Coulson's Aegis squad looked in amazement. What kind of place was on the other side? To investigate the matter, they went inside. The workers here seemed to be unable to see them, and there was no one to stop them, but the few people who came to the door still raised their guard. Daisy Johnson pointed into the distance and said, "There's a building over there, and there are many women around the building, and they don't dress like the workers here." The crowd looked over. Melinda May said, "They're supposed to be the managers here, and we'd better not have contact with them." The rest have no opinion. The portal over there is the largest, and I guess there should be important clues behind that door. Gemma Simmons pointed to the other side and said, after a simple exchange, everyone determined the next course of action. So they mixed in with the workers and walked towards the largest portal. They passed through the portal without any risk and came to the backyard of the Palace of King's Landing in the world of Song of Ice and Fire. The Palace of King's Landing is already a relatively abandoned place. Its significance is more of a symbol of cultural heritage. As a palace of cultural heritage, it is only used as a connection point to the other world. There is very strict protection here. The people guarding here are not the subordinates of the female Emperor Longma, but the simulation robots produced by Gao Wen. These robots have all been ordered by Gao Wen, so they chose to turn a blind eye to Phil Coulson and others. The reason why Phil Coulson and others were able to swagger through the portal was also because Gao Wen gave them permission, otherwise they would not be able to pass through the portal. Are the guards here all blind? Daisy complained. Obviously, these guards had automatic rifles in their hands and wore uniforms, but why didn't they have any self-consciousness to be guards? I've discovered before that both the workers and the guards here lack something called curiosity, Leopold Fitz said. You mean they're not human? Gemma asked. I think they are more like simulated robots. Fitz said his guess. It's easy to verify this, Daisy said, walking to a beautiful guard with a gun and asking her, Are you a robot? Yes, the guard replied. Everyone, then why don't you stop us? Daisy asked another curious question. Because you have the authority to pass here. The guard replied again. The crowd looked at each other after hearing this. When did the intruders have access to this place? Or is it that a few of them have been discovered long ago, and the mastermind behind the scenes deliberately let them in? It could be a trap, Melinda May said. Since the other party gave us permission to pass here, let's not hide. Phil Coulson made a decision, and he asked the robot guard, What is this place? King's Landing in Westeros is also the capital of the entire world, the guard replied. Are there humans living in this world? Phil Coulson asked again. Yes. Is the human being in your mouth the same species as us? Asked biologist Gemma Simmons. Yes. Gemma Simmons frowned, and she told the crowd about her analysis. Generally speaking, every planet with life has different ecological circles, and the species that can be bred by different ecological circles are also different. The same. Under normal circumstances, the intelligent life here will not be human unless it has been colonized by humans. Leopold Fitz, a mechanical engineer and a physicist, has a different view. There is another possibility, which may be parallel space-time. Vibe girl Daisy Johnson was surprised. Is it the kind of parallel time and space that often appear in science fiction? It can only be said that it is possible. Leopold Fitz nodded, and he asked the guard, Is this a parallel plane? You can think of this as a single universe independent of the Marvel multi-universe, the guard replied. Does the Marvel multi-universe you speak of refer to the world we came from? Fitz asked again. Yes. The guard nodded. This is confirmed, whether it is a parallel universe or not. It is not their original universe anyway. There is definitely another possibility that the other party is lying. A few people came to the side, and after some deliberation, they decided to explore here to collect information, at least to determine whether this world is malicious to their own world. Pocket homes, orchards. Gao Wen and Gwen walked in the orchard together, chatting while eating apples. In Gao Wen's other hand, he was also holding a portable terminal device, which remotely controlled the robots in the world of Song of Ice and Fire and monitored the SHIELD team. At this time, Wanda came back, still looking depressed. Seeing this, Gao Wen asked her, "What's the matter with you?" "Before, I used magic to change my face and went shopping in New York as an ordinary person. I met a person who came to talk to me. I had a few words with him when I was bored and when he asked what my job was. I don't know how to answer," Wanda said depressedly. "Just say something. There's nothing hard to answer." Gwen snorted. "If someone asked you this question, how would you answer it?" Wanda asked. "This is actually a routine. If I'm a pedicure, I will answer peripheral nerve microstimulation control expert. If I am driving an excavator, I will answer surface material exploration development transfer equipment operator." Gwen smugly said his fallacy. Gwen's so-called routine made Wanda roll her eyes. "Who was that guy who approached you?" Gao Wen asked. "Accent should be a Y country, called Lois Braddock." Gao Wen and Gwen suddenly realized at the same time that they are the captains of Country Y. That kid didn't go to Ms. Roma to get the inheritance, but he went to M Country. Is it the period of studying abroad? I remember in the comics that he had the experience of studying abroad at Imperial State University in New York and was a classmate with Little Spider-Man, but Little Spider-Man is still a high school student now, and it stands to reason that Lois Braddock should also be a high school student. Right? Is it the butterfly effect?